Along the way, when I was explaining the idea, I noticed that I again and again keep doing this gesture of putting one tree on top of the other tree. One hand holding another hand. We're going to have one tree that is planted, alive, coming from the ground, and a second tree that went through some accident and found himself being held on top of the live tree. And that's it.
We are obviously standing on a construction site, and this is the construction site of the new Jewish Museum. As a Jewish museum, we are approached with all kinds of prejudices and all kinds of feelings. So we wanted at the center of our new entrance a sculpture and a work that opens up something for everyone. And I guess this is what Ariel Schlesinger's sculpture will do.
It was very clear to me that shape-wise we need something that is kind of vertical, because the two buildings were very tall and kind of strong elements around the entrance. So it was very clear that something had to kind of grow between them. And it was also very clear to me that it should be in an organic shape. I found the tree through really looking through a lot of trees. We took a couple of days on a road trip and we went across the countryside. Once I saw the tree, it was immediately clear that that should be the tree. Because it had such a beautiful character. So it was suddenly not a tree that you would just close your eyes and see, but a tree that actually have a character. So in a sense, it's a kind of new direction for me. Yeah, it's a tree with a lot of personality. For the process, one way to do it is, of course, cutting the tree, bringing it here to the workshop, and doing the whole stages of casting it. But in this particular case, we had to protect the tree, to keep it alive and to preserve it. So the whole operation had to happen on the spot. Since all this process have to be taken in small parts, we will have all these small segments, and those segments will be welded back together into a complete tree. So the two trees are identical trees, although one have the roots and the second is growing from the ground. So I think a sculpture needs to be able to offer many sides, different sides to its audiences, not one way. And I think a good sculpture stays like that. It stays open, because that kind of relationship is for a long term. Because you might not only meet that sculpture once, you might meet it several times a day, or several times a year, or several times during your lifetime. And like good relationship, like a good friendship, every time you meet that person or that sculpture, you discover new things. And I think that kind of connection to a sculpture is much stronger than putting a very defined idea in the public space and saying, look, that's what it means, that's how it should be. This sculpture is not. This sculpture is alive. One day you will love it, one day you will hate it. Next time you will discover something new about it. And I think that kind of change is interesting.
For Ariel Schlesinger, as a conceptual artist, the whole process of finding the right tree, casting it, producing it, and even the final installation is part of the whole artwork and gives a certain poetic quality. He took the tree as a multi-layered symbol and set the scene of a very special, even dramatic composition. The sculpture of two casted trees, from which one seems to have been through something like a catastrophe, whirled up on top of the other tree, with the roots reaching out to the sky. The artist took inspiration from the Jewish history, from his own family history, but also from the Jewish Bible and the book of Ezekiel, and the symbolism of the opposites.
The sculpture of Ariel Schlesinger, which will be at the core of our new entrance, opens up all kinds of allusions and association for our audience, which we hope they will feel engaged and encouraged to think twice about possible meanings of Jewish culture and history in this town.
Good morning and welcome to the first panel of the second day of our symposium, Transitions, at the Jewish Museum in Frankfurt. My name is Eva Atlan. I'm the head of the collection and curator at the Jewish Museum here in Frankfurt, and I am the chair of this first panel. If you have questions to one of the speakers, you can write an email or in the chat, And it's after all three speakers will have held their speeches, there's possibility to ask those questions. We will listen to three curators who will talk about collecting and presenting at the present. And today there will be also a podium discussion about legal developments and statutory frameworks. And at the afternoon there will be the future of the Jewish diaspora, also speakers talking there. After the panel, there is a possibility at 12, between 12 and 12:30, to register for a closed Zoom room where you have the opportunity to talk with the speakers and exchange of a professional way. This email is written on our website, and the address is transition-Jüdisches Museum at stadt-frankfurt.de. Now I would like to introduce the first speaker. She is Joanne Rosenthal, and she is a freelance curator and working in the UK. She is a former chief curator and head of exhibition at the Jewish Museum in London, where she curated the award-winning exhibition Jews, Money, Meat. She will talk about this exhibition and talk about exhibiting antisemitism and political discourse from the UK perspective. She will focus on this above-mentioned exhibition, Jews, Money, Meat, and talk about the different approaches to the contemporary antisemitism and the presentation in an exhibition. Please, Joanne, I'm interested to your speech, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eva. Thank you, Eva. Thank you to the Jewish Museum in Frankfurt, to everybody for the introduction. I'm so happy to be here with you, even if it's only in a virtual sense. I'm now going to try and share my screen. So just bear with me 1 second while I set up the presentation. Okay, so hopefully now everybody can see this. Okay, so in this presentation, as Eva mentioned, I'm going to be talking about one exhibition, Jews, Money, Myth. And that's because my presentation is as you can see, the title, Exhibiting Antisemitism and Political Discourse. This is an opportunity to share some thoughts on approaches to exhibiting anti-Semitism and on how museums might engage with political discourse in exhibitions. And I only have a short amount of time, and these are big questions, so hence the focus on one exhibition, Jews, Money, Myth, which I curated for the Jewish Museum in London. And as the title suggests, I'm going to be sharing reflections. I'm not going to be making any grand absolute claims. And I look forward to hearing your reflections at the end. So before I begin the focus of the talk, I just thought it was necessary to offer a very brief introduction to the exhibition. As you can probably guess, Jews, Money, Myth explored the evolution and circulation of ideas connecting Jews with money and financial greed. It was complex and challenging to negotiate the sensitivities that the subject encompasses. Many people at the museum, staff, board members, potential funders, felt that it might be too difficult to deal with this topic, as if in doing so in the public realm is simply giving oxygen to these dangerous ideas to spread. I should also say that we developed the exhibition in a particularly charged political climate. The ongoing Brexit negotiations at the time had created a toxic public discourse throughout the UK. The Labour Party in England were at the heart of a seemingly never-ending series of anti-Semitism allegations. And anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic incidents around the world were increasingly being reported. Now, in a sense, the exhibition was quite a traditional object-based one, presenting and interpreting historical artifacts in a roughly chronological format. Through the thread of the exhibition narrative, we tried to examine the social and political origins of ideas of Jews and money, and we chose to take a long view from antiquity to the present day. So we went from Judas's betrayal of Jesus through to 21st century memes about George Soros or the Rothschilds. And we decided for various pragmatic and curatorial reasons to have a primarily British focus. Without that, I think the exhibition would have been too sprawling. So just very briefly, I'll give you a sense of the breadth of the content that we pulled together, some of the exhibition highlights. So we had rare and beautiful items like this letter from 11th century Egypt from the Cairo Geniza, written on behalf of a blind, impoverished Jewish man pleading for financial support from his community. A very interesting example of the dynamics of wealth and poverty in a medieval Jewish community, and of the historic function of the principle of tzedakah in Jewish life. We were fortunate to be able to borrow some incredibly important medieval manuscripts relating to Anglo-Jewish history, including this very, very well-known financial record from 1233, which lists the sums that the so-called exchequer of the Jews in Westminster had received from individual Jews around England. And the manuscript is perhaps best known for the very famous illustration or doodle that you see enlarged on the right here, which is frequently interpreted as one of the earliest anti-Jewish images in Anglo-Jewish history, although some scholars have argued that it's better contextualized as a piece of political satire. We were also very excited to loan this early Rembrandt masterpiece, Judas Returning the 30 Silver Pieces, which is notable for being one of the more sympathetic portrayals of Judas. And we displayed this painting alongside a wide range of earlier artistic depictions of Judas, showing how the meanings attached to the figure of Judas had evolved interestingly over time, and how he'd become known as the sort of archetypal symbol of greed and betrayal. And finally, as you'd expect, there was a lot of 18th, 19th, 20th century material in the Jewish Museum's collection that was relevant. And this is just one example of what we showed, a children's dice game, which was sold in England in the early 1800s based on a medieval gambling game. The aim of the game is to emulate the stereotypical Jewish banker that you see in the center of the board, who sits with his hoarded money. Okay, so that was just a few minutes of an introduction, and now to move on to the focus of the presentation. What were the strategies that we used in the exhibition to deal with contemporary manifestations of anti-Semitism and current contemporary political discourses around this? So I'll just share three examples, and the first one, as you can see, relates to art. In addition to the chronological historical narrative of the exhibition, we also displayed in parallel a range of contemporary artworks, some commissioned specially for the exhibition. And we brought in contemporary art to give visitors who were going to be confronted with very difficult material, to give them some emotional breathing space, essentially, to allow them to reflect on what they were seeing from a less didactic and more potentially emotional perspective, and to sort of complement the historical and factual narrative. So the film that you can see here on the right was something that we commissioned the British artist Jeremy Deller to produce. This was a 20-minute video montage drawn from hours of online footage, all in some way related to associations and ideas that linked Jews with money. And the film was installed in the entrance lobby of the exhibition gallery so that visitors would see it at the beginning and at the end. At the beginning, as a way of explaining to people who were less familiar with the topic, perhaps, just how pervasive these ideas are in contemporary society. And at the end, to give people, having seen the sort of historical narrative, a sort of enhanced context and understanding for the contemporary situation. Now, the film was a deliberately diverse and incongruous, I would say, collection of clips. You can see some of the screenshots here. It featured cartoons, news broadcasts, TV adverts, and online conspiracy theories. The artist was even able to make one very last-minute addition to the film as we were installing the exhibition in March 2019, almost 2 years ago to the day, actually. And he added in footage at the very last minute from Brexit demonstrations that were happening at that very moment, just a few miles away at the Houses of Parliament in London. The artist had noticed how anti-Semitic imagery, largely centered around George Soros, was creeping into a lot of the anti-EU contingents at these Brexit protests. And he was able to capture some of this footage and add it into the film at the very last minute, just before the exhibition opened. Now, I should say that it was uncomfortable to show this sort of material in this way, so as a single artwork, without the qualifications and interpretation that a more traditional museum object would have enabled us to bring. But it felt essential to show visitors who weren't so familiar with this topic just how pervasive this material is today, as I said. And to confront stereotypes, you have to somehow make them visible, however uncomfortable this feels. Now, the artwork wasn't particularly complex conceptually or in its production, but this intervention by Jeremy Deller was very important. It was able to make a point that it would have been difficult for the museum to do without being overly didactic. The film showed how deeply entrenched ideas of Jews and money, excuse me, and Jewish greed are in contemporary society, that this isn't a story about the past, that these ideas circulate throughout contemporary culture. And it didn't tell this explicitly to visitors, but it made the point very clearly. Okay, so that film commission shows how we engaged with political discourse in a slightly detached way, by proxy, via artists rather than in the museum's own voice, so to speak. So next, I want to move on to the second example from the exhibition of how we engaged with these issues more directly in a curatorial sense. So through the choices that we made regarding display and display methodologies. So the graffiti artist, or sorry, the graffiti artwork that you see here entitled Freedom for Humanity is by the American graffiti artist, Mir One. It appeared on a wall in East London in 2012. It shows a group of bankers sitting conspiratorially around a table that's built to look like a Monopoly table. And the table is supported by hunched over bodies, primarily black and brown bodies. Some of the bankers had stereotypically Jewish features. And in this way, the graffiti art recycled old tropes of Jews as exploitative capitalists. But the artist denied any anti-Semitic intent, saying that the mural was purely a critique of class and privilege. Having said that, the public protested quite strongly, and the local council in East London decided that the artwork should be removed. They said that it perpetuated anti-Semitic propaganda. So soon after it emerged on this wall, it disappeared, and that was all in 2012. Now, this piece of graffiti was at the center of a major British media storm in March 2018, which is 5.5 years after it had even been removed. And this is because all these years later, it emerged in the press that the then leader of the Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn, had in 2012 made a comment on Facebook which appeared to oppose the removal of the artwork. And when he was questioned in 2018 about why he'd done so, Corbyn apologized and said that he had been defending the artwork purely on the grounds of free speech when he saw it on social media. It was just a sort of small thumbnail image, and he said that he hadn't seen the anti-Semitic content. Now, at this point in 2018, while we were doing the exhibition, Corbyn, as leader of the Labour Party, was already the subject of a series of anti-Semitism allegations that had swamped the Labour Party. And when this Facebook comment was reported in the media, it drew a lot of attention in the mainstream British press, as well as the Jewish newspapers. And this news coverage got people talking about the original artwork and how, or even whether, it was necessarily anti-Semitic. And when we were producing the exhibition, we thought about how, if at all, we should touch on this media story in the exhibition itself. We didn't want to wade into this explosive political debate in a partisan or dogmatic way, telling people what to think. Instead, we were more interested in how to interpret the graffiti piece that was drawing so much attention in the press, and how to interpret it in a way that helped visitors understand what was going on here, and the broader story of these anti-Semitic tropes and how they find their way into the public realm. So as a result, we decided to interpret or feature this graffiti artwork from 2012 in the exhibition, but not in the 21st century. Instead, we decided to feature it in the section on the 19th century, juxtaposed with earlier material. And this is the 19th century print that we decided to display alongside a reproduction of the graffiti piece. I'm sure you're familiar, many of you will be familiar with this print. So the figure at the center is clearly a Rothschild. He's standing in a sack of coins. Money is pouring from his pockets into the hands of world leaders. Civilians and soldiers suffer below. And the image is a classic example of a 19th century critique of capitalism and a war that embraced anti-Semitic associations of Jewish money, fixated on the Rothschilds as symbols of imagined Jewish wealth and power. The same principle is, of course, found today in the 21st century, often in the form of internet memes. So this is how we presented and interpreted the graffiti alongside the Rothschild print, with an extended caption which referred to both pieces. And it appeared in a section called Bankers and Beggars, which explored how in the 18th and 19th century, due to social and economic reasons, these two stereotypical images of Jews, the banker and the beggar, emerged. So through this juxtaposition, we offered visitors important historical context, and it allowed us to show how ideas of Jewish influence and power have circulated across time into the present day. And our focus was on historicizing and contextualizing rather than suggesting what a particular artist's intent had been. And we very consciously decided against mentioning the Corbyn story in the caption for this piece. And this was a deliberate omission. We didn't want a political storm that had taken place a year ago to obscure the bigger, more important picture. And I think this is an important consideration when thinking about engaging with political discourse. What intervention can a museum usefully make when dealing with contemporary politics? So the third and final example of how we dealt with contemporary political discourse and contemporary anti-Semitism wasn't through art or through things we chose to display or how we chose to display them, but it was via the interpretation strategy itself. And this exhibition, as exhibitions always are, was the product of collaboration between myself, the museum director and the staff, and the academic advisors at the Pears Institute for the Study of Anti-Semitism at Birkbeck University, London. So we together had a lot of difficult conversations in the development of the exhibition, and we often disagreed with each other's approaches and ideas. And through the particular aspect of the interpretation strategy that I'm going to share now, we decided to put this spirit of dispute and contestation on display in the exhibition itself. So in this image, you see the title, the introductory wall of the exhibition, and that's what visitors saw when they arrived in the gallery. And as the red arrow that you might be able to see indicates, we positioned a small block of text alongside the exhibition title. And this small text was one example of a layer of interpretation that I called the alternative captions. And there were about 8 of these alternative captions that ran throughout the gallery, through every section of the exhibition. And these captions documented a dialogue between myself and the museum director, Abigail Morris. So I'll show you now what the text in this case said. So this caption relates to the exhibition title itself, and it captures the struggle that we had to find a title that we could all agree on. I'd initially suggested the title Loaded, which had been the working title for over a year. Loaded was a word with a double meaning. It means both rich or sort of overwhelmingly rich, as well as challenging or heavy. And my idea was that with this title, we'd introduce irony and humor, acknowledging immediately in the title that the topic itself was loaded. And I thought this would reassure visitors that we knew what we were doing in tackling such a sensitive subject. But as it turned out, the title ended up being forcefully rejected once it was tested on audiences. And the unanimous response was that the title was offensive and would reinforce the very stereotypes that we were aiming to counter. So we ended up choosing a safer title in the end, Jews, Money, Myth. Now, the idea behind these alternative captions was to make visible to the public some of the invisible processes that go on behind the scenes in making exhibitions. So many of the difficult but productive arguments that were going on behind the scenes were interesting on their own terms, and we wanted to find a way to let visitors see this. But the reason I'm mentioning this in this presentation is that these arguments were often centered on the question of how to represent the contemporary and how to engage with contemporary politics, which is often the most difficult thing to do in exhibitions. So I'll share another one. This alternative caption has postscript at the top because it was actually added a few months after the exhibition opened in direct response to comments that we received in feedback from visitors. A lot of visitors were saying that we should be presenting more positive stereotypes of Jews, that the exhibition dealt with material that was too negative. So this was a difficult thing to deal with, and we disputed on many different grounds how to respond. In the end, we couldn't reach a consensus, so instead we decided to share the argument that we were having. So as you can see here, the museum director argues that we need to say more about the positive contribution of Jews, and particularly have a bigger section on how Jews give to charity as a way of countering stereotypes of Jewish greed and selfishness. And I respond, the answer to visitors feeling uneasy about difficult material in the exhibition can't be to simply package up positive stories about Jews giving money to charity in the hope that this makes visitors feel better. This plays into all the wrong kinds of apologetic arguments that seek to absolve Jews of some imagined sin of greed, ironically reinforcing the stereotypes that we're wanting to encounter, that we're wanting to counter. And so just to close, here's a final example of these alternative captions, which in a way summarizes some of the arguments that I'm trying to make in my presentation today. So the director, Abigail, asks, why don't we show more contemporary anti-Semitic tropes? And I respond, I think it's the strength of the exhibition that we're taking a step back and presenting the long view, rather than getting tangled up in current debates or feeling that we need to chase after the news cycle. We need to help people make up their own minds by giving them a sense of the wider historical contexts. Okay, so the image on the right is just from an interactive section at the end of the exhibition where we invited visitors to share their thoughts and respond to questions about Jews and money. So I thought I'd just share it as a closing way of saying that I look forward to hearing your thoughts at the end, and I thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Joanne, for your speech. Very interesting. Yeah, I will have also a question after the three panels to you. I would like to introduce now the second speaker. It's Dr. Tamar Lewinsky. She is curator for contemporary events at the Jewish Museum Berlin, where she curated the 22 opened new permanent exhibition. Before that, she worked at the University of Munich, Düsseldorf and Basel. She studied Jewish studies, Yiddish studies and linguistics, and graduated at the University of Munich. She's going to talk about collecting migration, exhibiting diversity from the perspective of the Jewish Museum Berlin. Thank you, Tamar, for your forward speak, and I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Eva, for the introduction. I'm going to talk about the exhibition that was opened last year at the Jewish Museum, but also on as you said, modes of collecting, migration, and diversity. And I'm trying to share my screen. So, yeah, if we look at Jewish life today in Germany, and especially in Berlin, it's quite clear that we speak about a diverse and polyphonic community. We heard about that also yesterday. Jewish life takes place within and also increasingly outside of communal structures, and there are numerous ways of defining and living out Jewish belonging. Jewish life in Germany is also strongly shaped by migration. And I'm not only talking about new phenomena as for example, the Israeli presence in Berlin. Migration has been fundamental for the development of Jewish life in Germany since 1945. In the immediate post-war years, 250,000 of displaced persons from Eastern Europe crossed the occupied territory. And even though only a small part of them stayed, they had a strong impact on communal life. Return migration brought back exiled Jews to West and East Germany. And then we had smaller immigration movements to West Germany, for example, from Poland, Hungary, the US, or Israel. And they all added new aspects to Jewish life in Germany. And then in the 1990s, as you know, a fundamental change took place with the immigration of Jews from the countries of the former Soviet Union. At the Jewish Museum Berlin, migration and diversity are therefore not only essential for the contemporary collecting activity, they're also a leading principle in the presentation of the post-1945 section in the new permanent exhibition, which opened last summer. You see, picture will shortly talk about that. But I just want to make one remark before we enter the exhibition space. When we talk about contemporary collecting, there are differing definitions about the time period it encompasses. In general, it is limited to the living memory or even to the last couple of years. At the Jewish Museum Berlin, the definition of the contemporary, it's called the Zeitgeschichte, falls outside of the frame in referring to the period from 1945 to the present. And this is also why I allow myself to jump a little bit back in time before I move to the present. Now let's have a look at the exhibition. The post-war years until the present have been assigned much more space than in the former permanent exhibition. What you see here is a walkway. It's about 40 meters long, and it leads through a large part of the exhibition space. On the handrail, you might see a graphic track that describes the development of the Jewish community in both West and East Germany as a story of migrations, using facts and figures. Now, this rather dry information is juxtaposed with a very different narrative. Small monitors are inserted at regular intervals. On each screen, 5 film or video sequences give insight into Jewish life between 1945 and the 1980s. Whenever possible, we tried to select films that convey an intimate and personal perspective. And of course, we tried to choose films from our collections. Now, the footage I just started in the presentation is taken from a family film that was donated to the museum 3 years ago. It shows a wedding ceremony and celebration in Hamburg in 1967. The bride and groom, Abdi and Rita Yagoubi, are from Iran. Likewise, many of the guests belong to the Persian Jewish community that developed in the port city since the 1950s. Over the past several years, we have proactively approached potential donors to build a small collection of family films from 1945 to the present. Individual older films are already part of the collection. The relevance of private films has gradually been recognized in recent years not only in film archives, but also in regional and city museums. The development of a collection of amateur film in a Jewish museum offers also great potential, both for exhibitions and for cultural historical research. Although many of the films are unspectacular from an aesthetic point of view, they provide important insights into Jewish everyday life and are also a source of, for the exploration of intangible heritage. And needless to say that there are good reasons to collect these films now. Appropriate projection equipment for older film formats is lacking in private households, and there's a high risk that these films are just thrown away. But also the preservation of newer and especially of digital formats needs to be taken care of. But let's go back to the core exhibition and to the segment dedicated to the immigration of Russian-speaking Jews from the former Soviet Union, which so much changed Jewish life in Germany. The diversity of this group of immigrants is illustrated in the exhibition through literary and artistic positions and objects. You see 3 showcases, and in these showcases we display objects that Russian-speaking Jews brought with them to Germany, or that are connected to their migration experience some other way. These objects come from a participatory project we launched in 2017. It is called the Object Days. The basic idea of this project is quickly outlined. We ask Jews to show us objects that they associate with their own migration experience. Based on the objects, we conduct interviews, we document, and we photograph the objects. The photographer Stefan Bramme is always with us and finally portrays the participants with their objects. We've now held Object Days in 6 cities with a total of around 100 participants. The majority of them has immigrated from the countries of the former Soviet Union since the 1990s, but we also have objects that tell stories of migration from other countries as Hungary, Poland, Israel, the US, Belgium, Mexico, or Morocco. Now, these objects of migration or migration objects that we have seen so far can be classified into different categories. Objects that, for example, tell the process of migration in the sense of border crossing and traveling, such as identity cards. Other objects refer to the cultural context in a country of origin, records, books, utensils, souvenirs, or family memorabilia with high emotional value, such as last remaining photographs of deceased relatives. In the exhibition, we show, for example, a case with drafting compasses. Elena Kluchenko was given this set by her father, and she used it for 15 years as an engineer in Ukraine. She took it with her when emigrating in 2001. And in vain, she hoped for the chance to continue her profession in Germany. Another object exhibited is a children's drawing. In 2014, Dmytro Melnik emigrated with his family from Ukraine to Germany. And it was his 7-year-old daughter that painted this house for him for his first birthday he celebrated in Regensburg. It shows the family's home in Ukraine, and it reminds him, as he told us, of his native country. Let's move a little bit further in the exhibition. The video installation, Mesubin, as you see here, closes not only the section of post-1945, but it also marks the end of the entire exhibition tour. This commissioned work is by Yael Reuveni and Clemens Walter, and it presents about 50 Jews who enter into dialogue with each other on 21 screens. Migration, diversity, the most varied self-understandings and affiliations give rise to the image of a polyphonic Jewry in Germany. The director wants to make it clear that the only thing that unites all of the protagonists is the simple fact that they see themselves as Jews. At the end of the approximately 13 minutes loop, the protagonists sing a stanza from the Manishtana, a song that many, not all of them, know from a family context. The title of the installation is derived from the last line of the Manishtana, Kulanu Mesubin, which, as you know, usually translates as we all sit reclined. Reoveni adds another layer of meaning to Mesubin. We are all gathered. 50 Jews come together and engage in conversation. With the installation came approximately 50 hours of uncut interview footage into our collection. So we didn't want to let this material go unused, and also wanted to make the room installation accessible for other purposes. So we commissioned Yael Reuveni to edit 4 short films based on her installation. These films focus on topics already raised in the installation, but give more room to more complex and longer statements. Conceptually, these films were conceived in close consultation with the education department, and they are already being tested in educational programs that have also shifted by now to the digital realm. Like the installation in the exhibition, these are anything but explanatory films. They show the diversity of Jewish life in Germany today and defy easy categorization of what it means to be Jewish. And the fact that these are 4 films is, of course, not coincidental. The 4 questions from the Haggadah are the underlying reference. And each film ends with the last stanza of the Manishtana that is also part of the original artwork. I'd like to play a short sequence, like the Manishtana, for you. I hope it works out. That's not.
מה נשתנה הלילה הזה מכל הלילות, מכל הלילות, שבכל הלילות המוחים בין ישינו בין מסורים, בין ישינו בין מסורים, הלילה הזה, כולנו מסורים, הלילה הזה, כולנו מסורים. תודה רבה.
I always feel very much at home when I listen to that, with everyone singing totally out of tune. Now, prior to the opening of the new permanent exhibition, when the installation was set up last spring, we joked about its visionary quality. Singing Manishtana on split screens, separated and together at the same time, was something Jews around the world had just experienced in real life. A year ago, the coronavirus impacted also on Jewish life in Germany. By now, digital solutions are present in communal life in different degrees, depending on halachic decisions. And in the early phase of the first lockdown, many people were forced to start experimenting with these new, mostly digital alternatives in coming to terms with the new situation. In general, one of the difficulties of contemporary collecting is that the relevance of an object often emerges only after a long incubation period. However, there are events that already take on historical character, so to speak, in the present. It is certainly the case now with the corona pandemic. So the insight quickly emerged, history is happening now and we have to collect it. So we wanted to start a Corona collection like many other museums, but there were two questions. One was more conceptual and the other one more practical. The first was, how could we grasp the impact the pandemic had not only on communal activities, but on Jewish life in general? The second, practical, was, how could you possibly collect the present when life, including your own, was largely confined to the four corners of one's home? So Passover came along and it was the first major holiday during the first lockdown. We decided to put a focus on this holiday because it is probably the most family-oriented holiday of the year and gives space for local and family traditions and customs. So we launched an appeal via social media and multipliers. Jews in Germany should show us how they celebrated Passover under Corona conditions. Through the digital submissions, we get insight into Jewish life in the private sphere. Unsurprisingly, computers took center stage alongside the Seder plate. However, virtual gatherings were not completely new to all submitters. Transnational migrants had long before used digital ways of communication, even for holidays. As the photographer of the family portrait on the upper left noted, and I'm quoting her, just like Hannah is the baby, just like Hannah's birth and many important first celebrations in her life, we were already prepared to spend this Passover far away from our families in Buenos Aires, Toronto, Tel Aviv, Haifa, and Auckland. What we didn't expect was for the world to join us in our usual online diaspora ritual of celebrating in front of our screens, end of quote. And this leads me to three short concluding remarks. When collecting the past decades, and especially the present, we need different methodological approaches depending on topics and materiality. This can be range from traditional retrospective collecting to rapid response. The closer we get to the present, the more we have to consider the digital turn. The pandemic has made this particularly evident, but we need to be clear that the discourse has increasingly shifted to the digital realm long before. Also, digitization as a process enables us, for example, in family films, to make analog formats accessible and explore past and present practices together. Participatory projects as the Object Days help in making visible previously marginalized narratives in the museum. They can also be empowering for communities and individuals. However, participation that aims at long-term involvement in the fields of collection and exhibition reaches its limits in a federal institution with a supra-regional focus. And finally, contemporary collecting is an important tool to narrate the Jewish experience in the present from a Jewish perspective, or rather from Jewish perspectives, with a multitude of voices and with all the complexities and contradictions of Jewish life in Germany today.
So, thank you, Tamar. Thank you very much for your speech. And now I'm welcoming my colleague, Sara Soussan. She is curator of the museum's outreach to contemporary Jewish cultures since 2018. And she's establishing a new collection area on the basis of this work and is responsible for one of the oldest holdings of the museums, the Hebraica collection. As a specialist in Jewish studies and an educator, she was active in the field of Jewish religious education until 2013, from which time she has participated as a freelancer in a wide variety of projects. And she's going to talk about collecting the present here. Thank you, Sara.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Eva. I'm just trying to share my screen. Okay. So, yeah, thank you, Eva, for your warm words, and also to Joanne and Tamar. I love listening to you, and I'm excited to be in further exchanges with you. I will try now to share my thoughts and experiences concerning digital collecting the present in our museum. What are contemporary Jewish cultures in the Jewish Museum in Frankfurt? Our, so to say, commandments, the mission statement of our museum says, the Jewish Museum in Frankfurt am Main enables people to experience the diversity of Jewish culture throughout history and in the present. To this end, it collects, preserves, and researches cultural assets and testimonies of Jewish life in Frankfurt. We see our work as networked action in the digital as well as social space. Yura mentioned some keywords that appear fundamental to the topic of collecting the present in digital collection. In a nutshell, we also make the Jewish present available in digital space. But what can digital space be, and what can it deliver to us? We may have to start further and talk about the present, the object as its mirror, and finally the arrival of digitality in museums. So what is the present? As you can see in our welcome production of the new exhibition, the visitors are welcomed with an interactive video installation. Walk past it, the Jewish persons on the screen turn to you and greet you friendly from the Frankfurt of today. Our visitors step by, entering the permanent exhibition immediately into the Jewish Frankfurt present. When asked what the present is and where it begins, and there I see a lot of similarities to Tamar, various answers can be found in cultural history museums. They are mostly based on the historical approach that certain political, economic, social, or cultural events and phenomena from the so-called past are so relevant for the now in which they reach and intervene that they are counted in the present. The present is interpreted and constructed by many museums as a period that is still ongoing and open to the future. And about its beginning, certain ideas exist. Depending on the thematic orientation of the museums, the beginning of the present is set differently. For us at the Jewish Museum Frankfurt, there are certainly some beginnings, the end of the war, and thus the beginning of moving on after the Shoah at the end of the 1940s, the planned emigration and then staying here in the 50s, the attempt by the Jews student left of overcoming anti-Semitism, and the disappointment that followed in the 90s and 80s, the empowerment of Jewish voices and their claims to society in the 80s, and last but not least, Jewish immigration from the post-Soviet states from the early 90s. We are still in the process of identifying time periods as the beginning of the present within the collection staff, and are trying variable models. Dealing with the present is therefore always a dynamic process and must have freedom to define it. It is characterized by temporal entanglements, expansions, and shortenings. The systematic collection of material and immaterial evidence from societies forms the base of research and exhibition practice. What does this mean for collecting the present? What is worth collecting and what is not? In connection with the increased speed of change in the present, and with the fact that the number of years is decreasing that must have passed to find an outdated world, the rate of decay of everyday things is also decreasing. Does this have an impact on museum collecting activities? Does it mean that the pace of collection will also change? Do museums have to act as trend watchers? It is also important that collections can depict certain values, norms, processes, and phenomena of the present. For a meaningful expansion of the collection, the key lies in attentive, continuous observation and analysis of the present. So what is the classical object? After the Jewish immigration of post-Soviet countries to Germany, new diverse forms of Jewish experience and identity established. The Student Jewish Experience Association, which offers a diverse program for dealing with one's own Jewish affiliation, offered this bag at one of their Pesach festivities. We can say this is a classical object. A person takes the object out of his or her environment, which represents certain values for him. He or she keeps these in order to show them in a new context as a kind of culture-forming factors. So he or she defends himself against the constant change of his or her environment and also against its constant demise. He or she forms an objective memory. The meaning of the object is thus atmosphered and integrated into the present world. Thus, it is never just part of the past, but always part of the present. In museums, it loses its original connection. It is connected with new settings. Preserving memories. This, of course, includes providing orientation, helping people to find their way around the present better, and to prepare for a possible future. So when does an object become a museum object? It has to grow, but we may not have the time when collecting the present. So what do? We set digital strategies. This is how we formulate our digital strategy. Today, museums face the challenge of asserting themselves in society as major memory institutions by presenting the knowledge of the cultural objects they collect on the internet and sharing it with the visitors. It is based on 3 pillars. One is the communication, for example, social media. The second is the education, which means digital offers. Here you can see an app, Invisible Places, that takes users in search of traces in Frankfurt and shows where the memories of Jews coincide with the stories of other migration stories after 45. And last but not least, the research, which means the digitalization of the collection in order to show it in an online collection. We as museums are turning to the digital world, digitizing our material objects and transporting our content into the world of bits and bytes. But we have to ask ourselves more and more, is that enough? Just another communication tool to convey our material-based content? And what do we receive from the digital world? Countless recommendations from the German Association of Museums, or ICOM, for the documentation and storage of collection objects describe the processes involved in preserving the material objects, like contracts, restoration, conservation, and so on. We all deal with the digitization of material objects, but the now digital object is not digital itself. It is a surrogate of the original object. It is a digital twin. We all already know digital objects. We are equally concerned about their security and continuity, and for which we have already developed strategies. The collections of things and their documentation are supplemented by digital things like interview, photo, audio, or video material. This material is often generated in the present with the help of contemporary witnesses, which means that the present itself enters the museum. For our new core exhibition, we have produced eyewitness interview films that address the question, how can you live as a Jew in Germany? This question is still topical today. It opens a debate that has been central since 1945 and will remain so in the future. Each generation asks the question anew and answers it taking into account the respective political circumstances of the time. Personal perspectives and narratives of 20 interviewees on the present and its history come to the fore. Arguments are subjectively pointed, opinionated, and controversial. A good characteristic for a digital object is the question, will it make it into our database? Our film interview material, yes, of course, and this is common practice everywhere. The question arises in connection to the demarcation of the contemporary witness film material from the museum object and from the archive material or a research pool. Our extensive media staging Ask the Rabbi and the permanent exhibition may help us here. In a cafe house atmosphere, visitors can select current questions using a touchpad and watch the answers given by 5 Frankfurt rabbis from different religious backgrounds on a large video installation. The rabbis answer questions about work, everyday Jewish life, the relationship between Jews and non-Jews, gender roles, and the Jewish homeland. The rabbi interview material surely goes beyond the boundaries of a contemporary witness interview. It does not report on a specific period of time, but makes current Jewish ethical topics and positions tangible. It would not fit in the archive or in the thematic research pool. It is a digital object itself. A digital object is defined by the Open Archival Information System as an object composed of a set of bit sequences. There is no materiality. And then came Corona. The Corona pandemic has shown us the partially backward digitization, at least here in Germany, but it also has sped up the awareness of the need for digital collecting. Suddenly, it was necessary to capture as much as possible from this strange pandemic-related present. Some institutions launched digital crowdsourcing calls, for example, the Corona Heath of the University of Hamburg, or the Israeli National Library is also asking for digital submissions that show anything about Jewish and Corona, and they even had a flyer created in German on this purpose. At the beginning of the pandemic a year ago, Miriam Wenzel and I talked on the phone during the lockdown, and Miriam said, "Sara, we have to collect this somehow, otherwise it will be gone." And my reply, "Let's do it." I started collecting on social media and conducted interviews with Jewish officials via Zoom in order to capture what is currently going on in Jewish Frankfurt. And so a digital collection was created very quickly, which we soon published on a blog. I did a quick online coaching for Zoom, and I'm not sure if I've kept it all really well when I can't share my screen again. And then I got started. The number of Zoom interviews grew to 30 within 4 weeks. And we were able to use them just a few months later, namely right now. The internet platform yachad.net provides digital material on Passover and lockdown isolation, such as special Haggadot or Zoom Sedarim, Seder nights. And we have uploaded a short film from our Zoom interviews about the experience of the Seder evenings last year in lockdown. And here you can see a small cutout. The whole film can be seen on our YouTube channel.
Wie haben Sie denn dieses Jahr den Sederabend verbracht?
Sederabende haben die Familie Meyer natürlich, wie glaube ich 99,9% der Familien der Juden weltweit verbracht, nämlich in sich leider, zurückgekehrt im engsten Kreis der Familie, eigentlich das, was uns ganz und gar nicht gefällt. Denn wir öffnen uns gerne, man lädt Freunde ein, man lädt vor allem Familienangehörige ein, um zusammen zu feiern.
Ganz persönlich. Ja, es war schrecklich. Wir hatten uns alle auf Pesach sehr gefreut. Es ist ein wunderschönes Familienfest. Wir kommen zusammen, meine Töchter und meine Enkelkinder aus Israel sollten zu uns kommen und auch Freunde von den Kindern sollten dabei sein. Es war alles schon geplant, aber es sollte anders werden. Wir waren alle alleine, jeder alleine.
War euch ein Gegenstand oder ein Teil der Haggadah oder so dieses Jahr besonders wichtig oder besonders bedeutend?
Ich habe vorgeschlagen, wir lassen ein Gebet weg. Am Anfang des Sederabends sagen wir ja Hulachmu, Hulachma. Man lädt ein, Leute zum Seder, die bedürftig sind, kommen und sitze mit uns und esse. Und weil ja eh keiner kommt, habe ich gesagt, wir dürfen ja gar nicht einladen, können wir das ja streichen und gehen gleich zum Mannisch danach.
Ich würde sagen, prinzipiell hat die neue Situation quasi, bei mir jedenfalls, bei vielen anderen sicherlich auch, noch einmal ins Bewusstsein gerufen, was im Leben wichtig ist und was nicht so wichtig ist.
Also mir war schon die Symbolik sehr wichtig, dass Gott uns aus einer sehr, sehr schwierigen Zeit herausgeleitet hat, aus der Zeit der Sklaverei. Und das fand ich schon als sehr naheliegendes Gleichnis, dass Gott uns natürlich in dieser Situation nicht alleine lassen wird.
These Zoom films are definitely digital objects, at least when it comes to their digital storage. But are they self-speaking objects, or rather belong to the eyewitness interview, which can also be understood from an archival point of view? The attack on the synagogue in Halle on Yom Kippur in 2019 was another reason to collect digitally quickly. Of course, there were many newspaper articles and interviews about it that also found their way into the collection pool. But it was here that I noticed for the first time how important collecting social media is. Many survivors posted their first reactions and thoughts on Facebook and Twitter, and I saved them. Rebecca Blady describes what she experienced, and the young prayer leader for the Yom Kippur service holds up his smartphone just after leaving the synagogue and starts talking. Today, I really experienced what it means to be Jewish, being a Jew in 2019. A video from Facebook shows how the young praying community is taken to the hospital by bus after the Yom Kippur exit, and they are singing.
Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai.
These are impressions that couldn't be more present, and they can only be found on social media platforms. If we want to show our visitors such topics, we have to collect, save, and protect such postings and tweets, just like the material objects or the digital eyewitness interview. This requires technical strategies in turn. How do you save a Facebook post in your database? How do you keep it if Facebook doesn't show it after a while? We still have a few more challenges ahead of us, and I would love to have an exchange on digital collection with colleagues from other museums, so maybe we will manage to have it organized once. I take a very pragmatic view on the connection between object, person, and present. Objects, whether material or digital, report something, including about the present. Digital objects accelerate insights and processes of museum users, although, in my opinion, the majority of the truly digital objects can currently be found on social media. Collecting the present is also collecting social media. It is a simple and inexpensive method of collecting the present. The truly digital object is versatile and can be used quickly. So this is my conclusion. Digital collecting, especially from social media, transports a lot of the present. Social media is or are the now, and they provide Jewish perspectives on everything. And by the way, digital collecting is not only necessary, it can be fun. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sara, for this very interesting speech. And now it's a possibility from the audience to ask questions. And my question is to the regie. Are there already some questions from the audience? If not yet, yes. So there is a first question for Joanne Rosenthal. Those dialogues, did you invent this format or have you taken inspiration from somewhere else?
We didn't take inspiration from anywhere else. We did invent the format. I'd be surprised if we're the first museum to ever do this, but we didn't. We sort of, it came out of a need that we had to somehow distill the sort of creative debates that were going on. And to be honest, the format I wasn't very happy with. I didn't feel that it was, we created it in a very, very short space of time, really in the last few weeks before we went to production. So we didn't have a long time to develop it. It was a very literal interpretation of what we were thinking about. I'd be really, really interested to hear more about other, if anyone knows of other exhibitions that have done similar things. And I'd be happy to talk more about it. I don't want to take up too much time now, but I had a lot of inner, I was very uncertain whether it was a good idea or not. As it turns out, it seemed to be the thing that most visitors noticed about the exhibition and liked and commented on and appreciated. But I'm thinking about refining that model into a slightly more creative, format. But yeah, no, to answer the question straightforwardly, we didn't take the format from anywhere else. Thank you for the question.
Yes, it's very original. I heard at the time from this, and it's like behind the scene. So it's like a format like this. So it's very interesting to include this in an exhibition. And as the Jewish Museum also in 2013 made also an exhibition about Jews and money, and had also this title, Judengeld, eine Vorstellung. So, but we were really in the historical part of the subject and didn't just not focused on the anti-Semitic subject, but enlarged a little bit the subject about this historical view. So
yeah, I wanted to mention your exhibition actually in the presentation, but I thought it would come up because I unfortunately I didn't see it, but I have the wonderful catalogue and it was a very useful resource. Yeah.
Yeah, because at that time we tried to let the people enter by the back side of the museum, so they can, like in the theater, from the backstage to look on the back of the subject. So this was the part of a new part of curating it. Yes, so thank you for this speech. So there is another question to Tamar Lewinsky. How does the section about the ex-Soviet Jewish migrants confront some of the more difficult and problematic aspects of that migration group? Assimilate traditionalism and Russified?
Frankly, it's a small section within the whole narrative, so we can't really focus on the complexity of this group. So, I mean, some of the objects can tell stories connected to this more complex narrative, and so also it's kind of when you go with a guide through the exhibition, there's always a chance to focus on it, but it's not something we really do in the exhibition space. It's just not enough room for this. It would be part of a special exhibition on this topic.
Okay, and I would have a question to you, Tamar, also because of the defining the present. So you told us that you are defining the contemporary from 1945 until today. And what is the strategy to, in 10 years, for example, would you say everything that is now older will be in the historical part or will be still in the present because it will be 90 years old? Do you have a limit in there? Is there a time screen you have for the future? Or how do you dealing with this contemporary after 1945? Because it has to be also going into the future, I think. What is your strategy there?
Well, you mean within the collection?
Yes, within in defining as contemporary, because if you're defining after 1945 in the year 2020, what it will be in 2030, for example. So would it be still 1945, or would you say it will be 1955? Or
we don't know yet. We're just now in the process of redefining like the whole strategy, because we didn't have the time for the last couple of years. We were so involved in creating this new exhibition. So it's really something we're dealing with now. But it's a very interesting question, and I'm always feeling a little bit uneasy with this very long contemporary period. I think it's, in a way, it's too long. But the reason for it is that we just have gaps in the collection. So one of the ideas was to fill in these gaps, and for the years after 1945. But it's not only me collecting this period. It's all my colleagues and my focus will probably shift a little bit more to the present also. But we're really in the process of redefining.
Okay. And there's a question now to Joanne from Emil Schreiber, who is asking, I would be curious what negotiations have taken place to make the exhibition travel and how such talks ended. The blood exhibit seems to have traveled more, which is probably not just COVID. Oh, we don't hear you. Joanne, we don't hear you. I don't hear you, sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Strange, sorry. I think the circumstances of the Jewish Museum London, there have been lots of changes there. There have been all sorts of sort of restructures, and the curatorial output of the museum, to be frank, is not in a place to be managing a large exhibition tour at the moment. Hopefully in the future it will be. I know that a lot of museums were interested in the exhibition. In comparison to the blood exhibition, it has more of a British focus, and I think museums that want to take it might want to sort of tailor it to their narratives. But there's definitely it would. I know that everyone at the museum wanted the exhibition to tour, and unfortunately, it's just I think changes at the museum and now COVID has sort of put that on hold. But I hope in the future it may do.
Yeah, thank you. And there's another question to Joanne from Eva Fromovich. She's asking, follow up to you. Dialogues were brilliant, but why without your own names? So it was written curator, director, so you didn't.
We talked about this, yeah. I mean, you could also argue that the dialogues weren't just taking place between me and the director. You know, there were other people involved, and we had to come up with a format that was immediately accessible. And if we would have put our names, we would have had to explain to people who didn't know us who we were. What was important was the sort of relational, that the relation between the people who were talking, it needed to be immediately understandable. And I mean, one of the things that I was worried about with the format to start off with was that we were asking too much of our visitors, that it was too complicated. There was a lot going on. There was a lot of contemporary art. There was a lot of historical material. There was a lot of text. And to have these interventions was operating on a sort of meta level that was asking too much. So we wanted the format to be as straightforward and clean and immediately understandable as possible. So that's why we didn't put our names.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And there is another question to Tamar from Eva Fromovich. Does the museum offer other spaces to open up difficult questions? I'm thinking of the very different Holocaust memory culture that is found in the Soviet Jewish community.
We offer spaces. I mean, the whole museum is a space of, for discussion. So we really do that. It's less in a collection activities, obviously. It's more in the education department, we have an academia, which is slightly changing now, but it still has this idea of being a platform for exchange on these difficult questions with the communities, with the general public. So we obviously still do that, but we'll do it in the future.
Okay, thank you, Tamar. So from the audience, there are no questions, but I would like to ask a question also. Perhaps to Sara, I would like to ask you, as you told us that you are also searching in the social media about objects or stories for the collection, what would be another space you could think outside these social media as digital spaces? Are there other possibility to get to contemporary stories, to Jewish culture? Could there be something in the future to find something, or perhaps to connect this research in analog, so in real time events to create something digital?
As I mentioned, I think the eyewitness film is a very strong tool to catch present and also to put it on display, to show it. Another one I have to deal with, and I have to find out really how we can solve this in a technical way, is the web pages. This is also very difficult because web pages change, or they aren't there anymore after 1 year. So once put in the database and once connected with the internet, so it's not there anymore. So what are there solutions for that? And we're working on, we have a new colleague in our museum who is an IT expert, and he has a little experience with that already from his former position. So we are trying to figure out, but yeah, I think that's the next challenge. What is another challenge is how to put these pure digital objects, let's say social media posts, on display. And we have a few problems with that because, for example, the Zoom interviews I did during the lockdown, they were done by Zoom, and Zoom is not such a high resolutionary tool. So as you saw already, the quality is not so, it can't be set on a big screen in an exhibition. So we also have to face these problems. But I think there are steps towards. So, for example, I thought of maybe putting once the collection of social media on the topic of the Halle attack. As you saw, these posts and these videos, this immediate one, to put it on display, like in a computer terminal, maybe, where you can just, in a touchpad, you can just search and research around what was going on that day in social media, in Jewish Voices. But I think we have to develop strategies and ideas how to use this digital object, to use these social media for our museum work and for our exhibition work.
Okay, thank you. So one question is also, Joanne, you took the example of this exhibition about Jews and money, and what is all the objects that refer to antisemitism. Were also these objects from your collection? Because there are Jewish museums who have this concept not to collect objects which were anti-Semitic description, even historical objects. So does the Jewish Museum London has also objects or in its collection, or were they loans you have taken for the exhibition?
Thank you. And there was a lot of material from the museum's collection. Probably 75% was from the museum's collection. And it was largely drawn on the historic collection that has been at the museum for many decades. A large percentage from the collection of the Rubens collection of prints and drawings, which was specifically set up to collect depictions and representations of Jews in British society primarily. in terms of their collecting policy today, I'm not sure if they would collect. I mean, I think they would collect anything that they would consider relevant to the British Jewish story today. The material that we had on display that I would say was the most grotesquely, offensively anti-Semitic didn't come from our collection. We had a very, very difficult object from Paris, from a museum in Paris, which was a sculpture of Nathan Mayer Rothschild, imagined almost like a sort of a beast-like figure with money, sort of clutching money bags. And that came from another collection. But the museum does have difficult materials, and we tried to get the balance right and to show what we needed to show and not to show anything more than that, and to show the very difficult things in a way that was sensitive and took into account the problems and the ethics of those sorts of displays. And that was actually one of the subjects of one of the sort of alternative captions that we talked about. Yeah.
Okay, perhaps I can ask this question also to Tamar from Berlin. Are there contemporary objects in your collection which refer also to anti-Semitism, or do you say the policy is not in the Jewish Museum Berlin not to collect those subjects or objects?
That's actually our policy. So we don't collect objects that are anti-Semitic. So which means also if we want to display something that is related to anti-Semitism in Germany, we always try to show it from the Jewish perspective. So to say it's not the anti-Semitic object we collect, but it's the reaction. So to give you an example, when there was this incident in Berlin a couple of years ago, when a young man was hit because he was wearing a kippah. We didn't want to collect the object itself, the kippah, maybe, but there were different demonstrations in Berlin, organized also by the Jewish community. So what we collected were, for example, banners from the protests. And we took photographs of the protests, but that was our focus, so to show the Jewish reaction, not so much the anti-Semitic incident itself.
Okay, so it's very similar to the policy in Frankfurt, I suppose. But Sara, perhaps you can talk about the project on Halle, on this video you made, or the interviews you made with the artist reflecting about what the incident. So it's also the reaction about an action against Jews. So it's on the Jewish perspective. Perhaps you can just describe this concept also from your point.
There was a young woman artist also in the Halle Synagogue. Her name is Taya Feldman, and she was picking her experiences very quick, very immediate, and tried to work in her arts on it. And she produced a video, can be found on our homepage. She produced a video, an art piece, where people all over the world who experienced racism and discrimination quote sentences Halle survivors just mentioned or published short after the attack. And a young Israeli dancer is dancing in this video to this quotations, and Talia did the sort of sound installation in the video itself. So it's a sort of artist dealing with this subject, and we had also a short interview for a blog, and she explains what she experienced, and that for her art is her tool to express what happened. And I think there will be a few more artist pieces we will have in the next years on this topic. And we can see how they deal it and how they work on it. And yeah, it needs to be regarded and depicted. Yeah.
Okay. So there is a last question. I think we are on time now from our colleague Eric Riedel. He is asking, how does collecting contemporary objects, which involves editing and selecting, change the curator's role from historian to historiographer? Perhaps just short, if all three of us, you can just have a short statement. We have 5 minutes left.
As I mentioned before, maybe I start, is the object, and for sure the historical object, needs time to grow. Also Tamar said this. We need time to look at a thing, if this is a museum object or not. What can it tell us? What is it transporting maybe to the visitor? And we need to look at it sort of time. And if we collect the present, maybe that's also your experience, Joe and Tamar, we don't have so much time. So for example, if we want to look at Halle or at Corona, whatever, so we can't let the object grow for years and then decide what to do with it. We have to pick it up quickly. We have to integrate it in our database so we can use it further. So the decisions have to be much more quick. And I think we also should be aware of maybe throwing out an object after 1 or 2 years when we see that it doesn't say so much. It wasn't really a museum's object. So yeah, it's a very flexible process we are in as for collectors of the present. And another example is also the talk and discussion between my colleague Janis Lutz, which is also here with us on the symposium all the time, and me, because he's taking care of the historical collection. And we had to find, as I said before, beginnings. So when, or ending, when is the end of the historical collection? So he's in charge of. And when is the beginning of the present collection? I'm in charge of. So who's taking care of the object? Who is whatever looking after restoration or whatever? So it has very practical questions with it. And we now define for us to try first the 90s, in fact. So the beginning of the former Soviet immigration of Jews to Germany, because that was a really big sign, and it has a very deep impact on the present today still. But I'm sure that we will also discuss in some objects when they are from the 60s or the 40s, and they are still very strong in today. So maybe we might take it in the collection of the present, of contemporary Jewish cultures, and not in the historic. So there is a big flexibility I think we need also in the stuff.
Okay, thank you. So there's a last question for you, Sara, also. When you collect the present, do you encounter some sort of pressure from different organizations trying to push their agenda on how to represent the present?
If I experience that? Or?
Yes, if you encounter already that.
No, not so much, in fact, because maybe, I don't know, if one day something will happen and we will have a discourse on that with an organization, so maybe we have to think about, but till now, we were always in common sense collecting and discussing our subjects and our topics.
Yeah. Okay. So I thank you, all three of you, Sara, Tamar, and Joanne. And yes, it was really interesting to listen to all three of you. And I hope also the audience had a very interesting morning. And yes, I wish to all of you also a very interesting continuing of the symposium and this morning and afternoon. And yes, goodbye and see you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Mein Name ist Jonathan Günther, ich bin freier Mitarbeiter des Jüdischen Museums in Frankfurt und wir befinden uns hier im 3. Stock der Dauerausstellung im Raum zur Gegenwart. Ich stelle euch heute eines meiner Lieblingsexponate aus unserer Dauerausstellung vor und das ist dieser Gebetsschrank. Der mag nicht sehr besonders aussehen, aber hat für mich eine sehr besondere Bedeutung. Dies hat verschiedene Gründe. Zum einen liegt das an dem Ort, an dem sich der Gebetsschrank befand. Das war die Frankfurt Central Chapel. Das war die Kapelle der US-Streitkräfte in deren europäischen Hauptquartier nach dem Zweiten Weltkrieg. Dieses Hauptquartier befand sich dort, wo heute die Goethe-Universität ihren Campus hat und wo während und vor des Zweiten Weltkrieges die IG Farben ihren Konzernsitz hatten. Die IG Farben war ein Konzern, der maßgeblich an der NS-Diktatur mitverdient und profitiert hat. Sie haben mitgewirkt und sich beteiligt an der Ausbeutung und der Ermordung von jüdischen Menschen. Und dass an diesem Ort nach der Shoah ein Ort jüdischen religiösen Lebens wieder entstehen konnte, ist für mich ein besonderes Zeichen des Widerstandes und der Stärke. Ein weiterer Grund, weshalb dieser Gebetsschrank für mich eine besondere Bedeutung hat, ist der interreligiöse Charakter des Schrankes. Ich selbst bin sehr interreligiös sozialisiert worden. Mein Vater ist katholisch, meine Mutter ist jüdisch, ein großer Teil meines persönlichen Umfelds ist muslimisch. Und dieser Schrank eben, der konnte sowohl von christlichen Gläubigen als auch von jüdischen Gläubigen für Gottesdienste verwendet werden. Man konnte nämlich die Türen abhängen und statt dem Davidstern oder jüdischen Gesetzestafeln, die gekrönt waren, auch ein Kruzifix dranhängen und ihn so als Altar für christliche Gottesdienste verwenden. Für mich ist dieser Schrank eben besonders, weil er jüdischen Widerstand und jüdische Stärke verkörpert und Interreligiosität gleichermaßen.
Hallo, mein Name ist Anna Karaminova. Ich bin Kunsthistorikerin und freie Mitarbeiterin im Jüdischen Museum Frankfurt. Ich befinde mich im 2. Stockwerk des neu eröffneten Gebäudes in einem Raum, wo in wechselnder Konstellation Werke zeitgenössischer jüdischer Künstlerinnen und Künstler zu sehen sind. Der heutige individuelle Blick auf die jüdische Tradition und Religion wird hier deutlich und das ist, was mir besonders gut gefällt. Aktuell sind hier neben einer Videoarbeit von Ruth Schreiber 5 Fotografien von Benjamin Reich zu sehen, ein meiner Highlights. 3 Stillleben werden gerahmt von der Darstellung eines jungen, orthodoxen jüdischen Mannes. Während er am Anfang weiß gekleidet frontal in die Kamera schaut, zeigt er am Ende den entblößten Rücken und wirkt, als ob er vor einer Sackgasse stünde. Dabei wird sichtbar den Gebetsriemen, sodass die Frage entsteht, wie ist die Verbindung zwischen menschlicher Figur und Gegenstand, zwischen Religiosität und Körperlichkeit. Auch die Fotografien der Judaiker sind voller Rätsel, denn der Künstler zeigt sie nicht in ihrem traditionellen religiösen Gebrauch. Der Gartel, ein wichtiges Kleidungsstück bei den Chassiden, trennt beim Mann normalerweise den Unterleib vom Oberkörper und setzt somit eine Grenze zwischen den physischen Begierden und das geistliche Leben. Interessant finde ich, dass Benjamin Reich das Kleidungsstück ohne sichtbaren Halt im Raum hängen lässt, und zwar vertikal. Das Schabbatbrot Challah schwebt bei Reich eigenartig im Raum, wie in einem schwarzen Vakuum oder wie in einem Traum. Warum ist das Brot nicht vollständig bedeckt, wie das die Tradition vorschreibt? Warum ist das Tuch beschmutzt von einem Weintropfen? Und warum ist es nur ein Brot statt der überlieferten 2, die Gott dem jüdischen Volk während der 40-jährigen Wanderung täglich gab? Und schließlich der Etrog, die Zitrusfrucht, die beim jüdischen Fest Sukkot eine zentrale Rolle spielt. Warum bespickt der Künstler sie in einem auffälligen Gittermuster mit Nelken? Um koscher zu sein, darf sie nicht Flecken und keine Schnitte aufweisen. Ähnelt sie nicht vielmehr einer Granate? Erinnert der rote, faltige Stoff nicht an Blut? Ich finde es spannend, wie Benjamin Reich die Objekte aus ihrer sakralen, traditionellen Funktion isoliert. Auch finde ich toll, dass sein Kamerafokus eine intime, persönliche Auseinandersetzung mit den Objekten möglich macht. So entstehen auch unterschiedliche Deutungsebenen. Was sehen Sie darin?
So welcome to the second panel this morning. We are still talking about Jewish museums and their relation to the present. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to Emily Bilski, who will give you a short impulse statement. Emily is art historian, independent curator and scholar. She has organized numerous exhibitions in Europe, the US, and Israel, including at the Jewish museums in New York, Munich, Amsterdam, and Berlin. She was awarded the National Jewish Book Award for Berlin Metropolis, Jews and the New Culture, 1898 till 1980 in 1999, and Jewish Women and Their Saloons, The Power of Conversation in 2005. And Emily, I'm looking forward to hear about your initial statement, which is entitled The Colossal Mirror, Jewish Museums, Past and Future.
So thank you very much, Miriam, for the introduction. I want to thank you and your amazing staff, both for the invitation and also for all the incredible organization and communication that we've had over the past, well, actually really more than a year, because we started the discussions a year ago before COVID, thinking about Jewish museums, European Jewish museums specifically. I have to say that the title focusing on transitions could not be more apt, because we have been living through a transformative time this past year, one of huge disruptions in the way we live, work, and interact with friends and family. We have suffered immeasurable loss, and all of this has inspired outpourings of generosity and an explosion of communal and individual creativity. The dust has not yet begun to settle. So here are just some thoughts, and they're in some ways a little bit randomly organized on this contemporary situation and what it might mean for our work in Jewish museums and in European Jewish museums. One of the things that has really happened over the past 12 months is that the relationship that we have between proximity and distance has become incredibly acute. And this dialectic is anyway a very good metaphor for the work of museums. We collect, research, exhibit, tell stories that aim to bring the past into the present for our audiences. But at the same time, we document and collect the present and the past with an eye to the future. And of course, that's a future that we cannot really, we can imagine it, but we don't really know, of course, what will happen. And this idea of collecting for the future is something that I want to stress. I especially want to stress that after following yesterday's fascinating discussions in the symposium, many of which really were very sharp in pointing out a rather bleak future for European Jewry. And I sort of found myself wondering, well, what does that mean in terms of collecting? How do we need to think about that? And it really brought to mind actually the first time that I came to Frankfurt and to the Frankfurt Jewish Museum was to serve as a courier for Frankfurt objects that had belonged to the pre-war Frankfurt Jewish Museum, which through the complicated process of looting and then restitution and the work of the Jewish cultural reconstruction had ended up in the collection of the Jewish Museum in New York, where I was a curator. And I brought those objects physically to the exhibition. When those objects were collected, I don't think people imagined what that situation would be, where they would end up, but they were driven by a mission and by a passion for collecting and researching the Jewish world, their environment. In this case, it wasn't the present, it was the past, but also to some degree the present, without really knowing what the outcome of those objects would be. And certainly, I think all of us who are curators, we stand on the shoulders of all the people who came before us in their collecting and their research. I was really struck, Joanne's wonderful presentation earlier, all the material that she found in her own collection. And certainly, that's been my experience. We ask new questions of what is in our collections, but often when we ask a certain question and we go hunting, in our storerooms or through our databases or our documents and archives, we find things. It's like Dorothy at the end of The Wizard of Oz. You think you're going to need to look very far, and often it's only in the backyard of your own museum. And that is due to the incredible work of our predecessors. And our job now also is to play that role for future generations, wherever those collections end up, I might add. So that's one of the things I think to keep in mind. To go back to this question of proximity and distance, those notions have really been redefined during the past 12 months as we have let colleagues and strangers into our intimate domestic spaces, like this morning, you're seeing me in my attic. And we have also brought the public spaces of museums into our homes via our screens. Everybody who is sitting at home watching today is doing just that. While worldwide audiences have been restricted during lockdowns, no more tourists and only local visitors during the periods when museums were allowed to open their doors, and I'm happy to see that that's true of, in Frankfurt now. Yet the digital transformation was wildly accelerated by necessity, and this opened up a cornucopia of options to engage with collections, online exhibitions, and public programs created by museums all over the world. So European Jewish museums now have the opportunity to reach a very wide global audience. And the question, of course, is what do they want to communicate to that audience? As we heard this morning, the diversity of the Jewish experience and of the European Jewish experience, absolutely, both historically and very much in its contemporary aspect. I would argue that there is a rich vein of material with which to present the most compelling and pressing contemporary issues, ranging from climate change, the refugee crisis, the role of minorities and marginalized populations in our societies, gender and racial discrimination, movements for social and economic justice, and this is not even an exhaustive list, but to look at these issues through the lens of Jewish sources, Jewish objects, Jewish texts, and Jewish history. This relationship between the global and the local has really been determinative for the Jewish world. And it's changed, it's always been important, but it's changed dramatically during the past year. The tension between isolation and connectivity. We saw wonderful examples earlier of documenting interactive, or rather communication across the world for a Seder. We've had 1- and 2-person Seders this past year. Shivas, where there was no physical visitors who could comfort the mourners, and yet coming up with new and creative ways to perform this incredibly important mitzvah within Jewish communal life. So on the one hand, we've had isolation. On the other hand, a dramatic expansion of the idea of a global Jewish community. During this past year, especially for Jews who use technology and on Shabbat and holidays, there was the sense that one's Jewish community is no longer defined by location. So one could go synagogue hopping or shul hopping, not by walking from service to service through a particular neighborhood in one city, but rather bouncing between online services in Jerusalem, London, New York, LA, limited only by one's time zone, I guess, and how much sleep one was prepared to lose. So it's too early to see how this will develop once the pandemic is over, but it has introduced a major change into Jewish communal life, and it is something Jewish museums will be following and documenting. At the same time that the museums themselves are really a part of this new story, and that of course sets up a really interesting tension. So museums have also define themselves in a way as providers of essential services in a year when that term was so important. Museums have jumped in to serve their communities in new ways. They served as food banks and vaccination sites. They donated masks used by art conservators for use as PPE by health workers. They discovered new ways to bring art outside their buildings, to use their facades and their outside spaces when their interior galleries were no longer accessible during lockdown. And I'm sure that that, in addition to making their collections available online and their public programs in all kinds of new and creative ways, will continue once visitors are able to physically re-enter those spaces. What we collect, we heard some wonderful examples earlier, has also expanded. And I'll just bring one example that wasn't brought yet, which is one of my favorites, which was the Museum of London, together with the Museum of Dreams at Canada's Western University, asked Londoners to share their dreams during the pandemic for an exhibition for next year, which this kind of very personal first-person history project helps define, I think, a new kind of what we call a museum object. And all of these issues, all of these questions tie into the very big issue that Jewish museums have been negotiating really since their founding in the last years of the 19th century, and most of them in the early years of the 20th, which is the relationship or dialectic between universalism and particularism. On the one hand, collecting and exhibiting Jewish art and material culture was inspired by a conviction in the power of the physical object to communicate not only aesthetic values, but also aspirations and identity of a people. And maybe the epitome of that expression was found in Martin Buber's address to the Fifth Zionist Congress in 1901, when he articulated the role of art as an agent of spiritual renewal for the Jewish people. This particularism is always in a kind of dialectical relationship with presenting the Jewish experience in a more universal light, not so much specific identity, but what it is that Jews share with all peoples in the way that they organize their communities and how they go through life, basically. I guess one of the ways that this has been expressed most succinctly recently is in the idea that, and I'm quoting, art and Jewish culture together affirming universal values that are shared among people of all faiths and backgrounds, end quote. As Jewish museums show the relationship between the Jewish and the non-Jewish experience and how we relate to one another's stories, how our cultures influence one another, how we meet, we get to recognize our roles in one another's narratives. Georges Bataille described the museum as a colossal mirror, hence the title for this presentation, in which man can, quote, contemplate himself from all sides. We must realize, he wrote, that the halls and objects are but the container where content is formed by the visitors. And that, of course, is our challenge. And like Judaism itself, Jewish museums have had to constantly reinvent themselves, and no doubt they will continue to do so. I want to conclude by going back to the question of collections and of their importance. A couple of brief points. One is in the challenging times that we've been living through, which can be called an age of alternative facts, where the flatness of digital information kind of reduces everything to a kind of similar pixelation. The aura of objects and artifacts, I think, has become ever more important. The question is, of course, do they have the power to counter false narratives? I was interested to read an interview a few weeks ago with Marty Baron, the outgoing editor of the Washington Post, who discussed the challenges to democracy, and I'm quoting him, the inability of a large segment of the population to distinguish fact from fiction. These proliferations of conspiracy theories, falsehoods, of course, we've seen also, we saw in Joanne's presentation, a source of anti-Semitism, presents a big challenge, quote, how to communicate in a way that engenders trust, end quote. And I think that's a challenge for all of us. And interestingly enough, Marty Baron mentioned as one strategy for combating these false narratives, showing more original documents, which is something that he did in his newspaper. And of course, that is at the actual, at the absolute crux and heart of what we do in museums. So finally, what are the, we heard some of the amazing online documentation that museums are undergoing. And I wanted to expand on that. I don't want to repeat any of that. The examples in Sara and Tamar's presentation, but just to suggest a few other ways to look at it, and specifically in the ways that artists are interpreting these events. Some are practical, for example, face masks. Artist Hannah Cromer designed face masks with imagery from the weekly Torah portion for her grandchild's bar mitzvah, a practical thing that had to give the worshipers at the synagogue. Ken Goldman has created a face mask with imagery derived from an amulet created to protect Jewish citizens residents of Sfat from the plagues that erupted regularly in the land of Israel. How are artists processing their experiencing? At the moment, I'm following a project being created by three artists, three women who live in three different continents: Andy Arnovitz in Jerusalem, Lynn Abadenka in Detroit, and Mirta Kupfermans in Buenos Aires, who are creating a collaborative artist book It's a work inspired by the collective experiences of loss and isolation that have characterized a year of lockdown, accompanied by new modes of virtual global connection. So the project is being developed via Zoom and WhatsApp and exchange of files. But they've explored reconceived notions of personal space, civic space, and our relation to a wider community through a Jewish lens, incorporating Jewish concepts and motifs, definitions of community as they are refracted through Jewish ideas and imagery. And some of those include the notion of 4 cubits, the idea of the Eruv, and the Jewish book. And finally, this has been a global pandemic, and the experiences of loss, grief, and isolation will leave their marks. We're now in the middle of it, and we're sort of collecting it and thinking it and trying to catch our breath. But at some point, things will ease up, but we will still be left with this loss. And culture has a role in providing solace and helping in a kind of healing. And one of the things I think happens in that context is that works of art reveal themselves in new ways as our circumstances change and as we go through the transitions of the title of this symposium. And this brought home to me very strongly an encounter of a work of art, and here I will conclude, which is currently on view at the Frankfurt Jewish Museum in the exhibition, The Female Side of God. It's a work of video art entitled Rebirth, made in 2009 by artist Raida Adon. She takes the visitor, the viewer, on a journey, both physical and spiritual, from dark interiors to open skies and sea. It expresses the grief of death and the joy of rebirth. Now, I first saw this work shortly after it was made, and it was very striking and powerful. But I saw it again thanks to the invitation of Eva Adlan and Miriam Wenzel to write a short text for the catalog of the exhibition currently on view. And I have to say, I saw it in a completely new way, not let's say new, but with new nuances. Because the artist, the work is in the exhibition because the artist places herself as a kind of Jesus figure within a Pietas scene. And she draws on a specific work of art from 15th century France. And in doing so, she demonstrates how art and traditional iconography can be transformed in meaningful ways and to help us understand the world and our experience in it. The work of art attests to the comfort that art can offer and its power to promote reflection and healing in times of pain and loss. And I think this is another role and another task that we will set ourselves in the years to come in our collecting and exhibiting and interpreting of objects and collections and in our interaction and communication with our broader publics. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much, Emily, also for referring to our current changing exhibition, which we don't really know if it will be open tomorrow, which I hope. We managed to open 11 days ago.
Everybody should run to see it.
Thank you so much. It's very interesting for me that you came up with this question of proximity and distance, because that's exactly what I was thinking about this morning while listening to Joanne, Tamar, and Sara, and I think this is really a crucial question in the approach of Jewish museums in general, but particularly when it comes to the present. Proximity and distance. I mean, it used to be that you say you can't address the question because you don't have the distance to reflect on it in an appropriate way. And I think this relates to the whole question of who are we vis-a-vis, as a museum, vis-a-vis the present. Are we agents of the present? Do we have an agency of change in contemporary society? Or are we documenting the present for a future historian to write a history of the present? And I think it's a very, very crucial question in our self-understanding as a museum. and also in the way, not only how we collect, but also how we do exhibitions. I would like to invite my colleagues who are not visible yet to become visible. It's the Zsuzsanna Turoni. She's the director of the Hungarian Jewish Museum and Archives in Budapest. It's Professor Emil Schreiber. He is director of the Jewish Cultural Quarter and currently the president of the Association of the Jewish Museums. And it's Dr. Hanno Löwy, who's director of the Jewish Museum Hohenems and the former president of the Association of European Jewish Museum. And because I was mentioning the title, I should say that Zsuzsanna Turoni is a doctor as well. So the three of you, I would like you to put on your cameras so that we have the chance to start discussing together. And I would like to ask you if you have a comment, first of all, if you have a comment to the impulse statement by Emily. No comments?
Well, maybe I take the stage and we're just waiting for you to call out the name, I think. Thank you, Miriam.
I see.
I think if I listen to Emily very carefully, what I hear is what I notice also in my everyday life, which is that we're not only dealing with transition, but also with the concept of tension. Everything that you describe is a tension between traditional content and our, let's say, modernity and what today's society expects us to do. It's a tension between, especially in the future, between digital production and live production. It's a tension between our traditional safety as a Jewish institution and I would say, the lack of safety in the public realm that we have as a Jewish museum. It's a tension between what our audience expects from us and what our staff wants to make. I feel that half of my staff, and it's connected to age in a way, are less interested in modernity than the other half of my staff, who are typically younger. I mean, it's a generalization, but it's something that is going on. And there's the tension on our identities. Who are we? What does it mean? And that is one of the questions that Miriam posed us in advance of the discussion. How do we define the Jewish in our Jewish identity? So these are tensions that I feel, and I think that we're dealing with them every day. That's my comment to Emily. Mm-hmm. A lot more to say there.
Shusha and Hanno, you want to comment as well, or shall we proceed?
Yeah, there was one aspect, Emily, that you mentioned, actually two problems you brought together that struck me, and that is that this whole pandemic situation that we went through for 1 year brought together two things that are quite essential for us as a museum. And that is presence, not present, but presence. And the question how facts are deteriorating into fiction by this online experience of flatness, that everything is the same. If it's true or wrong, if it's fact or fiction, everything is essentially on the screen the same. And I think it's not only the spread of fear that encourages so many people to get into conspiracy theories, but it's also this problem. And I mean, even if we learn that as a museum, and particularly as Jewish museums, which mostly have some kind of international audience, can also profit from these online formats by just coming together more easily and having discussions with people sitting in Jerusalem, Ramallah, New York, Zurich, and Amsterdam. The essential aspect of to assemble around an object and to discuss its meaning, which is essentially what people in the museum do, is more precious than ever. And I think it's important also to establish facts, which is not just we know the facts and we tell it to the people, but it's exactly this assembly of people around an object arguing about what does it mean, which establishes facts that we can trust into. And so I think the interesting thing, the challenge for us will be how, if there is a chance to connect this essential quality that we have as a social space in which some kind of trust is created with this international communication that we have online and the possibility to connect people not only in the physical space to assemble around an object, but also in a virtual space. And this is something, I mean, Zsuzsa knows that we already discussed one project that would have maybe paved a way to one idea to do that. But I think this is one of the essential challenges that we will have after the pandemic will be eased and we have a chance to assemble around an object again.
Mm-hmm. Zsuzsa, you would like to comment as well?
Just one word for you, but I have to thank Emily because it was a brilliant collection of ideas. But you asked about our potential agency role for the objects and for the future. And yes, we are, I guess, because we have to select what to preserve. It's much more complicated today to preserve and collect the digital born content than it was ever before, because handling a three-dimensional object, it's a very easy thing compared to the digital born content and the preservation and the long-term preservation and the selection. And we have to think also about how to preserve and what to transmit for the future generations with these dilemmas about the facts and the fiction. So I think we have a crucial role in this period about the preservation.
It's interesting, your perspective on agency, because in the discourse, at least I would say in Germany, and particularly not about Jewish museums, but about ethnographic museums, agency is combined with kind of activism, or with acts of restitutions and with acts of taking a stand to decolonize society or taking a stand against racism. And I think the question of taking a stand against antisemitism is a question that matters for us. So to differentiate between the agency as you're describing it and as a form of taking a decision on what we want to preserve for the future, and the agency of an activist agency, which, play an active role in society, there is a difference, I think. And I think this difference might matter for our next short round, because I ask you to introduce you and your institution, because you have very different institutions that you are leading, to define for yourself and your institution how you are addressing and reflecting the present. Emil, you would like to start?
Why not? Why not? Mm-hmm. So I will. Thank you, Miriam. I decided what I will not speak about after hearing this morning's lectures, which is about the Children's Museum and modernizing it with VR and everything. It's our Corona collection that we have, of course, also in cooperation with the Amsterdam Museum, National Holocaust Museum, developing with a section on today's events and on the impact of the Holocaust on contemporary society. An exhibition on looted art and restitution issues that Miriam referred to with the Rijksmuseum. The Portuguese Synagogue, which is really a living community having to deal with a museum that runs a museum facility. But I will speak about what we do in the Jewish Museum, which is, I would call, facilitating diverse voices. It's about facilitating. So I've organized a committee within my staff of people of three, I would say, middle, in the midst of the organization, one curator, one content creator, and then a person responsible for development, to come up with a set of advices to the board, to the directors, on diversity and inclusion, and on diversity and inclusivity. How do we organize that? So in order for my staff to come up from within the organization, bottom up, so to speak. It's about training, it's about language, it's about programming, it's about everything. We see agency as a stronger presence in the press within all the discussions that we have. I myself publish extensively in the Dutch press on such topics as anti-Semitism, commemoration of the Holocaust and everything. And we also give agency to curators, through curated interventions, to Israeli artists who have given up their Israeli nationality. Gila Motti will present in our museum within a couple of months. We have an event program, and we will be organizing Are Jews White, which is we'll be opening it as soon as our museum opens, a project in which we will discuss the position of the Jews within the diversity discussion and within the discussions on contemporary racism, and why is anti-Semitism so often absent or even pushed outside the discussions on racism. I've invited the journalist who wrote on this topic to be our guest curator for this. He made a team of Jews of color, of Jews of all kinds of identities, and make this exhibition for us in conversation with myself. So I'm conversing with them. We're discussing what we can show and what we cannot show. We've interviewed 9 people, Jews and non-Jews, colored and white, left and right wing, different sexual orientations, and they speak about such topics as, is there too much interest for the Holocaust and not enough for slavery, for example? Or are the Jews perpetrators in Gaza, and does that give them a particular role in keeping their mouth shut now in contemporary discussions? And we give voice to all these people. We also have traditional exhibition panels where we show all kinds of basically the basic information that you would have, a lot of photographs that we would typically not show of all the materials that Joanne also suggested. We have an epilogue by the chief guest curator who basically reads his article, and we have events such as Strange Bedfellows, Jews of Color, and Katie Coty, which is about the slavery, the commemoration of slavery.
Thank you, Emil. May I remind you of the time frame that we agreed on? I assume that was you were now describing the upcoming exhibition, Are Jews White? Is that right? Yes. Okay. So, Shusha, I'd be interested in your perspective on this question.
So my perspective is a little bit different because our institution is an archive and a museum together. So the archive has to collect everything, which is every letters and everything, every records of the community, of course, even the digital born and the contemporary correspondence. So this is one side, and it is not so hard to decide what to preserve because this is defined by law. But on the other side, we have to reflect to the present, and we started the crowdsourcing ephemera, digital ephemera at the beginning of the pandemic, because it was planned only 2 or 3 weeks. So finally we are closed for a year, and you have to know that our museum is now maybe the oldest Jewish museum still working from the foundation, and this is the longest period that we are closed today, because not even during the Holocaust was it closed longer. So it is very hard to survive this period, but we changed our role back to the community. So we were a very well-visited museum before the pandemic. It was the most visited museum in the country. And now we are closed, and we can communicate with our source community only via social media or the online presence. And we restart to be an important role inside the community as an online Bikur Holim, for example, because we have to serve our community, and we have to be an important factor or agent to heal our community and to maintain the identity of all of those who are closed alone at home. So I think our role is absolutely changed. So we have to use our collection, our art, and our knowledge and our heritage to help the Jewish community to survive.
Interesting. Hanno, how do you describe the relation of, or how is your institution in Hohenems addressing, reflecting the present?
The basic principle of what we do, I think, is encouraging people to stand ambivalence and to make it productive. I think this is a very old principle in Judaism, as even understanding Hebrew words without vowels is a very ambivalent thing. But the whole history and moreover the whole Jewish mythology is at the same time a story of mankind, and made a story of mankind not by Jews but by two other big monotheistic religions. So the whole role any Jewish museum is playing, if it will or not, a kind of ambivalence between being a museum of even for Jews, or a museum not only for but also of the fantasies of all others. And to work with that in a productive way, I think is the biggest challenge of everything we do, dealing with Jewish presence. And I just wanted to share one image with you in an exhibition that we did years ago, titled "Everything You Always Wanted to Know About Jews," but were afraid to ask. And one of the installations in this show was a kind of an interactive that puzzled people the most, and that was this. Oh, I can't share.
Yes, I think we were not prepared to let you share, Hanno.
No problem, no problem. I can share.
Maybe you can describe the image.
It was a panel simply asking people, is it allowed to say Jew? And there was a microphone, and there was a kind of manual how to do it. Say the word, wait 5 seconds, listen. Does it sound as you meant it? So people were speaking, if they dare, they were speaking the word into the microphone, and it took 5 seconds, and they heard themselves saying Jew. And the whole exhibition was creating one after the other these kind of ambivalent, even awkward situations for the visitors to cope with questions that were their questions, because the exhibition was presenting 22 questions that we had collected as the favorite questions visitors asked our guides aside of the guided tour. So when they were alone with the guide, I wanted to ask you something. Why are always the Jews persecuted? Why are Jews circumcised? Why this, why that? And we collected with a bit of study, not only in our own museum, but in other museums too, what are the questions people ask and don't dare to ask at the same time. So that was a way to present the principle, even not only to do an exhibition, but also to reflect upon the way how we want to address people by being a mirror for their own questions and to give them material to discuss that in a more productive way. And we are doing that now with an exhibition about the last Europeans, which also comes to our visitors as a question: who are those last Europeans? And are we the last Europeans? Are the Jews the last Europeans? Are we as Jewish visitors or non-Jewish visitors are the last Europeans? And we discussed the role of Jews in the upcoming of Europe, in the development of Europe as an idea and then as a political reality, but also all the questions that hunt us today about the future of this project. And the role Jews play in this history is an ambivalent role. Now Jews are not only the scapegoats for nationalists, but they are also the role model for nationalists, which is a quite substantial change in the political discourse that we experience today. And this is a very uncomfortable question that we also pose for Jewish museums.
Thank you, Hanno. I think what was really striking now, particularly because Shusha was answering the question first, that the aim of the museum in the pandemic has to do with healing for the community, and whereas you are more addressing questions, I assume, to a non-Jewish audience that have to do with themselves and their own stereotypes and perception. So I would like to ask all of you. It's also part of my experience of the last days since we reopened, and people could visit our exhibitions. And the exhibition, The Female Side of God, was already mentioned, which was, by the way, a cooperation with the Jewish Museum Hohenems, where it was seen first. I really felt, again, this is what we are there for. We are there for our visitors. We are three-dimensional spaces, and we offer encounters, physical encounters between objects and people, and that makes us meaningful. That was my feeling the past days, and since we were, this meaning was taken off from us in the pandemic, I really think we need to, or we had to rethink what makes us meaningful, and what makes us meaningful for whom. So I'd like to ask all of you again, for whom are we doing what we are doing? For whom are we there for? What is your relation to community? How did you strengthen it in the past month? And yes, that's my question. Maybe Emil, you'd like to start?
Yeah, maybe if I have the first word every time, I'll keep it short. Don't worry. Now, one of the things that I noted, I think there's two things very important. One is, I think that if we talk about this from a European perspective, and with two chairs of the Association of European Jewish Museums, it makes sense to discuss it from the European perspective. The Western European perspective is very different from the Eastern European perspective. So I can speak one of my everyday problems is really how I deal with the issue of diversity, and how I deal with racism, with contemporary racism. And I have to take this kind of agency in the public realm, and I'm also not endangered by doing so. I think that is different in the Eastern European realm. That's point one. The other thing is, one thing I noticed in all the discussions, including Emily's, is that I may have a slightly different opinion on the phase in which we are now. We are in a crisis, but for me, responding directly to Miriam, for me, the real thing that we're in the intermediate phase. So this is a transition, but it's also an intermediate phase, because I cannot wait to welcome my visitors again. This is a long intermediate stage. It will change a lot of things that we do, but the aura of the original, to quote Benjamin, Walter Benjamin, the idea that people come into the museum to face an object that is original, to experience an original object or an original installation or whatever we do, that is the core of what we're doing. And I am not at ease in saying that everything will change into half digital, half physical. I don't know where we're heading at the moment. This is a question that I want to throw on the table as well. To what extent don't we over-interpret the last year once our society is back open again? I don't have an answer. I'm just posing the question. I'm not sure if it's the right question even, but I'm proposing it anyhow.
Hanno, maybe you would like to answer first. Whom are you there for? For whom do you do your work?
Yeah, first of all, there's a very stupid answer to the question, who's your audience? And that is everybody. And well, there's an essence in everybody, because only, I think as a social space, a museum is working best the more diverse its audience is, diverse in all directions. And Miriam, sometimes my impression is that Jewish visitors who come to our museums are most equipped with stereotypes, sometimes even more than our non-Jewish visitors. So carrying around stereotypes, even stereotypes about Jews, is is not special for non-Jews. And being kind of the Jewish Museum for Eastern Switzerland, including Zurich as well, at least if we talk about the audience coming to the museum. There's an interesting Jewish audience of the museum as well that is Swiss, which is a very particular subject to discuss more, maybe with Tamar, she knows. And the interesting thing about the diversity is in our region, the diversity is mostly Muslim. If it's an ethnic or religious or a diversity of origin. And one of the audiences we just try to improve our outreach is actually the Muslim communities by starting a project of more carefully developing educational programs for people working with and in Muslim communities. But it's also a community museum with a very special community that is the community of descendants of Jews from O&Ms living somewhere in the world, which means from Australia to California, and regularly communicating with the museum and really having an opinion about what we do, which means also that they discuss things with us and are present online for many years already. So one of the most important things the museum is working with is not new to us, even if the pandemic made it more visible. And the mission of the museum is to bring most diverse audiences into a meaningful conversation. Mm-hmm. And objects and presenting material culture and artworks, but also just material culture as we preserve it in a museum, is one of the most interesting ways to bring people to communicate with each other. Mm. And so that is at the core of our mission. And to bring people into a position where they can reflect their own stereotypes about their own identities and about the identities of others, and to question these stereotypes. I think this is at the core of our mission.
Shusha, what would you say, like, not only about now, but also about the possible future and the time before the pandemic? I mean, about your audience and your community relation.
Yeah, our position is absolutely different because our museum was funded and maintained by the Jewish community, and it still belongs to the Federation of Hungarian Jewish Communities. And in Budapest, we have a relatively large Jewish community, whatever it means, because half of it, or only a few % who recognize themselves as a Jew or belong to the community. But there are a large crowd who, in a way, relates somehow to Judaism. So it is, many different ways. And in our country, we don't have any other ethnic minority present in the society. And our politics, so our main aim is always to speak about the social values, about the civil society. So it's absolutely different than in Western Europe. So it's why when this pandemic started, our main aim was to turn back to our community, because it was a well-visited museum. It was relatively expensive. So most of our donors, because it was the whole collection was acquired by persons and communities and families living around the museum. So all of our objects relates to families in the country or abroad, because the immigration was very large. And now we are trying to build back the bridges between the family heritage, the personal heritage, the community heritage, and the present. Because it was the Holocaust, it was the long period of the so-called socialist period, when it was almost impossible to speak about ethnic or religious minorities. So now we recognize that even when the first pandemic and the first lockdown started, everyone around us started to research the family history. So we have a family research center in the archive, and we got endless questions about documents, papers, stories, and somehow we decided to have this crowd to come back and to recognize themselves as part of the society and to build up somehow a diverse society. So we have to recognize the diversity in the Hungarian society, and this is our aim to have this process and to publish as much resources as possible and to have the audience to be connected with us and through us with a normal society, which is a diverse, multilingual, multi-ethnic, multicultural society, which is absolutely out of the mainstream Hungarian culture today.
So you'd say it's part of your mission to strengthen the community and get a sense of its heritage and strengthen the connection to the non-Jewish world between this yeah. Right? Yeah. I was wondering, Emily, this approach resonates for me, might be the approach of a lot of Jewish museums in the US as well. Would you agree to that? I think there is a big difference in the audience and the relation to the Jewish community in most of the Jewish museums in the US and in Europe.
Well, the Jewish museums in the US are also incredibly diverse because they range from large museums that are relatively well funded, like the Jewish Museum in New York with a very impressive collection and a large staff and a long history, which sees itself as, a museum within the larger cultural landscape of New York and really addresses itself to that audience, to a very broad audience. And then there are many smaller, more community Jewish museums and Jewish museums that are based in synagogues and Jewish community centers. There are many, many Holocaust museums. I mean, it's such a diverse, if you look at the membership of CAJM, which is the organization in the US for Jewish museums, it's very diverse. One thing, though, that I would say, which connects with your question, Miriam, is that certainly there was a period in the late 80s and 90s when there was a huge anxiety in the American Jewish community about assimilation, intermarriage, that people were constantly bringing up these statistics about how Jews were leaving the Jewish community, and especially vis-a-vis religion. And people came to this idea that basically what would kind of save American Jewry was a cultural approach. And that places like Jewish museums were kind of safe spaces where people could encounter Jewish culture and places that could strengthen Jewish identity without relying too much on religion. Like so many of these things, I don't know whether there was ever any kind of adequate research to figure out whether it was effective or not in terms of dealing with those questions. And I think that's always something that we, have to ask ourselves. But certainly that was an aspect of the outreach of American Jewish museums. But like everything else, it's constantly a moving goal, and museums are agile. They need to be. They need to respond to changing situations. But certainly in many communities, there's no question that a primary audience, and certainly an audience that's very vested and invested in what the museum does, is the Jewish community. They're not I wouldn't say they're sort of like passive visitors. You know, you would hear from them if there was something that they didn't like. They were very critical in a good way, I think, because they felt it was sort of their institution, and so they had a voice, and they used that voice.
It's interesting that you are mentioning this kind of turn in the 80s or development of the 80s, because that was something that was very important for our panel yesterday. The first panel, and this space by Diane Pinto, who was speaking yesterday, is kind of described as the Jewish space, and Jewish museums being part of that space, opening up a kind of a cultural approach towards Jewish history and identity issues, not necessarily related to religious question. So that leads me to my next question to all four of you. How do you define the word Jewish in the title of your institution? Shusha, maybe you'd like to start.
It's very complex because it is not only a subject, but as we are a Jewish community institution, so for us it's an everyday presence, the term Jewish, because we have to work according the museum regulations as well as according some halachic rules. So, for example, we are closed on Shabbat and every Jewish holidays, and so we are trying to use this frame, because, for example, we are starting all of our museum tour guide that when entering the Jewish museum space, you are also entering to the museum, to the Jewish time. So let's start with the date. And we are always trying to harmonize somehow with the museum code of ethics and the halachic rules. And it's sometimes it's very interesting. So in a couple of weeks ago, we had a very interesting discussion with two rabbis about why we have to be closed on Shabbat and what are the possibilities to be open, how to keep it open, like in the Jewish Museum New York, which is open on Shabbat without using electricity. So I think it's very important to make a better position for the Jewish museum in the Jewish life, in the Jewish contemporary life, and our aim is still to serve as a gate, with a cultural gate to the community, to the connectedness, because our position is absolutely different, because it is a different social history, different geographic environment. So everything is different. So it's not, we can't speak with the terms of the Western European culture terms, because this is a poor East European Balkanic country without this nice social environment. So I think we have to serve as a torch to enlighten the society with the Jewish, using the Jewish values and Jewish society background. So it's absolutely different.
But I have a question particularly to you that relates, because I mean you are part of the campus of this beautiful Reform synagogue, and Hungarian Jewry, as far as I know, is at least in large parts Reform or very secular. So I'm wondering, that's a discussion that is going on in Germany because of the influx of the Jews from the Soviet Union countries. There's been a lot of patrilineal people that feel belonging, but are not belonging due to the halachic law, and so they wouldn't belong to the community, but they are part of this Jewish space realm. Are they part of your community and your understanding of community?
Definitely. This is why the community could maintain the Jewish museum, because the Hungarian Jewry is very diverse. So the most ultra-Orthodox neighborhoods in Jerusalem are funded by Hungarian Jews, and the Dohány Street Synagogue, which is not Reform in terms of the Western European Reform, it is a special Hungarian term called neolog, which is closer to the conservative than the reform. So it's very diverse. And again, we are over a 70 years period when speaking about Judaism was almost not impossible, but not welcomed. And it's why we have to reintroduce the Jewish elements back to the society, not only for the Jews or Jews with patrilineal descent or Jews with at least one or grandparents. So I don't think about Judaism as a DNA defined thing. It is a cultural circle for us, and everyone could participate, everyone who is interested in. So we don't have to count who is a Jew and how he or she is Jewish. So this is an important element in the Hungarian society. So if you see Budapest, half of it was built up by Jewish entrepreneurs. Half of our literature was written by authors with Jewish origin, or so everything. And it is not present in our cultural understanding. And we have to reintroduce the meaning of Jewish elements back to the Hungarian society, and to have the Hungarian society recognize that this is a multicultural society per definition. And we don't have to speak about pure Hungarians. And so this is, this contemporary political discussions about with this right-wing, very nationalistic approach of Hungarian culture. So it's absolutely much more interesting culture than it is broadcasted today.
Mm-hmm. Emil, I'd like to ask you, I mean, your museum is called Jewish Historical Museum. So are you a Jewish museum, or are you a museum about Jewish history?
Well, you take away my introduction, because one of the things that I want to say is that we are in the midst of reconsidering the naming, because historical no longer covers what we're doing. And I've objected for a long time, what we're doing as well. And I have objected for a long time to dropping historical from our title, because I felt that Jewish Museum felt more denominational than Jewish Historical Museum, which was, and we're certainly not the museum of the Jewish community. But picking up on what Emily said, and also about what Soussan said about the role within the Jewish community, we have the former chair of my board, and our boards are not as powerful as the American boards, but they're still very powerful. The former chair of my board left. I conducted an interview with him for our magazine and asked him about what was his important, what constituted the importance of the Jewish Museum for him. And he said, it's a Jewish space where I feel safe and where religion doesn't play a role. So this was 4 months ago that I conducted that interview. So it's still actually pretty actual. But the truth is that our definition, our self-definition as a Jewish museum is interesting, because we are state funded. The large majority of our private donorship is Jewish, and we have considerable private donorship, but our existence depends on the state funding that we get. More than half of the foundations that we take our money from are non-Jewish foundations that are just supporting culture in the Netherlands. More than half of our audience are not Jewish. And at the same time, we feel that the Jewish community of the Netherlands and Jews from outside the Netherlands should feel at home. So it's another kind of tension. How do you define so how do you become the open space that Hanno advocates, which I believe in? I mean, the more the diverser it gets, the better. This is what museums are all about. But so we have a Jewish self-confidence, but there's also tension on the staff level. That's the last thing I will say about on the staff level, which I mentioned, because many non-Jewish members of staff, and we have 100, and more than half of them are not Jewish, feel want to be part of the identity of the museum, and if you identify as a Jewish organization, they feel they feel more difficult to attach to the identity. So it's a very difficult thing that is going on there. And the one way I put it in another interview, which I was interviewed, I told someone, we are with one leg inside the Jewish community and one leg outside the Jewish community, and I cherish that position, and which is probably why I will drop historical.
Well, Hanno, in your case, the Jewish community of Hohenems hardly exists anymore, apart from you, but there is the community of the emigres and of the immigrants that you refer to, as you said. So I'm wondering, I mean, the Jewish Museum of Hohenems, how does it define Jewish?
I mean, as always, things are more complicated. Yesterday, I was in Vienna, and stepping through the Graben, I met the second Jew of Hohenems, who's actually now living in Vienna, and came from Poland, maybe through Israel, but he made it to Hohenems 15 years ago to work at the hospital, and then left, I don't know where, and now he ended up in Vienna. No, but it's aside of that, all the visitors, not all, but many of the visitors coming to the museums always ask, is there still a Jewish community here? And I mean, here in Hohenems. The answer is yes. It's not a community of Hohenems, but it's the community of Vorarlberg and Tyrol. And yes, it's very little, but it's bigger than 1936. Because when the Nazis came to power in Austria, the Jews already had left Hohenems. And mostly because of all sorts of reasons you could have to migrate to bigger places and to other countries, etc., etc. So on Friday, the kosher meals for Pesach will be distributed on the desk, at the desk of the Jewish Museum to the Yidden in Vorarlberg. But the crucial point is that in one way or the other, the museum is the conjunction of two complete different trajectories. And one is the kind of phantom pain of the Hohenemsers living here today who miss the Jews. And the other, and I think in the end, more crucial factor for the well-being of the museum is this community of descendants who are, for a big part, no Jews in any denominational sense anymore, but they are still part of Jewish families, consider themselves as Jewish families, not only not being religious, but being Catholics, Protestants, some are Muslims even, or Buddhists, whatever, but they are still part of Jewish families. And even when they converted to Catholicism or Protestantism in Switzerland, they married between each other. And the hard question was how to marry between Catholic and Protestants, but all being Jewish families. And so that's a bit of a different story, but it's maybe in one way or the other also a bit of similar to Budapest, where you all have, where I also have a lot of friends who came from families where the parents told each other, by the way, we are Jewish. Yeah, we know. When the kids married. So there's a lot of different Jewish Maronic stories in Europe. And these Jewish, non-Jewish families from Hohenems live all over the world, and the museum is their meaningful place. Their archive, their collection, their genealogy. And so they give a lot of energy into the process, even if the money comes from the state and the city and the state and the local, the regional state, and a lot of Swiss Jews and their foundations. So it's also a very mixed structure of financial interests. But these mixture of financial interests define our mission also. It's a meeting place, and it's a meeting place where at least Jews can meet non-Jews and the other way around on kind of eye level, which is not the same in the rest of the society, as Jews are a tiny minority in all of Austria. So that's the point.
Emily, I'd like to ask you, as the person who was observing Jewish museums in the US, in Europe, in Israel, as you see, how we define Jewish in our title is very different, and it matters differently for the work we do. Do you think we need to define and come up with a precise answer? Or is the definition of Jewish, being Jewish, what we mean when we say Jewish, as transitional as the whole life we are living? What do you say?
So I would say absolutely, the less defined, the better. You know, just generally, and I think what we just heard, you know, my three colleagues say points that up. There, you know, three people, three opinions in a way, and I think you would ask anybody else who works in other Jewish museums or Israeli museums, and you'd hear something different. And that's in a way, you know, the colossal mirror that Bataille was talking about. He's talking about museums in general, but in a way that is or the function of Jewish museums. I mean, we present, I hope, we present a platform, an environment, a space, whatever we want to call it, where people can see themselves or find themselves. And of course, that's people who are Jewish. We also want non-Jewish visitors to find themselves in some way, to connect, to find an aspect that speaks to their own experience, whether it's their own specific families or something else. That's the most I think that we hope for when we do anything in our work. That people have that connection, and being Jewish, as we also just heard, is incredibly fluid. And I think that it's like so many things in Jewish museums and museums in general, is that really our job is to ask questions, to be curious, and to ask good questions, and to encourage our audiences to ask good questions. So I would think the last thing you'd ever want to do in a way is to say, this is the answer, you know, because then sort of why bother in a way.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That would have been a fabulous last word, but I realize now there's a question from the audience. My monitor was off. And so I'm trying to give those questions to all of you. And could you please transfer it so that I can read them? I can't read them at the moment. Yes? Okay. So the first question I got is from my deputy director, Werner Hanak. Thinking of yesterday's perspectives on the Jewish diaspora, what is the most important to do for a Jewish museum in the presence, for the presence of the Jewish diaspora in Europe? Okay, we are collecting now, and then we do a final round to sum up. So I repeat once again, thinking of yesterday's perspective on the Jewish diaspora, what is the most important to do for a Jewish museum in the presence, for the presence of the Jewish diaspora in Europe? Next question, please. Could you please navigate to the next question? I can't see it. I can't see the next question. Okay. Okay, well, but there is a general question to another one. How do the speakers think the respective contexts make it different to what it means to work or to refer to the present as a Jewish museum? To collect the present, to exhibit the present. So these are the two questions from our audience?
Maybe I will just start referring
Yes, Emil.
referring to we're all worried about the time also. Referring to Werner's question, I think that one of the important things for museums is to continue to define our own role within society. So I strongly believe in the concept of what I call curated interventions into societal turmoil. So if there is a certain theme like anti-Semitism or like whatever we think we should address, we should also define why we feel that we have a voice in this, and that we should stay close to our missions. And our missions are different per country, which brings me to the second question. Yes, there are enormous differences in context. I mean, the situation in the Germanic countries, Austria, led to a lesser degree Switzerland, certainly Germany, Jewish museums have become the center of a political debate. I've managed to stay out of that largely, but because we're the only Jewish museum in the Netherlands, that makes a difference as well. And we have a different political climate, and we have a different Jewish history, which is not necessarily nice, but we have a different Jewish history. And the situation, as I mentioned already, is totally different in each and every Eastern European country, and in England. And there's pressure from local Jewish communities, there's pressure from national governments, there's pressure from local governments, there's pressure from the press, there's pressure from the Jewish community outside that particular country. So the situation is so complicated in each and every country, and that's what I keep telling also as a chair of the European Museums, of the European Jewish Museums. There's no such thing as the Jewish Museum of Europe. Neither is there such a thing as the Jewish Museum of the US. I mean, it's totally different in each and every country, and we have to celebrate our differences or deal with them either way.
It's interesting. I already told you once that I think we are a European Jewish Museum in Frankfurt. Because it really matters for me, not that I'm saying that there is, European Jewry or something, but it really matters for me that we don't raise national perspective, but we raise European perspective, because these are European stories that we are telling.
I agree on that, ma'am. I agree on that. We agree on this. We agree on this. I'm responding to the question of context. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe Shusha.
My approach is a little bit different, because we have to distinction between collecting and exhibiting things. So we have to collect. I think we all inherited a collection, which was every collection is a curated collection. So our former museum colleagues from the 30s and the 40s decided what to preserve and what not to preserve. So we have some curated collection, and we have to decide about the interpretation and how to and what to exhibit for the contemporary audience. And it is our decision, it is our interpretation, we have to feel our responsibility to speak about the inherited collection. And we have also decided about what we have to transmit to the future generations. So what we have to preserve now from the present. It's almost impossible to preserve everything, of course, but we have to decide what are the meaningful objects or meaningful documents for the future. So it's very important to make relevant decisions about how to enlarge the collection from the contemporary objects. And on the other hand, sometimes it's very, very difficult, because if I have to, or if I want to exhibit, for example, Jewish clothing from the past and from the present, just to compare it, just to use it as a symbol of identity. I have beautifully embroidered old Jewish clothes in the collection, and I have collected poor T-shirts from our contemporary life. So how to put them together into an exhibition. So our period is always looks like a poor and not so artistically high valued period, which is absolutely not true. But if we want to collect the everyday objects, it has some problems with the quality of the everyday objects. On the other hand, we can collect, of course, artistic responses, and it is much more meaningful. But like an ethnography museum, because the Jewish museum are always an ethnography museum, so we have to collect the contemporary popular culture.
Hanno.
Yeah, such a big question. I mean, what we should try is to stay courageous and not to fall into the traps that are around us. And I think the traps are pretty prominent at the moment. I mean, and that is mostly due to the crisis of Europe that we experience, which is a crisis of the idea of a progress of this European idea. And what we now see is that in a way, from all sides of the political spectrums, we are confronted with the new ideas of identity. And we are discussing identity all over every day. We discuss identity when we discuss the question who is able or allowed to translate a poem. We discuss identity if we talk about Hungarianness or Austrian whatever culture, or the future of Germany or whatever. We are only discussing questions of identity. And I think these questions, basically to pose these questions is already a trap. And in many respects, the Jewish question now is used by nationalists of all kind in Europe in a way to embrace Jewish history and not really the Jews, but Jewish history and Jewish culture and Israel and whatever, in order to create new kinds of not belonging, of outsiders, of defining borders. And just very recently, this is very prominent in Austria as well now, in the whole discussion about integration of Turkish people or Muslims, immigrants in Austria. The Jews are put on a pedestal, not by politicians, in a way to show off the good others against the bad others, and it's very clear who are the bad others today, and the kind of instrumentalizing of Jewish history and the Jewish communities, who partly allow that to be, is becoming more prominent every day. And the Austrian government is now creating programs to teach Muslims not to become anti-Semites. And if you read these materials and of courses and lectures, it's pretty obvious that Jews are just used in this context as a tool. And Israel is used as a tool, and we should find strategies to not let that happen.
Since, Hanno, you were mentioning this difficult word of the Jewish question, which was always a cover-up for anti-Semitic ideas, I'd like to ask Emily, final question, because you didn't refer to the question of how Jewish museums should relate to anti-Semitism. So I'd like to ask you, because this question relates to the question, where do we take a stand? What is our agency? Are we agents of addressing topics, or should we be agents of change in certain aspects?
So I have to say I didn't go into the anti-Semitism question because it's so complicated and nuanced, and I really didn't have the time. So now I'm going to do the exact opposite and tell you in 2 seconds, which is probably the worst thing to do. But I'm actually going to take a step back and just in response to Werner's question. Hi, Werner. Which is just to say that I think that one of the, if I would say what is the most significant task or important task for Jewish museums in terms of European Jewry in general, the European diaspora, I would say that it, in all of the different iterations and different kinds of museums, they provide a platform for European Jewry. It's kind of to say, it's an acknowledgement. Jews are here, they're important. They're important parts of the conversation. Contemporary conversations about the past. It's a kind of stance, and what that is can change, but it evolves for sure. But it's in the present and also to transmit something to the future, which again, I've said that a lot, but I think it's really important as well. And especially because we have no idea what the future is. We have no idea what will happen to our institutions, to our collections, but we're building something. Hopefully we'll transmit something of importance. So, I mean, that's to answer that. You know, I have kind of a weird connection to this question of anti-Semitism. I think it's certainly an important topic to address in the rich way. We just heard the amazing presentation by Jo, and it's not the only show that she did. She also did the exhibition about Jews and Blood, and there have been other wonderful projects. But I think that's an element of bringing research, material, information. That's all wonderful. What makes me very nervous is when combating anti-Semitism, fighting anti-Semitism, becomes part of the mission statement or raison d'etre of a Jewish museum. And I'm probably going to invite like a lot of, you know, anger when I say this, but I guess I have in my head always what I heard from my mother, who grew up in Nazi Germany, was a refugee, came from a family, lost a lot of members. And she always said to me, anti-Semitism is the problem of the anti-Semites. Of course, it's our problem. I mean, she didn't mean we don't suffer from it, but in terms of who is responsible for it. And I think that's, you know, if Jewish museums say, part of the reason we're here is to fight anti-Semitism, and we're in a situation where there are more Jewish museums than ever, and anti-Semitism is growing, what does that mean? That we're not doing our jobs well? Does it become a kind of criteria for evaluating? I mean, I think that, you know, again, we need to talk about this for an hour. But actually, I'm just going to read one quote, and with that, I'm going to end, which is not from, has nothing to do with Jews, actually from Toni Morrison. Brilliant Toni Morrison on racism from 1975. Quote, "The very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. Somebody says you have no language, and so you spend 20 years proving that you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped properly, so you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says that you have no art, so you dredge that up. Somebody says that you have no kingdoms, and so you dredge that up. None of that is necessary," end quote. And then one final quote from her from like 2 decades afterwards. She says, "And my feeling is that white people have a very, very serious problem, and they should start thinking about what they can do about it. Take me out of it," end quote. I have to say, I totally understand that perspective. I think she's, you know, so brilliant always and was so right about that. I don't think that we ignore anti-Semitism as a topic, but what do we expect to come from our exhibitions? And people have to want to walk through the door, and they have to want to be open and hear what we say. And if they don't, there's a limit, I think, to what we can do.
Well, thank you very much, Emily, also for this beautiful quote of Toni Morrison. I'd like to thank all 4 of you Emil, Hanno, and Shusha, and Emily for our discussion, for this honest panel about the work we do and the position we are in, and our mission, and how the current situation affects us and how it doesn't affect us, and what we're trying to achieve and where we can become better maybe. I think, of course, we'll continue these discussions in one or another forum. I'm looking forward to that. I would also like to thank Tamar, Joanne, and Sara, who I know were listening, and for the brilliant keynote this morning. I'd like to thank the audience for listening. We are doing a short break of 10 minutes now in our stream. You have the chance on the website accompanying this symposium to click on the button Let's Meet, and there we have set up a meeting room where you can exchange points of view upon each other, or get to know each other, at least digitally a little. And then we'll continue in the stream with some films from the Jewish Museum Frankfurt. And this afternoon, or this lunch panel, I'd rather say, is devoted, it starts at 1 o'clock, and it's devoted to legal issues, the legal frame, legal development, and the legal frame of Jewish life in Europe, focusing on shechita and circumcision developments. And I'd be happy if you join. Again, thank you again for listening. And, well, all good. Stay healthy and safe, I assume. Have a nice day.
Hallo, Shalom, mein Name ist Riki Salzmann, bin geboren in Israel und ich lebe schon hier circa 30 Jahre in Frankfurt. Ich bin Mitarbeiterin in dem Jüdischen Museum, in dem Kinderprogramm, und ich befinde mich jetzt im Museum neben ein sehr tolles Objekt. Das ist ein Sederteller. Das gehört zum ersten Abend von Pesachfeier. Ich bin begeistert immer von diesem Teller, weil wenn ich stehe hier neben diesem Sederteller, das bringt mich zu verschiedenen Erinnerungen. Zuerst, als ich war klein in Israel, mit meinen Großeltern, mit meiner Familie, Cousins, und jetzt auch in Frankfurt, als ich kam mit meiner Familie. Wir feiern Pesach jedes Jahr. Und immer ist eine große Freude zusammen, und wir genießen diesen Abend. Die Pesachfeier ist einer von den wichtigsten jüdischen Feiertagen. Das ist ein Feiertag, wo die ganze Familie feiert zusammen. Die kleinen Kinder haben einen sehr großen Teil in diesem Abend. In diesem Feiertag steht ein schöner Tisch gedeckt mit diesem Teller. Das hat einen Zentral- und Hauptplatz in diesem Tisch. Und was ihr seht hier auf diesem Teller sind Schälchen für 6 besondere Essensspeisen. Jede Speise hier hat ein Symbol. Die Symbole sind Erinnerung an die zweite Tempel, aber die anderen 4 ist Erinnerung an die schwere Leben, als die Juden waren Sklaven in Ägypten. In diesem Abend, wir verbinden die Speisen von diesem Teller mit einem Buch, das heißt Haggadah, und dieses Buch beschreibt den Auszug von Ägypten. Diese Geschichte von der Sklaverei in Ägypten ist eine schwere Zeit für die Judentum, und soll man erzählen von einer Generation zu der nächsten Generation die Geschichte von dem Auszug von Ägypten und das Leben in Ägypten. Was macht mich auch glücklich in diesem Feiertag, ist wirklich, dass die Geschichte von Israel bleibt für immer. Wir verzichten nicht auf unsere Vergangenheit. Unsere Vergangenheit hat einen großen Teil von unserem Leben, aber wir machen mit das die schönste in Gegenwart, und das gibt uns einen sehr guten Start für die Zukunft.
Hi, ich bin Walid. Ich bin freier Mitarbeiter in der Vermittlung am Jüdischen Museum und stehe hier im 2. Stockwerk des Jüdischen Museums im Raum für sich und gemeinsam, das das religiöse jüdische Leben thematisiert. Ich zeige euch, was ein Basketball mit einer Kippa zu tun hat. Neben mir ist eine Vitrine mit Kopfbedeckung, die von jüdischen Menschen getragen wird. Die Vitrine erzählt die Geschichte von der Diversität und der Bedeutung von Kopfbedeckung im jüdischen Glauben. Seit etwa 400 Jahren ist es Brauch, dass Männer im Judentum beim Beten eine Kopfbedeckung tragen. Die bekannteste aller Kopfbedeckungen ist sicherlich die Kippa. Hier sehen wir eine Kippa in Form eines Basketballs, die sicherlich auch von vielen jungen Menschen getragen wird. Auch Frauen tragen im liberalen Judentum zum Beispiel die Kopfbedeckung. Ansonsten wird die Kopfbedeckung in erster Linie im Gottesdienst getragen, ansonsten auch beim Essen, beim Beten und beim Betreten eines Friedhofs. Also überall dort, wo ein jüdisches Gebet gesprochen und an Gott erinnert wird. Ich bin Muslim und für mich ist es ein zentraler Bestandteil des Glaubens, dass ich eine Kopfbedeckung trage. Ich empfinde es als eine große Ehre, einen Jahrhunderte währenden Brauch zu pflegen und damit ähnlich wie jüdische Menschen auch eine religiöse Praxis zu achten. Wie der Raumtitel für sich und gemeinsam bereits zum Ausdruck bringt, geht es bei einer Kopfbedeckung oft um zweierlei Dinge. Es geht einerseits darum, mit Gott in eine spirituelle Begegnung zu treten. Es geht andererseits um die Zugehörigkeit zu einer Glaubensgemeinschaft, die im Zentrum des Glaubens steht, meiner Zugehörigkeit zu einem Glauben und damit auch zu einer Gemeinschaft.
Along the way, when I was explaining the idea, I noticed that I again and again keep doing this gesture of putting one tree on top of the other tree. One hand holding another hand. We're going to have one tree that is planted, alive, coming from the ground, and a second tree that went through some accident and found himself being held on top of the live tree. And that's it.
We are obviously standing on a construction site, and this is the construction site of the new Jewish Museum. As a Jewish museum, we are approached with all kinds of prejudices and all kinds of feelings. So we wanted at the center of our new entrance a sculpture and a work that opens up something for everyone. And I guess this is what Ariel Schlesinger's sculpture will do.
It was very clear to me that shape-wise we need something that is kind of vertical, because the two buildings were very tall and kind of strong elements around the entrance. So it was very clear that something had to kind of grow between them. And it was also very clear to me that it should be in an organic shape. I found the tree through really looking through a lot of trees. We took a couple of days on a road trip and we went across the countryside. Once I saw the tree, it was immediately clear that that should be the tree. Because it had such a beautiful character. So it was suddenly not a tree that you would just close your eyes and see, but a tree that actually have a character. So in a sense, it's a kind of new direction for me. Yeah, it's a tree with a lot of personality. For the process, one way to do it is, of course, cutting the tree, bringing it here to the workshop, and doing the whole stages of casting it. But in this particular case, we had to protect the tree, to keep it alive and to preserve it. So the whole operation had to happen on the spot. Since all this process have to be taken in small parts, we will have all these small segments, and those segments will be welded back together into a complete tree. So the two trees are identical trees, although one have the roots and the second is growing from the ground. So I think a sculpture needs to be able to offer many sides, different sides to its audiences, not one way. And I think a good sculpture stays like that. It stays open, because that kind of relationship is for a long term. Because you might not only meet that sculpture once, you might meet it several times a day, or several times a year, or several times during your lifetime. And like good relationship, like a good friendship, every time you meet that person or that sculpture, you discover new things. And I think that kind of connection to a sculpture is much stronger than putting a very defined idea in the public space and saying, look, that's what it means, that's how it should be. This sculpture is not. This sculpture is alive. One day you will love it, one day you will hate it, next time you will discover something new about it. And I think that kind of change is interesting.
For Ariel Schlesinger, as a conceptual artist, the whole process of finding the right tree, casting it, producing it, and even the final installation is part of the whole artwork and gives a certain poetic quality. He took the tree as a multi-layered symbol and set the scene of a very special, even dramatic composition. The sculpture of two casted trees, from which one seems to have been through something like a catastrophe, whirled up on top of the other tree, with the roots reaching out to the sky. The artist took inspiration from the Jewish history, from his own family history, but also from the Jewish Bible and the book of Ezekiel, and the symbolism of the opposites.
The sculpture of Ariel Schlesinger, which will be at the core of our new entrance, opens up all kinds of allusions and association for our audience, which we hope they will feel engaged and encouraged to think twice about possible meanings of Jewish culture and history in this town.
Welcome back to our symposium, Jewish Diaspora in Europe. This afternoon session will focus on an aspect that might seem quite abstract at first sight. Yet it is everything but abstract, as we will see. We'll talk about the laws and the legal framework for Jewish life in Europe. Please let me introduce this topic briefly. This year, we are celebrating 1,700 years of Judaism in Germany. Why 1,700 years? Because back in 321, the city of Cologne got the permission by the Roman Emperor Constantine to change a law in order to make a wealthy Jew named Isaac, the full name is not known, a member of the city council. Why? To grant him the status that would allow him to donate money to the broke city to repair a bridge over the river Rhine. This first law was followed by many others over the centuries. Some enabled a blossoming, rich Jewish life in Germany for a certain period. Others were discriminating and led even to pogroms, up and down, back and forth, until the Shoah, like in other European countries too. Today we live in a democratic, free society and take freedom of religion for granted in Europe. At least that should be the situation. But for a number of reasons, the situation is changing. Why and how? This is what we will learn more about this afternoon. We will be given 2 lectures for a start. The first with a rather broad, general perspective. The second will focus on the question of Jewish life and legal issues. The lectures then will be followed by a panel discussion. Our keynote speakers will be joined then by 2 additional participants. Nicolas Baer, the Vice President of the European Parliament, and Rabbi Julian Chaim Soussan of the Jewish community in Frankfurt. And you, as audience, will be invited once again to take part in the discussion by sending in your questions. But now, we'll start with the first lecture. New Challenges to Freedom of Religion in Europe. That's the title. Will be presented to us by our first keynote speaker, the well-known legal expert, Dr. Gregor Pupping. He holds his PhD with a dissertation in legal theory. He graduated from Paris Law School and from the Institut des Hautes Études Internationales. From 2003 to 2008, he has taught human rights, European law, and constitutional law at the Law School of the University of Haute-Alsace, France. He is the author of numerous books and legal articles on the topic. Today, Mr. Pupping is director of the European Center for Law and Justice in Strasbourg, an NGO that was founded in 1998 as the affiliate of the American Evangelical Organization, which with consultative status at the UN, ECLJ is a Christian-inspired organization. Its mission is, quote, the defense of religious freedom, human dignity, and the family. Gregor Pupping is also a member of the OSCE panel of experts on freedom of religion or belief and an expert to the Council of Europe. He takes part in the Committee of Experts on the reform of the European Court of Human Rights. Mr. Pupping, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind words and for your invitation. I am very pleased to be with you all today to discuss with you on such an important topic. So thank you very much. As you said in your introduction, religious freedom shall not be taken for granted in Europe. It is not so granted for the future. If we look to the history of Europe in the past century, we clearly see that religious freedom, of course, has not always been granted. And today we are seeing increasingly discussions, debates, tensions in the interpretation of religious freedom. So it is really an issue discuss today and to consider seriously as to what are the basements, what are the grounds, what are the limits, what are the discussions on regarding religious freedom. So my presentation will be quite broad, as you say. I will mainly address the main issues and changes on this issue, on this right, this freedom, that are currently going on in Europe. I shall first say that religious freedom is a very complex and in some extent ambiguous notion. It is complex for many reasons regarding its philosophical foundations, its implications. It is complex because the matter of religion is complex. It is also ambiguous on and several aspects when we deal with freedom, when we deal with religion. So the very notion of religious freedom is in itself complex and sometimes ambiguous, not an easy notion for legal application. I would also say as an introduction that religious freedom is complex and difficult because in some extent there is a contradiction within religious freedom. You know, most of freedom, I would say all freedoms, by definition, protects freedoms. The freedom to choose, the freedom to act, the freedom to do what you want. But freedom of religion means that you protect the freedom to be part of a religion or to change your religion. But you protect the freedom to exercise religion, to in some extent to accept dependence towards God. Religion is a dependence toward God and a community. So within the notion of freedom of religion, you have this ambiguity and this opposition that on one hand you give freedom, but you give a freedom, you recognize a freedom to renounce in some extent part of what the society considers as freedom, but to renounce, you know, to act in accordance with a faith, to act in relation with God. And there is really already a kind of contradiction within this notion of religious freedom, because you have both religion and freedom that are together in a one and single concept. And of course, liberal societies will promote freedom, but may not understand religion. And the more the society becomes, in some extent, purely liberal and secularized, the less the society will understand the religious part of religious freedom. And this explains why it is difficult for the society, for a society that is increasingly secular, to understand religious freedom, because if the society is not able to understand the religious dimension of the human being, is not able to understand the relation between the persons with God and the community dimension of religion, all those aspects are going strongly, we could say, against the secular liberal society. Therefore, this society will not be able, in fact, to understand religious freedom, to understand the needs of people who want to exercise a religion. And those misunderstandings, we are witnessing them increasingly today, of course, because the society has difficulties to understand the fact that someone may renounce, in some extent, to some aspects of its freedom, or may accept some duties that seems to be
Weil wenn er vorne ist, ist es deutlich. Excuse me.
Yes?
May I just interrupt for a second with a technical hint? If you please could stay in front of the camera, don't lean backwards, because then the volume goes down and we have and it is very important, as it's a very complex stream of ideas that you're presenting, that we can listen at least and understand without technical problems. The rest we will handle later, but for the technical part, thank you.
I apologize, thank you.
No problem,
so
thank you.
I just wanted to start, with this basic but important consideration.
It's just that we continue. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to start with this basic but important consideration about religious freedom. Religious freedom should not be taken for granted. Religious freedom needs a kind of balance between freedom and religions. Societies that understand religion can understand the needs of people who have a religion and who want to live according to their religion. And therefore, such a society can grant freedom of religion. But if the society becomes secular, loses the sense of religion, have difficulties to understand why some people may accept some additional rules, some additional commitments, practices that look strange to a secular society, we will see an increasing gap between the people having a religion and the rest of the society. And I think today we are in Europe witnessing such an increasing gap between people with a religion and society that would prefer a general understanding of individual freedom and liberty. This means that the meaning and the interpretation of religious freedom will change in Europe and in courts, before jurisdictions, in parliaments, in the legal meaning. The understanding and interpretation of the same right to religious freedom can change strongly depending on the culture of the society. And we have seen in the last century, we have seen, of course, a lot of changes in the interpretation. I will explain some changes. If we go back to 1948, when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted in 1948, of course, this was right after the drama of the Second World War. And it is because of this drama, because of the experience of the denial of any respect, for the Jewish population, community, because of their religion, also because of the denial of the respect of people with religions in communist and Soviet regime, that the nations could reaffirm and agree on the very concept of freedom of religion. So I would like to stress that it is the experience of the war and of the 30s that in some extent permitted the consensus on freedom of religion in 1948. In European countries, the European Convention of Human Rights also, as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, recognize the right to freedom of religion and could apply it without difficulty. It is interesting to see that it is only in 1993 that the first ruling of the European Court of Human Rights addressed the issue of freedom of religion. It means that during almost 40 years, there has been no real issue before European jurisdiction related to freedom of religion. Freedom of religion was not an issue, at least for the European Court of Human Rights, until 1993. It is only since then that we see an increasing number of cases coming before the Court of Strasbourg, and this increasing number of cases demonstrates that there is an important change in European society. Of course, this change in European society can be analyzed, and we can find the roots. There are mainly two roots that can explain this change. One of the reasons, I mentioned it previously, is the secularization, the growing secularization. That means that people fail to understand religion anymore and to understand the needs of religious people. And the second reason, of course, is the immigration and the increasing religious pluralism in Europe. In 1948, when the Universal Declaration was adopted, religion was considered as something good because people of religion were, in some extent, the victims. There were those also who resisted the atheist totalitarian regimes. In the first part of the second century, we can say that the totalitarian regimes were atheistic and were opposed to religions. In 1948, it was a victory, we could say, of people with dignity, people with a sense of humanity, and people with religions. And the effort of human rights was aimed against the states, against the notion of an atheist state that could oppress people. So in 1948, religions were considered positively, and the state were recognized as a danger. This was the purpose of human rights. Today, because of the secularization and the new pluralism in Europe, and all the problems raised in particular by radical Islam and terrorism, we see a change, an important change in European and Western society, whereas religion are not anymore considered as something good and positive. So this is a very important overthrow. 1948, the state was bad, but the religions were good. Today, religions are considered as dangerous, and the state is recognized as something good that can protect the unity of the society. So in this new context, it is very much more difficult to protect and argue and protect and promote and defend freedom of religion. It is also difficult to do it because of the very ambiguities of the notion of freedom of religion. As I said, it is not an easy notion because in some extent there is a contradiction in this notion as it protects both freedom and religiosity. Freedom of religion is, we could say, the only freedom that can be used against itself. Freedom of religion can both be used to protect practices of religion, but it can also be used against religions. This is something specific to freedom of religion. For example, you can argue and you can use freedom of religion, in support of suppression of religious practices or symbols. Freedom of religion implies the right, of course, not to practice religion. So there is this negative dimension of freedom of religion that allows freedom of religion to be used also against religion. And we often see freedom of religion being used as a legal tool for a kind of secularization. It is not the same for other religions. You cannot argue, you cannot, use freedom of expression to defend a right, not to not to hear other people. But you can use freedom of religion to defend the right not to be confronted with other people's religion. This double aspect of freedom of religion, that is, can be both used to protect religions, but also be used against religions, resulted in the fact that freedom of religion is also often an instrument of secularization on one hand, and on the other hand, freedom of religion is increasingly reduced to freedom of worship. This is something important also that we witness today, because the society has difficulties to understand the phenomenon of religion, the society tends to reduce freedom of religion to freedom of worship. What is the difference? Freedom of religion is very broad. It includes freedom to teach your religion, freedom, of course, to practice, freedom to also live in accordance with your religious beliefs. Part of this freedom rely, with traditions and also with morals. We see more and more the difficulty to protect and defend the right, that can be broader than only the worship. For example, the society today will recognize that people have the right to worship in private, but have difficulties to recognize the right to express publicly your faith or to wear symbols of your faith. The same, can be said about practices that are less understood today in our secular societies regarding, for example, ritual slaughtering or circumcision that, are regarded as something that would be external, to worship, and therefore would not be protected by freedom of religion. So the scope of freedom of religion is increasingly reduced to the single worship in private, and many aspects of the religious life, therefore, is less protected by freedom of religion. This movement of reduction of the protection of freedom of religion even leads to a radical criticism of freedom of religion today that we hear more and more. This radical criticism says that, in fact, we do not need any freedom of religion because there are already within human rights other rights and freedoms that should be sufficient. The right to assembly should be sufficient, the right to freedom of expression, the right to freedom of education, the right to private life, privacy. All those rights together should be sufficient, according to this criticism of freedom of religion, should be sufficient to protect religious people in their ability to gather and to pray together and to educate their children. So such vision, in fact, says, and it is quite popular in academic cycles in the United States, says that there is no need for freedom of religion, and freedom of religion would be something that is not really part of the philosophy of human rights, because, as I explained at the beginning, it protects something that, in fact, would go against individual freedom. And so the purpose we can see today of this movement of criticism would be to protect freedom of religion like we would protect any kind of other activity, social activity or private activity. So what conclusion can we draw from that? We can draw from that if a society is secular, it cannot, or it has difficulties to understand religion, and therefore it cannot properly recognize and protect freedom of religion. This is today obvious with the issue of some wearings, religious wearings, or it is very obvious with criticism against circumcision or ritual slaughtering. Our society in Europe many people in Europe do not understand, why such practices, should be done. What are the meanings, the spiritual meaning? What is the duty of religion? And so, the more the society will be secular, I guess, the more it will be difficult to defend and protect freedom of religion for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pupping, for your interesting and, I would like to say, provocative lecture. I'm sure members of our audience will love to discuss with you, and for sure I'm looking forward to it too. But I will hold back for the moment and wait for our panel discussion. But I'd like to quote one point you just made. If religion is totally privatized, you said, then it is no longer necessary to guarantee its free collective and public manifestations. The other existing rights would be sufficient. That's what you also wrote in one of your articles. So I'd like to ask, really? What if existing rights clash, I was wondering? Our next speaker comes from Belgium, and he will tell us about possible consequences. In December, the CJAU, Court of Justice of the European Union, confirmed that the Jewish, and for that matter Muslim, practice of religious slaughter can be forbidden by law. Animal welfare overruled freedom of religion. In summer 2020, he was still full of optimism and positive. Quote, "Banning ritual slaughter would violate the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, and the restriction to religious freedom would not be adequate, consistent, or proportionate." That's what Johan Benizri, the president of the Belgian Federation of Jewish Organizations, said. He's our next keynote speaker. Welcome. Johan Benizri combines a demanding career as an international trade lawyer based in Brussels with a continuous Jewish engagement in a community that faced significant challenges. The terror attack in the Jewish Museum in 2014, and I'd like to remember, because exactly 5 years ago on this day, the terror attacks at the airport and the metro as revenge for the arrest of one of the perpetrators of the terror attacks in Paris early on Charlie Hebdo, as you will remember, and the Jewish supermarket Hypercacher. He was arrested in Belgium, so that terror attack 5 years ago was meant as a kind of revenge. So also other challenges, like what you are confronted with, hate speech, rising right-wing populism, Holocaust denial. Johan Benizri is also a member of the Jewish Diplomatic Corps, one of the World Jewish Congress flagship programs for young leaders. For the past several years, he has been involved in a variety of non-profit organizations, among which several are active in cross-cultural activities, educational activities. And he is, against all odds, trying to stay positive, as you will learn now when listening to his lecture about strategies to protect Jewish life in legal issues. Mr. Benizri, the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much for this very kind introduction. Although you have put me in a difficult situation, quoting a very old argument that I was making, and to which I'm still very much attached to, but that has been proven incorrect by the Court of Justice of the European Union. So let me start by saying that everything political has a legal aspect. And this is why we're talking about this. It's not so much a conflict between different rights. That is the consequence. But at the beginning, it's something that has a political aspect that touches on life as we know it in a society. And so the moment something happens that where you have divergent interests, divergent rights are claimed. So everything political has a legal aspect. Now, and it is very difficult to say that as a lawyer, but I will say it nevertheless, law is overrated. First of all, laws may be on the books, but not enforced. I'll illustrate this with an example. And this is really a bad situation where you have a very good law on the book, but it is not being enforced. I could quote a number of authors, but I like to quote a comic strip that I read a lot when I was a kid called Calvin and Hobbes. And in Calvin and Hobbes, you have a 6-year-old little boy and his tiger, or what he believes is his tiger, running around the house and making a fuss and breaking things. And you hear the mother claiming from a distance, Calvin, please stop this, please stop this. And Calvin stops and looks at what is you, the audience, and tells you, the law is on the books, but it will take all of their resources to enforce it, and carries on with smashing the house. That's the problem we have when we have a good law on the book, for example, a law against hate speech, but on the other hand, you have the internet. And if you have the internet, that's essentially, it would take all of your resources to be able to enforce the law as it is written. So that is one way in which law is being overrated. Even though you may have a good law, it doesn't mean that you have a good outcome. The second way laws are overrated is that even when you do have a good law or a bad law, it is not set in stone. Law is just an expression of a political agreement. So we see often the law or even the Constitution as a basic text that cannot be interpreted in one way or another, or even when it can be interpreted, that cannot be changed one way or another. And we see, particularly in Belgium, my country, that the country itself can be renegotiated. So it is important to keep in mind that even though you may have a law that you claim is your right, if the political agreement around that law disappears and is replaced by another one, then the law will change. Law is overrated again. And then another thing that is really important as well, and that could be both bad or good, is that outside of the law that is on the books, the Constitution, the laws that are being published, there's a number of phenomena that we usually call soft law. Soft law is basically something that is not coercive, that is not decided by the state necessarily. It can be a practice, it could be a regulatory practice, or it could be something like just a practice in an industry. And that practice, that soft law, is sometimes more impactful than hard law. I can give you two examples, one good and one bad. The good one is the IRA definition. The IRA definition is the definition of anti-Semitism that has been promoted in many countries and adopted by many countries, including Belgium, that defines anti-Semitism, but in a non-legally binding way. So it doesn't mean that if you fall within the definition, you will go to jail. It just means that you will understand better what anti-Semitism is, and we can use it to train policemen and enforcement officials to try and spot what is anti-Semitism. That's a good soft law. A bad soft law is when you have a practice of discrimination that is not enshrined in any type of law, but it just applies to you, like the glass ceiling for certain population. That is soft law that is incredibly hard to crack. So law is overrated, but you still need to use it, because when there are divergent views in society, law is being called upon to resolve those situations. And I was asked to present you the different legal strategies that are being used to try and protect Jewish life in that world. So I guess I approach this from a strategic perspective in three ways, in three different ways. The first way that you can look at the issue is, do you trust the system? Do you trust the law that is on the books? If you do, and you want to resolve a situation, the best strategy is to litigate. You go in front of a court and you make your point because you're convinced that you will be granted the right to use that law against whatever situation you find unfair. Three examples on that. Holocaust denial is affecting Jewish life. It's affecting Jewish life of survivors, but it's also affecting Jewish life in that it calls into question the history, the heritage, the culture of the Jewish people. So when Holocaust denial happens, and you have a really good law on the books, such as in Belgium, but in many countries around Europe, it's the same, you can actually go to court and have the people carrying those messages convicted. Now, you don't want to do that for everyone. You couldn't possibly sue every person that makes a Holocaust denying comment on the internet, but you want to do that when the people doing that have a huge following. So, for example, there was a once funny stand-up comedian called Dieudonné in France that we have litigated against, and he was convicted of Holocaust denial. And it was good because he was not able to make those comments anymore, and he was prevented from performing those type of messages because we were able to use the law against him. The same is true for Laurent Louis, who was a former member of parliament in Belgium. And I'm ashamed to say, but it was really a one-time event, fortunately. He was elected as a member of parliament and then used that ability to carry out messages, hateful messages, in front of everybody. So we litigated against them and we won. Again, that is because we trusted the law and the system to uphold our right. So that worked well. The same is true for manifestation of anti-Semitic hate speech. So when it is indeed hate speech, when it calls upon people to carry out actions against a group, so for example, and in this example, Jews, you can also have really good results. After the horrible terrorist attack in the Jewish Museum in 2014, and the other terrorist attacks that I'm very grateful you reminded the audience about, we were at a loss as to how to carry out the voice of the Jewish community and how it had affected Jewish life. And one of the ways that we found, outside of the positive messaging that we could have had, is that we litigated it. On behalf of the Belgian Federation of Jewish Organizations, we carried out the voice of the Jewish people in that huge trial of the terrorist in the Jewish Museum. And we were able to have our voice heard because we trusted the system again. And it was clear that indeed the Jewish people were targeted and that it was important for them to be acknowledged as a victim, as a group. And then I trust the system, and I'm still fighting for it, despite the setback that we had with the Court of Justice of the European Union. You can also fight attempts to curb religious freedom, like with Shrita, so the religious slaughter. And a lot of things have been said about the kind of tension between animal rights and religious rights, but this is not about this. I can argue very convincingly that animal rights are being taken into account in biblical text for centuries, and that Shrita is meant to be the most humane way of killing an animal, and in any event, that the state should not be entering into the religious fora and tell you what is and what is not acceptable from a religious perspective. But in any event, my point is, when you trust the system, you can litigate. You have laws on the books. You are trying to make them, you are trying to have a judge tell you you're right, they're wrong. Now, sometimes you doubt the system. Even though you may trust the state, you may trust the political engagement on certain issues, the laws are just not there, or you're not sure that you will win just because you have the law on your side. That was what happened with the Aalst Carnival that you have heard about, with those anti-Semitic caricatures that have made, that had echoes in the world press. We were at a loss because there was no way to really suggest that there were clear examples of hate speech because it was in the context of a carnival. But clearly the unease for the Jewish population and for the Democrats at large was huge. So what we did was that we lobbied, we advocated. When you doubt the system, you should advocate. And so we went to UNESCO, we went to Belgian politicians, and we've had huge and great results, public positions being taken, the recognition of the carnival being taken away from them, because indeed that was unacceptable, even though it was not criminally sanctionable. Same is true for social media comments. You cannot possibly expect the law to solve that issue once and for all. So we entered into discussions with Facebook, and we were able to work with them towards reducing the number of hateful messages that were spread on the platform. The same is true for YouTube. For example, we've done that through the World Jewish Congress. Our definition of anti-Semitism is another example of when you're advocating because you don't really trust the system to be able to get rid of anti-Semitism as a whole. And then again, for religious freedom, for shkita, it's not only that you trust the system, you also doubt it a little bit, and so you have to advocate. So you can trust the system and litigate, you can doubt the system and advocate. Now, if you're outside of those two worlds, and I'll summarize my thoughts in a few minutes and I'm done, so it won't take too much of the discussion. You are sometimes in a situation so dire that you don't know what to do. For example, the current Minister of Justice in Belgium, before he was a minister, and in the context of the Aalst Carnival controversy, made comments on the internet about the Jewish lobby. From a future minister, and at the time a mayor, this was huge. Having a first level politician who was already a minister make remarks about a Jewish lobby as the last anti-Semite was mind-boggling. So when you have something like that, litigating is not perhaps the best way. Advocating might be, but you need to make it also a matter of principle, a matter of shame. The politician should be ashamed of having made that comment. And so you engage in a media strategy and a political engagement that is direct. So I went and I saw and I addressed the minister directly. I had an op-ed in major newspapers because I wanted to make it clear that this was unacceptable outside of the law. It's a matter of shame. It's a matter of culture. But on the other hand, you could also protect Jewish life in the city by making certain things a source of pride. You have to have positive messaging, like what you've had in the events that are being carried out now for the 1700th anniversary of the presence of Jews in Germany. That gives a sense of pride. The same is true for when COVID-19 hits. We were able at the Belgian Federation to engage with many civil society actors to try and give a positive message of solidarity, launch initiatives to help our neighbors that were really seen as a positive contribution by the Jewish people and Belgian Jews. So to sum up, everything political has a legal aspect for sure. Now, law is often overrated, but you have different legal strategies to protect Jewish life. And those legal strategies touch both anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, religious freedom, or more generally, how Jews are being perceived in the country. And so you can litigate, you can advocate, you can make it a question of pride and shame. But at the end of the day, and this is the last thought that I want to leave you with, at the end of the day, Jewish life is not protected by the law. Jewish life is protected by the Jewish people. If you have a lot of people fighting against anti-Semitism and for religious freedom, but you have no Jewish people to actually live and practice their religion in your country, you failed. This is why I think it's so important to celebrate culture, such as with the Jewish Museum, to celebrate heritage, to practice religion, to have the group that is in your country that is just like you, Belgians or Germans, they're just like you, they just happen to be Jews and they want to live as Jews. And if we maintain the possibility for people to do it, then we will carry over time as the Jewish people has done over centuries and millennia. If we only focus on, what is the law and what is, is this my right? Is this your right? Are they clashing? We will never end the cycle and we will not make it sustainable for Jews to live in European countries. I think that's it for me, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ben-Isri. And I take it you don't just trust the system, you also trust the Jewry, let's say, the Jewish culture, the Jewish tradition, and also the tradition to fight for Jewish rights. And so thank you especially for the positive twist you gave. We all can do with a bit of hope these days, I guess. We will come back to some of the examples you gave us and points you highlighted in our panel discussion that follows now. For that, I would like to bring in 2 more chairs, or unfortunately rather screens for that matter. Let me, for those who have not been a part all the time and had not the chance to listen to the very interesting introductory lecture we were given by Mr. Pupping, especially because we had a bit of a sound problem initially, I'd like to summarize just briefly. The time allows us to do that, and that will be very important for the panel discussion, so please let me allow to do that. The very important point, I think, you made, Mr. Pupping, was that you highlighted the difference that there's the freedom to, when it comes to freedom of religion, the freedom to choose to believe and the freedom not to do so. The freedom of, and you made the difference between the freedom of religion and the freedom of worship. And you were focusing on the possible consequence of freedom of religion as a way, as a path leading to a more and more secular society, because as much as freedom of religion is guaranteed as a private matter, we experience a situation, especially in France, with the law there, where the public expression of a religion, in the sense of clothing, for example, when it comes to Muslim clothing, that was the background, of course, as we all know. When it comes to the expression of religion in public, it is limited, and thus more and more the dominant view is that of a secular society. So just to prepare us with what the thoughts already are that are to be discussed now in the following panel, But as I said, we will be joined now for the panel by two more participants, and I'd like to introduce the first, which is a politician. She is a politician, a lawyer, deputy head of the Liberal Democrats in Germany until 2019, a member of the Bundestag, and for 2 years now, vice president and member of the European Parliament. Welcome, Nicola Baer. A woman from Frankfurt, like me, so this is why I've known her face and her political background, of course, for many, many years. She got involved in politics straight after school, and already back then she considered the fight against anti-Semitism one of her main issues, maybe also because she was inspired by Ignaz Bubis, as I know. Back then, not only the head of the Frankfurt Jewish community, but known to the audience also as the president of German Jews for a long time in Germany, and also known to you as the member of the Liberal Party you then joined. You're now head of a task force of EU MPs fighting anti-Semitism, and at the beginning of the German EU presidency you said you were confident Germany would take the chance to counter anti-Semitism. I won't ask you if you feel your hope has been fulfilled. I rather start with a very simple question that might be easier to answer. Just a few more days and we will celebrate Pesach. Noemi Di Segni, the president of the Unione delle Comunità Ebraiche Italiane, wrote a letter to the Italian Home Secretary asking that Jews get for Pesach the same lockdown exceptions as Christians get for Easter to visit family members. You might know that Italy right now lives under a very strict lockdown, which limits the space of freedom only to, if I remember correctly, 1 kilometer, and makes it thus very, very difficult to prepare for Easter, to prepare for Pesach, and especially to visit family members. This leads to a simple general question. From your point of view as Vice President of the EU Parliament, do you find it justified to give privileges to certain groups of religion, or have all religions to be treated the same?
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction and the kind words. And also, I mean, we have a really broad Frankfurt panel today. And thank you also for the question. For me, it's clear. Freedom of religion and belief is guaranteed in the treaties, and that means that for all religions, there are equal rights. And they also, I mean, we do not have to forget that, also equal duties to respect, so the rule of law, or also to respect the rights of others. But for the Corona question, then for me, it's clear that you have to see the risk you represent. And I mean, together in family, for Christian families, is not less risk than together for Jewish families. You might maybe in Italy, because of the special Corona situation, discuss if gathering together with a lot of people it's not the people. So for me, this is quite clear that we have to just to make the difference and that it's clear that all the religions have the same rights in that to be respected in their way. They really have the traditions to be lived as a religious life they want to live in our society. And I agree with a lot of what was said by the problem that more and more religious practice, really living also your religion in society, is background to private life, so that people do not be accustomed about what it is, and that it's not only a tradition, but really something in the inner of your heart. And I mean, in times, and you also ask about the presidency of Germany, in the council, in times where we see growing anti-Semitism. This is also the reason why protecting Jewish life and Jewish communities in the European Union is an important topic. for the EU and its institutions. This is not only true for the Council, and we'll come back to German presidencies there, but also for European Parliament, as I'm a member of. We have several resolutions on the topic. We have a really active working group in the fight against anti-Semitism. I have the honor to chair of. We have Commissioner Skinas entrusted to lead the fight against the anti-Semitism with a special coordinator who is really, really active, as you know, Katharina from Schnurbein, for combating anti-Semitism. And you have the Council, and I think really this was a success of the German presidency. I mean, I had a lot of critics about other topics, but there I think it was really a success that they reached a cross-sector and cross-topic base of detection of anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism by imposing the ERA definition and that. So that really this is now like a normal filter for all the dossiers and files we have in the Council and in the EU institutions. We saw already in 2018 the declaration of the fight against anti-Semitism and the development of a common security approach for better protecting Jewish communities. And it is, I think, important, even if you will not get any case, as Johan mentioned, that we have now these data package against hate speech, especially anti-Semitic hate speech and Holocaust denial. And we will really, as Parliament, work on this case. And this is also the reason why we really have to speak about and to discuss if we still offer enough space for Jewish life, and if we are still aware of traditions, heritage, and the possible ways to honor it. Jewish life is deeply rooted in European society, and I want that this stays like this. And therefore the question, if the conditions in our European societies are still offering that space, if they are still allowing Jewish life to prosper, is about the continuity of Jewish life in Europe. So for example, the two highly discussed examples in all the member states, highly discussed, of male circumcision and kosher slaughtering were mentioned. I'm totally convinced that we must prevent Jews from even considering the need to organize, for example, births abroad, or in the worst case to emigrate, because they cannot live such important parts of their religious life in Europe. And so a European legal framework for religious praxis may not end up in stigmatizing religious practices across Europe. Of course, and I mean, the lawyer colleague Johan Benizri also mentioned it. Of course, we have to balance out two fundamental rights of religious freedom and the right for physical integrity, as the male circumcision is mentioned, but we have to do it in a way that without undermining the practical possibility to live Jewish traditions, and also in all day life, not only on some days. So we want them to live this in all day life without prejudices and discrimination in our European societies, as those traditions and religious practice are not something which are not just important, which only are written in books, which you can easily put aside. It would empty the way Jewish life would be in Europe, or would be even not possible in Europe, because it's an essential aspect of the Jewish faith. So EU regulation tried to ensure that. Of course, you have to enforce it. We have to work for awareness and also for the finding of good and balanced solutions, maybe as we did in Germany, I think, for example, for the male circumcision. So we have to work for that also in other member states. And maybe, and this was an important point, I think, in the introductory speeches, we have also more to explain it to our society. So communication, education is a really important part of enforcement also in the member states, so that we can live it really together in our society in order to reach that Jews are really feeling safe, free, equal, and for 140% accepted in our societies. And I mean, as I followed the discussion yesterday, all the different facets of Jewish identities we heard about yesterday. So this is for me important that everybody can really join full-heartedly in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before inviting now our fourth participant to the panel, I'd like to add one more question, because you just mentioned, as already had been mentioned before, the verdict in Strasbourg concerning ritual slaughter, which of course is a very concerning question for many Jews and Jewish life in Europe. Now, at present, we have quite a bizarre situation, if I may put it like this, because there are so many different regulations already within Belgium. In the Brussels area, there's a different legal situation in comparison to the rest of Belgium. And I don't know if even you, as Vice President of the EU Parliament, are aware with the very different regulations all over Europe. If you could quote in how many countries it is allowed still, or if it is tolerated, or if it is forbidden completely, then we have a situation of bigotry that the import is allowed and nobody cares how animals are slaughtered there as long as it isn't done within our eyesight. So that is quite a bizarre situation. Would you think it is a kind of, let's say, improvement, or there's even a need for a European regulation?
I would really prefer that the European regulation we have on the EU level would be the base, a harmonized practice in all the member states, because there is an exemption for religious slaughtering. So you wouldn't have the problem. The problem is that because of the question of the competencies in the member states, as you quoted also, it's often not the national member state, it's a regional government. You have back exemptions from the exemption for the religious slaughtering. And this makes now this landscape, which also I have to use a card, and it had to be really be actual every year on that question. And I think this doesn't give us in the result a really harmonized scheme in all over Europe. So I would really appreciate if we could change this, but maybe we have to go to the Conference of the Future for Europe just when we discuss the competences in between the different levels. But in the meantime, we really have to advocate, we really have to make more awareness that this is, that there can be a balanced solution, which can make a good balance in between, for in this case, animal welfare and religious practice, because often it's mainly the discussion about this question which is discriminating also if a Jew in this case wants to live his traditions, because it's not only an empty word, it's not only thinking of further former times, it's really a crucial part of his religious belief.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you tell us that you would advocate for, to pick up Johann Ben-Isra's phrase, for a different regulation that applies all over Europe. And to pick up his question again, so you are also, you trust the system, you trust the European system that we finally will have a situation where that is the case?
Yes, of course. There I'm not only an optimist, but a lawyer and a politician. I mean, this democratic system with the rule of law is, I think, the best if you compare it to other regions of the world. And so, of course, we have to work within the system. But Johann's totally right. You have also to use the awareness of societies, because it's also an attitude of society. And so for the moment, we have societies in the regions and in the national states, but then I think can find a good solution, because some of the member states show it's possible without making in real practice impossible such tradition to be lived in our societies.
Thank you. So that's quite a positive outlook. And it's an ideal bridge, so to speak, to introduce our last speaker. Last but not least, I'd like to welcome Rabbi Julian Chaim Soussan. And, well, he really doesn't need an introduction to anyone vaguely familiar with Jewish life in Frankfurt or with interfaith dialogue. May I say, you are an Orthodox rabbi of the Jewish community in Frankfurt with an open mind and heart and a restless ambassador and interpreter of Judaism for non-Jews. We have learned how important it is to advocate in that sense and to raise public awareness already. Born in Freiburg im Breisgau as the son of a Moroccan Sephardic rabbi and a German mother, and as a child, you grew up, as you once said, learning Christmas carols and painting Easter eggs. So I won't ask if you've already started painting Easter eggs, but I'm sure that you're cleaning the house and have started preparing for Pesach. In Jerusalem, educated as rabbi, he came first to Düsseldorf, then to Mainz, then Frankfurt. I know how much you love to debate, which is the essence of Judaism, not only to me, in a way, exchanging ideas, respecting different views, trying to learn through discussion. And well then, I'd like to test your openness and come back once again, elaborate a bit more on the European Court verdict. I know that there are many arguments telling, well, the basis is not justified, it is not proven by any study, concerning the pain of the animal, and I know all that. But just for the sake of the argument for a moment, let's assume there was a study, a scientific study, research carried out, coming to the conclusion that indeed the animal suffers and there are better methods to spare the animal suffering, and that the old ritual is not the best you can do for the animal. Now, the very idea of the ritual way of slaughtering the animal was to spare the animal suffering, was to spare the animal pain, if I'm correct. So would you argue that it is possible to change an ancient religious law if we have new ideas, new findings in the light of science? Is that possible?
Sorry, I didn't find the microphone.
I didn't expect that you didn't know the answer, and we're trying to dive away.
I'm trying to find the answer now. First of all, thank you very much for the introduction. Just to make clear, the Easter eggs and the chorals were sang in my school, because I was, of course, in a non-Jewish school, and nothing I used to do at home. Look, I'm not sure we could go this way, and maybe we do it in the debate afterwards. There is a lot to argue, and we know that Judaism is always halacha, the Jewish law, is going with the time, which is take into consideration new scientific explorations and knowledge. So of course we would introduce knowledge which is bettering the situation at a total. But I think this question already goes beyond the question which lies beneath the discussion and also the decision the European Court has taken on this special law. Look, let me start from a different point. Jewish history, you just mentioned Pesach, has started with a struggle for freedom. And it would be interesting for me to ask the Egyptian how they felt about the new laws against the Jews when Pharaoh implemented them. So what I would like to do is to ask myself, what are these kind of judgments, verdicts, or laws, or interpretation of laws doing with our society? And I think it's very important to have that in the eye and in mind. The late Rabbi Sachs, Zichrono Livracha, may his may he rest in peace, mentioned once that anti-Semitism is like a virus that is changing, is out of form, but is always with the same goal. And one thing is interesting, that over the time, this virus has changed insofar as it was supported by the leading authorities. In the Middle Ages, it was the church, it was the Jewish hatred from sides of religious arguments from the church. And then in more modern times, it was scientific, racist anti-Semitism that was created. Then in the early 20th century, it was governments who advocated against Jews. And finally, nowadays, the highest authority is law. So anti-Semites claim that Jews are not following the law anymore. I remember well, and unfortunately the circumcision debate in 2012 here in Germany, when I remind you that a judge spoke of a verdict that a Muslim doctor who made a circumcision out for ritual reasons, for religious reasons, was condemned to do so. And so this debate started, and I was traveling all through Germany. I was on several panels. I had endless discussions. I had very, very mean emails I got at that time. And one of the phrases that always popped up again was, if you, meaning you Jews, if you don't want to follow our laws, then go back to your country, which of course was meant to be Israel. And especially in Germany, you know, after the Shoah, you know, after all the documentaries, at most I would say, I grew up in the 70s, like as a child. German non-Jews become more and more aware of the atrocities their parents or grandparents did during the Shoah. And it was, so to say, impossible to articulate anti-Semitism. So even if it was there, it was always under the ground. And when this verdict was known, this Cologne verdict, I had so much vibes, anti-Semitic vibes of people who suddenly like burst out, and they felt like, oh, a judge said Jews are against the law. And suddenly a Jewish and a Muslim ritual was against the law. So now we can tell them that they are wrong, and they either follow our laws or they leave the country. And this left us with a very, very deep concern. It pushed Jews and Muslims alike to be like a pariah of the society. When Dr. Schuster said that we might consider, as we just also heard, we might consider if this law really, if this comes into law, and if this is going to be the future of interpreting the law, then Jews would have to leave the country. And I think that the reasoning then behind the judgment was telling, and maybe also we could come back to the slaughtering verdict, because let's say at the circumcision, also parents may decide on many other interventions on behalf of the children, even physical ones. Circumcision for boys was classified for the judge as bodily harm because it was only done for religious reasons. If there's any other reason, it's fine, but if it's a religious reason, it's not worth it. And this shows a growing inacceptance from secular society, as we also just heard, for religious values and commandments. Instead of tolerating or even respecting different values, people with a secular mindset tend to judge those values by implementing their own personal non-religious point of view. Since they believe religious commandments to be optional, they don't understand the importance and the non-negotiability they represent for religious people. And these mechanisms are the same, talking about slaughter or covering one's head. And also interesting, it always, in late times, it comes rather as a Islamophobia. It has something to do with, we don't want the Muslims to be like that. And then like on by the way, it also matters for Jews. And another thing worthwhile mentioning, I believe, is the negative impact on the Jewish community was twofold. One is that the whole discussion then and again now is very, very fast fueled with Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. And then it created a kind of déjà vu. It reminded of the blood libels of the Middle Ages, Jews, children, blood. It was like pictures popping up again, we thought to be only historic and belonging to the past. And the second was that it also had an impact on the Jews themselves. I remember well when I got in contact with parents who wanted to circumcise their boys, and they told me maybe we shouldn't do it because it's forbidden, it's against the law, and maybe we shouldn't. Especially for the immigrants coming to Germany, who in former Soviet Union already abolished widely the circumcision due to anti-Semitism there. And that was one phrase I heard from an immigrant who said, you know, we left Russia to come here to Germany, and now, because of the anti-Semitism there, and now we live the same discrimination as we had there. I believe that judges, courts, and legislators have to be aware that their judgment also gives orientation to society. Here, law is showing how you can understand and behave towards others. While we celebrate the 1,700 years of Jews in Germany, and our history in Europe even is older, the whole of it, laws against our right of freedom of religion endangers Jewish future in these countries and fuels anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. We shall not accept being outlawed ever again, for sure not in a democratic European Union. It is remarkable that Judaism was long accused being a cold religion, dominated by blind loyalty to the written law, as opposed to the religion of love. Today's accusations is the total reversal of this. Jews are accused of not obeying the law. And in that spirit, and that in spite of the fact that we have a halachic principle, a Jewish principle, a law that commands us that dina de malchuta dina, the law of the country is the law. We have to follow the law of the country we're living in, which, by the way, doesn't mean that we would have to follow laws against Judaism, of course. Since many of the actual civil rights were developed as a reaction to discrimination against Jews that led to the Shoah, Europe has to understand that the direction such anti-religious laws take us to is self-destroying. And Europe has to understand that by defending proudly our rights, we protect the basic values of this democratic society and secure its future.
All right. May I interrupt here for a moment because to join the panel discussion?
Thank you, and I was thinking if I just...
Or is there did I stop you too early? Is there one important remark you need to make right at the
thank
time?
you.
Right, because I think you raised so many interesting topics that we really need to discuss on the panel. And one that I immediately feel the need to discuss with you is we all agree, I assume, in this panel at least, when it comes to the question now of ritual slaughter and the question of circumcision, as you just mentioned, and I remember vividly the spike in anti-Semitism it raised back then. And I also remember vividly how much all of a sudden the atmosphere changed because Muslims said, oh, thank God it's for the Jews, otherwise it would have been much worse. So they were very grateful that Jews had the same issue here and that there was a union and solidarity between the Muslims in Germany and the Jews. So I think that was an interesting time, and maybe this is also worth remembering. But the point I would like to make and I would like to discuss with you is is, you just said that Jews are obeying the law, and that they live in a country and obeying the law of the country. Now, but what if laws are indeed contradicting? I mean, this is not just a very theoretical question. We see it now, for example, in Israel, when it comes to the corona restrictions. We had exactly that discussion that the Haredim said, okay, you may limit our freedom of movement, but you may not allow us to go to schools, but we follow the word of our rabbi. This is more important, so the religious law is more important than the secular law of the State of Israel. And we also have a situation where we are really confronted, from my point of view, with a situation when we talk about, let's say, the Muslim question here, that we have laws according to strict Islam that are really oppressive when it comes to female rights. So what to do with that? We have the situation in Poland, where more and more religion is becoming a strong force in secular law when it comes to the question of abortion, of female rights. So in many countries, it is not such a clear cut anymore. And secular and religious rights may be in a contradiction positions. So how do we deal with this clash when indeed there is a contradiction, that the Constitution gives rights that, according to the religion, are not there? I can see in the faces that many of you have an opinion to that. So I throw the ball in the air. Who wants to take it first? I see, Julian, you would like to answer to that, maybe short. And sure. Then I'd like to ask the others to join in, because I think this is really the core of the discussion we have here. Okay, please, Rabbi Soussan.
Totally. Okay, first of all, I totally disagree with some of the Haredim, the ultra-Orthodox in Israel, who ruled against the law, saying that we don't need to follow all of the restrictions of the state. But that is a different topic with Israel, within Israel politics. And I believe the problem was there, that not all of the ultra-Orthodox understood that from a Jewish perspective, not because of Dina de Malchuta Dina, not because of the law of the state, you have to follow this rule, but because it was Pikuach Nefesh, there is a Jewish law which states that saving life is overruling almost everything else. The other question you ask is a very difficult question, and I think, again, the circumcision will show an answer. We also heard from Ms. Baer. When we talked about circumcision, we understood that there is, of course, not only a general question of what can be allowed, or should it be allowed on a general level, or does the law has to be restricted? Can I change or adjust the principles, how to make it sure that it's acceptable for everybody? And actually, what we did, or what the state did at the end, was adjusting the law to such a position that actually, for me, as a rabbi, it didn't change anything. It was what we did before. We wouldn't. You're looking like astonished, Ms. Ver. The fact was that a mohel may do it, a Jewish circumciser may do it if he is trained. He shall do it until the age of 6 months without narcosa. From that age on, that's what we did. That was the practice before. So everything actually which was then put into law was something we accepted. And then again, we have to differentiate what exactly we want to implement. And I believe, I can talk for Judaism, I believe that everything we do, everything we have is not controversial to European or German law so far.
Well, lucky you. But the question I was asking, of course, points at the problematic situation that is not just there in theory. I mean, so far, for example, we were lucky that the question, and I stay with circumcision, but move to female genital circumcision, which fortunately is just a tradition. It's a torture, as we know. It's a sexual torture. And I don't think there are many different opinions on that panel when it comes to that. But let's assume for a moment this was a religious law. What would we do then? Then we couldn't handle it as easy as that, because indeed it is violence done to women, and we couldn't ignore it according to human rights standards that we apply and to the treaty that are valid in Europe and that we all want to live with. So I'm very curious to hear the opinion from the political point of view, but also, Mr. Pupping, I see that you also are eager to give your comment on that. So maybe, if you like to, Mrs. Baer first.
Yes, I think Mr. Pupping was first, but I can.
Okay, then let's start with Mr. Pupping, and then you give your.
I was just astonished.
Yeah.
If you want it now. Okay, then I start.
Go ahead.
I was only astonished to explain this to Rabbi Soussan. Because after your introductory explanation, I saw that you think that the new legislation didn't change the discussion against Jews. I think we just, in this case, saw that a responsible discussion of really also have a focus on what is real practical Jewish life made that we found a good balance in that. And I think this makes also, Mrs. Shapira, I know this argument, but I think it makes a huge difference if you have such a tradition which is not against the person, or if you have female genital mutilation, which is not a real religious rule without you cannot live your religious belief. But is for oppression of women. So I mean, this is also I would say in really the crucial point is that all those religions we are speaking about are religions of love in the center. Rabbi Soussan just mentioned this, and to be aggressive against a part of this religion, as women are, is, I think, in every religion, not a part of the real interpretation of this religion. And we see that also in Islam, there is a huge difference how to treat with women. And I think this is more the difficulty in the debate, because this, for me, as a practical Christian, as a politician and a lawyer, is clear that no religion has the right to oppress neither women or men, and that those practices are not coming really from the word of God, because they are against men or women in this special case. So this is, for me, a too theoretical question to lead in a direction where none of those religions would ever go through, and which is then taken the religious populism as a weapon against other nations and other people, but in the end also against its own religion and its own believing in the real word of God. So for me, there is a clear difference to say it like that. And for me, it's clear why genital mutilation is against the rule of law in our member states, and should it be all over the world. And the circumcision, we found out a good, a balanced solution, as Rabbi Soussan described it, and as it is in the German law. And I would appreciate if we could find such a solution in all the law system.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Mr. Pupping, do you agree to what has just been said?
Yes, in a large extent. It's a very difficult question that you raise. And what Mrs. Baer said, you know, if it goes against people, it cannot come from God. I think it is something very important to think, as of course God's law God's desire, God's will cannot go be directed against the persons, against our dignity, because of course God would not have created us in order to humiliate us. So this is something very important, this articulation. I would also just simply say, you know, obviously our society decided to go in the direction of multiculturalism. We say we shall live together, we shall try to live in peace and respect a number of common principles. Those principles are secular and they are mostly consensual. You know, respect, peace, equality, freedom, and so on. And we see that some religious practices go against those principles, equality between men and women, but also respect for animal welfare. That is more and more important and central for our European society. And when there is a clash between religious values, principles, practices, and new secular common consensual or dominant values, we do not find any escape. And at the end, it is the law of the strongest, the law of the majority that tries to impose what it believes to be true on people of religions. And I guess the issue of religious slaughter is really based in the conviction of a large proportion of the population that, you know, the welfare of the animals is meaningful and more meaningful than, you know, a kind of old tradition. So it's really a clash, you know, between cultures. So to answer this issue, first we need, I guess, to restore the distinction between law and justice. We should look for justice. There are many laws across Europe. You know, you mentioned different countries, many laws between religions, but there is normally only one justice. And we shall look for justice. And justice is different from laws. And this shall be, I think, now our only way to make sure that we can live together. And we shall also promote mutual respect between believers and non-believers. Non-believers, people with a secular mindset, shall not try to impose that kind of rationalism on people with religions. And people with religions shall not react too strongly against secular mindsets. So we need to restore a common decency within society and understand, you know, that people may legitimately desire to honor God and to transmit their religion to their children, and that everything can be done, you know, respecting justice.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Benis, am I right? Did I pick your face expression in a correct way, that you felt you wanted to add something to it, or?
Maybe, yes, maybe just one thing, because I think it is important. You're basically talking about a conflict of interests or a conflict of values. And I understand very much what Mrs. Baer just reminded us of, that, you know, we shouldn't construct artificial conflicts, that some conflicts are real and some conflicts are just a construct to push the boundary of what we were talking about. At the same time, I do recognize your question about what would be happening in Poland and what would be happening with Shrita, or what would be happening in many other places and conflicts like that. I think it comes down to one idea, which is not the law or the views or the values of the day. It's the theory of justice that underpins it all. If you're a libertarian, it's one worldview. If you're a utilitarian, it's another worldview. If you're prone to, or if you agree with Immanuel Kant, it's another worldview. And unless and until you recognize that you have a different worldview that may not be consistent in every case, but that informs your decisions on a particular case, you will not be able to escape the reality of conflict of values. If our society is only prone to utilitarianism, where the will of the majority or the good for the most people is what we're pursuing, then the risk of the tyranny of the majority is very real. In every instance, whether that is from the religious majority or from the secular majority, the tyranny of majority is a real risk. If you're a libertarian, maybe we don't agree with values that are, so far apart that there's no fabric of society. So I think we need to reconstruct all of that in a coherent narrative, a European narrative that says something about who we want to be as Europeans. And I do believe that, if we ask ourselves that question, it is very unlikely that we wouldn't be arriving at solutions that are not oppressive, because that's really the question. Is whatever you're considering, whether that is a ban on shchita or whether that is a specific worldview on same-sex marriages, for example, is whatever you're considering oppressive? If it is, then you need to ask yourself whether it is who you want to be as a European.
Mm-hmm. Which brings us back to the lecture of Mr. Pupping in a way, because you mentioned and you strengthened the importance or the conflict also about a secular society, the question of which are the principles that are the basic principles that we all have and hopefully want to, not only have to follow. And the question of human rights, for example, and I know that in France, when that well-discussed law was introduced, banning religious symbols from a certain public courtroom, for example, of course it was with the background of the burqa, the niqab, all that big discussion back then. But the basic question was, and you raised that question, elaborated on that, who decides what these principles are? Because the word in itself is something, but as you said, Mr. Ben-Isri, the law is not just the law. It's not just set in stone. It is what we make of it, how we fill it, how we fill the words. What is dignity? What is to cherish life? Does it imply the right to abortion, or does it not? That is, for example, what we are discussing now and what we are seeing in Poland. Now, coming back, and I'd like to introduce a question from the audience at that point, which goes to Mr. Pupping, and the question is, how would you describe the interdependence between laicism and freedom of religion? You already said something to it, but I indeed would like you to ask that question, and maybe adding, what is so dangerous about, because to me it sounded a bit like your nightmare and a secular society, but what is so dangerous about it if it really guarantees all these freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of worship? What is the danger about it?
Yes, thank you. So there is really a difference in terms of philosophy and in terms of practice. Laicism really comes from the 1700s, the 18th century, and the French Enlightenment philosophy. And laicism aims to exclude religions from politics, and also by extension from society, because it is a rationalist philosophy that believes that truth and justice can only be found through reason. Therefore, religions may be tolerated as a form of freedom of expression. like it is expressed in the French Declaration of Human Rights from 1789, which protects freedom of religion only under the scope of freedom of expression. So laicism is exclusive. It trends to exclude religions, to limit it to the private sphere, and to reserve the public sphere to the ideal of a kind of rational social life governed only by great principles. Whereas religious freedom, coming more from the tradition of the United States and after the Second World War, is more an inclusive notion that can and want to protect and guarantee the manifestation and the exercise of religion. So really, one is exclusive, the other one can be inclusive. But freedom of religion, and this is where starts the difficulty, can also be interpreted in an exclusive manner when it is understood with the mindset of laicism, and therefore it is at that moment used more in order to limit the expression or the manifestation of religion. So those are the two approaches. Freedom of religion is inclusive, and it's aimed at facilitating societies that are multicultural, multi-religious. And it starts from the viewpoint that religions are good and not bad. Whereas today in our society, we more and more start from the viewpoint that religions are problematic.
May I add with a question? Would you prefer a society and a legal system where religious thoughts and ideas have a stronger impact in forming the law?
I believe in justice, and I believe justice exists in se. It exists independently from religion. I think there is a difference between law and religion, and law should serve justice and should serve the common good. So I'm not in favor of the idea that we should, include in positive law religious practices, I think there is a real difference, of course, between the both dimension of life. However, what I think important is that for our society to understand and respect the fact that people may believe in God and may want to ordinate their life to God. And this transcendent dimension of our life, should be recognized by, of course, by the society and by the law.
Yes, but once again, it's like the word dignity, the word religion too is open to interpretation. And what are the religious values we talk about? So if I take Mr. Benisri's comment just about the tyranny of the majority, there is a danger in every democratic system because we just take for granted that the majority will always vote for freedom of expression, for human rights. What if that is not the case, which is, I'm not elaborating here because that's a philosophical question in a certain sense, but let me go back to a very concrete political situation as we face it now in Europe. And I already mentioned Poland, for example, with a growing influence of the Catholic Church on the legal system. Now, is that a situation that worries you, or is it a situation that from a Christian point of view you are happy with?
Okay, I don't know how it affects the legislation. I don't know if the current governmental majority in Poland has adopted any law against religious minorities. I have not heard any kind of such legislation that would
well, I'm talking about anti-abortion law, for example, now,
okay,
and you've seen the female demonstrations, I guess, as we all have. So, That, of course, is the political background.
Yes, of course. The issue of respect of life is distinct from religion. And people may respect life from conception, even if they don't have any religion. So I don't think there is no direct or necessary connection between both, and there are many people who disapprove abortion more or less without direct link to the religion. However, it is true that if you believe in God, and if you believe that God gives a soul to each person at the conception, so if you believe that human beings have a soul, it implies that you believe in God. Then, of course, you must respect life since the time the body has a soul. So, yes, there is a connection between the Christian belief of the animation of the embryo and the position on abortion. There is a connection because, of course, it is important if you want to respect God that you respect also the persons. But again, this question is also a question, of justice. If you consider human rights, of course, in 1948, when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted, it was very clear that the right to life starts from conception. It was the same, and it is still the same in the Inter-American Convention of Human Rights. And we may also consider the fact that in Poland, abortion was introduced by the Nazi. So for the Polish, they remember abortion as being introduced by the Nazi in order to reduce the growth of the demography of the Poles. So it was an anti-demographic, anti-Polish measures introduced by the Nazi in the 30s. So for them, abortion is connected with the Nazi and with the communist. They had a very high rate of abortion under the communists. So we have to see that they are in a different situation as we are in Western Europe, whereas abortion was introduced as a freedom in the 70s. So the context is different. For them, they reacted to the previous time, and so we are in a different position.
Okay, I say, and understandable that you all feel the definite need to comment on that. It was my mistake, I must apologize, because inviting to discuss the situation of Poland in itself would lead to a long panel discussion, I know, with different views on that, but we've got a different topic, so I would like to lead us back to the main route. Even though I'm dying to comment on what you said, but I have to spare myself too, and I asked the other the participants to do so as well. But I'd like to pick up you just said, because of course it was meant as an example to show what is if religion really, and I'm convinced that the Catholic Church is a very important player in that political situation here in Poland, and so we have many religious influences trying, for understandable reason, I'm not criticizing it from their point of view, it's justified, trying to get an influence in the legal system, and this of course is always difficult to handle. Now we are talking about the Jewish perspective here today, and when we talk about it, and I would like to remind you of what was said at the introductory lecture by Professor Wasserstein, who painted a rather dark picture of the development of the Jewish diaspora in Europe. The decline in numbers is remarkable. 1.6% of the Europeans are Jewish, and only 9% of worldwide Jewry live in Europe. Professor Wasserstein came to the conclusion a European diaspora, quote, is moving even closer to disillusion. And taking this into consideration, could you imagine a justified, privileged legal handling of Jews in Europe to ensure they can practice their religion I initially, Mrs. Bear, asked you when it came to the PESA regulation, and that was an easy question to answer in the sense that, of course, what else could you say? But now coming back to it once more and thinking about it again, it's such a small minority. Do we have to have special laws? I mean, the Holocaust denial law, if we take that already, is a very specific law. And do we need specific laws in order to protect that very small and attacked and under constant threat of anti-Semitism living minority if we want to have a blossoming Jewish life in Europe? Yeah. Yes, please, Mrs. Baird, the politician, and then Mr. Benizri.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think this is a very important point also of democracy. And what I wanted also to relate for my former try to speak to the Polish question, that majority is not everything. In a good democracy, you have to balance out, even as majority, that you find the biggest welfare for the most number of people in your country or in your society. And so for me, it's clear that even a small minority has the right, as all the, in this kind, religions, to live their belief. For example, even with a big majority as in Poland and the pressure of a Catholic Church, there has to be a balanced out system that even if I would never go for an abortion personally as a Christian, that others have the possibility to balance out the right of a woman and a child in sometimes really very difficult situations. And I never would assume that any woman, if with or without belief, would go for an abortion like just this, because there are no other possibilities. So I think this is really a duty of society, not only to balance out beyond the frontiers of majority and minority, but also an important duty of society to make a society living where you can live different decisions in, and which you can respect because they are not against the fundamental rules of a society. And so we have not only to see on the laws, which I hope are good laws at the end, after often heavy and emotional discussion, but we have also to see about our educational system, our communication, to make awareness, to make people sensitive on problems somebody else can have on that. I think we live in a time where too often an aggressive pronunciation of the own opinion is taken as the only one possible. And this I would really like to change. I think then also not only the interreligious dialogue, but also the intersocietal it's much easier and much more bringing people together than dividing them.
So do I understand correctly that indeed under certain defined in certain defined situations, like for the Jewish community, you would agree that very specific laws might be needed and might be justified if they even if they don't apply to everybody, so we don't limit the freedom of speech for the denial of other atrocities, but we do so when it comes, for example, for the denial of the Holocaust. So that is, as I said, a very specific law. So you do think it is justified to have certain laws defined for certain groups under very specific exceptions?
Yes, but this is, for me, the denial of the Holocaust is not only a specific law to protect a minority. For me, this is a base of our society, that such, I mean, the Holocaust was against Jews, but it can be as a system go against every, not only religion, but also other thinking. And so for me, this is an important point to show up that you have to define also the borders of the freedom. And I think the Holocaust really, if this is not a border, then I do not know which.
Okay, thank you. I would like to give the final word, if I may, looking at our time, to Rabbi Soussan. But I'd like to combine it with a question which is directly connected to what we just heard. I remember a friend, a Holocaust survivor, who once told me, well, you know, for me, he's living now in Israel, was born in Poland, survived Auschwitz, and he told me, you know, for me, the whole of Europe is like a beautiful cemetery. You can listen to birds, there are nice flowers, it's maybe beautiful, but still it is a cemetery, and I can't live on a cemetery, which I absolutely can understand immediately. Now, on the other hand, we do feel that there is a certain value, that it is important for the future of Europe. I know that from political statements like you gave them, Mrs. Baer, and many other politicians, that we do want to invite Jews in Europe to make it their home and not just a transition. And so if we think of the future of the diaspora Jews in Europe, is there something like a moral or a political obligation to ensure a Jewish future in Europe, given the historical background of the Shoah especially? Rabbi Soussan.
Thank you. Thank you very much for everything I've heard here. But there's one thing really I want to point out. The law against denial of Holocaust is not a law to protect Jews. It's a law to protect German democracy, or democracy as a whole. And whoever doesn't understand that and believes that taking a step back on behalf of the Jews because they suffered so much, doesn't understand that learning from history means that it's a step towards future to protect any minority. And again, I want to point out that, as we just heard, also Ms. Baer said it, majority is not everything. I do believe that many times we have struggles between minorities. There are those who are really willing to help animals, and there are those who really need to have slaughtered, ritual slaughtered animals. And then you have like the big society, the majority, who seems to be like a referee, it's like they're watching a match. And whatever is going to happen and whoever is going to argue better, they're going to judge like a referee and say, well, he was right and he was wrong, or she. And I do believe that it's very important. Education for society. It's very important to influence also social media. And it's also, and that's what I tried to state at the beginning, also the way we have laws implemented and how we interpret them is also a sign for the society, how we live these laws, how we want the society to live democracy. And I believe that we need more and more politicians to speak up on behalf of any minority. I do believe that we have to come closer together, all those minorities that that share the same will. Actually, I'm really, except for the slaughtering maybe, I'm also for protection of animals, you know, on any level. I mean, it's so incredible that we're talking about the last few seconds of the life of an animal so much, while there is mass farming, factory farming, force feeding, and all these other things. It's so horrible, it's so horrifying that, again, we are always drifting to a certain direction. That is not the point. The point is that we have to share something in common. I do believe that if Judaism showed something in the last 2,000 years or even longer, is that after every catastrophe, we had the will and the power to come back. I hope the same is true for Jewry in Europe.
Thank you very much, even though it wasn't an answer to my question, but it was fascinating listening to you. And now, so I would like to answer it myself and to make it brief. Yes, I think indeed we do have a moral, a political, a historical obligation to make sure that there is a safe future for Jews in Europe, and because once again, to pick it up as you just said, it is not the question of if Jews have a future here. If they don't have, nobody has, no Democrat has. And if they don't have a future here, this for sure is not a society we would want to live in. And Mr. Ben-Israel, you didn't have the chance now to give your final word, but I'd like to quote you as a final word, because this is something that will stay with me. When you said that the big question is, do you trust the system? And from there, we take different directions. And if we doubt the system, the question of advocating, of discussing and of living our values becomes even more important. And indeed, so I didn't become a lawyer, I didn't choose this profession, and I didn't choose to study religion. I decided to be an advocate in the public opinion field, maybe because I doubt the system a bit more, as you being very positive, and as Rabbi Soussan just expressed a very optimistic view. Maybe that's the different background, but we join each other in advocating for the system. And I'd like to thank you very much indeed for this inspiring discussion, for the lectures, and for those who couldn't follow all of it, who came in later. It will be available on YouTube, so you can listen to it later again, and I think it's worth it. Thank you so much for your time. We will have a break now before the symposium continues, and I'd like to say goodbye to you. Frohe Ostern, Happy Easter, Pesach Sameach. Bye.
Along the way, when I was explaining the idea, I noticed that I again and again keep doing this gesture of putting one tree on top of the other tree. One hand holding another hand. We're going to have one tree that is planted, alive, coming from the ground, and a second tree that went through some accident and found himself being held on top of the live tree. And that's it.
We are obviously standing on a construction site, and this is the construction site of the new Jewish Museum. As a Jewish museum, we are approached with all kinds of prejudices and all kinds of feelings. So we wanted at the center of our new entrance a sculpture and a work that opens up something for everyone. And I guess this is what Ariel Schlesinger's sculpture will do.
It was very clear to me that shape-wise we need something that is kind of vertical, because the two buildings were very tall and kind of strong elements around the entrance. So it was very clear that something had to kind of grow between them, and it was also very clear to me that it should be in an organic shape. I found the tree through really looking through a lot of trees. We took a couple of days on a road trip, and we went across the countryside. Once I saw the tree, it was immediately clear that that should be the tree. because it had such a beautiful character. So it was suddenly not a tree that you would just close your eyes and see, but a tree that actually have a character. So in a sense, it's a kind of new direction for me. Yeah, it's a tree with a lot of personality. For the process, one way to do it is, of course, cutting the tree, bringing it here to the workshop, and doing the whole stages of casting it. But in this particular case, we had to protect the tree, to keep it alive and to preserve it. So the whole operation had to happen on the spot. Since all this process have to be taken in small parts, we will have all these small segments, and those segments will be welded back together into a complete tree. So the two trees are identical trees, although one have the roots and the second is growing from the ground. So I think a sculpture needs to be able to offer many sides, different sides to its audiences, not one way. And I think a good sculpture stays like that. It stays open, because that kind of relationship is for a long term. Because you might not only meet that sculpture once, you might meet it several times a day, or several times a year, or several times during your lifetime. And like good relationship, like a good friendship, every time you meet that person or that sculpture, you discover new things. And I think that kind of connection to a sculpture is much stronger than putting a very defined idea in the public space and saying, look, that's what it means, that's how it should be. This sculpture is not. This sculpture is alive. One day you will love it, one day you will hate it. Next time you will discover something new about it. And I think that kind of change is interesting.
For Ariel Schlesinger, as a conceptual artist, the whole process of finding the right tree, casting it, producing it, and even the final installation is part of the whole artwork and gives a certain poetic quality. He took the tree as a multi-layered symbol and set the scene of a very special, even dramatic composition. The sculpture of two casted trees, from which one seems to have been through something like a catastrophe, whirled up on top of the other tree, with the roots reaching out to the sky. The artist took inspiration from the Jewish history, from his own family history, but also from the Jewish Bible and the book of Ezekiel, and the symbolism of the opposites.
The sculpture of Ariel Schlesinger, which will be at the core of our new entrance, opens up all kinds of allusions and association for our audience, which we hope they will feel engaged and encouraged to think twice about possible meanings of Jewish culture and history in this town. So welcome to our last panel of our conference, Transitions on the Jewish Diaspora in Europe. We started off this morning reflecting on Jewish museums and their relation to the present. We just had a vivid discussion on legal frameworks. And our last panel now is devoted to the question of the Jewish future in the diaspora in Europe. It's my great pleasure to introduce you to our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Michel Friedman. And as I said already yesterday, he's been heavily involved in the preparation of this symposium, and we discussed all the topics together, and I'm very grateful that you devoted your time in doing this. So, Professor Friedman is lawyer, philosopher, publicist, author, and moderator. From 1998 to 2003, he moderated the political TV talk show Achtung Friedman at Hessischer Rundfunk. Since 2004, he is TV moderator of the political program Studio Friedman and the Reportage Friedman looks at Welt N24. Michel Friedman also hosts the TV program Auf ein Wort at Deutsche Welle. He's moderator of the Democracy Forum in Hambacher Castle for Südwestdeutscher Rundfunk. At the Berliner Ensemble, he's welcoming guests for political conversations since 2017, and since last year, he's hosting a series of personal encounters and intellectual reflections entitled Denken ohne Geländer here at the Jewish Museum Frankfurt. Together with Yves Kugelmann, who's one of our distinguished guests this afternoon, he has a weekly podcast for Tachlis magazine entitled Future Thinking. Michel Friedman is honorary professor at the Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences and managing director of the Center for Applied European Studies. In 2005, he published a novel, Kaddish vor dem Morgengrauen, at Aufbau Verlag. His new book, Zeitenwende, which was created together with Harald Welzer, was published on October 1, 2020 by Kiwi Verlag. And I'm looking forward to your keynote.
Thank you so much. First of all, what a privilege to participate today, and my deepest compliment for this, what happened in the last hours. It was interesting and I learned a lot. So I have the privilege to talk about future, which is really marvelous because future is hope. But I have to confess that since I was a young boy, and it starts around the 60s, I listened to discussions, my late parents and all their friends, about the future of Jewishness in Europe. This was the post-Holocaust time. They were survivors of the Holocaust and all their friends, and they discussed about the future in Europe with the impression of having survived in a continent which was the continent of the Shoah. I was in Paris at that time. I was born in Paris, and the majority of all these Jews were survivors from East Europe, and there were a lot of emotions during these debates. They were ashamed living in Europe. They were ashamed having survived and not their brothers or their sisters. They were angry, they were sad, but the debate was not really a debate that there will be a future, also not for their children, that means for my generation, but this is a moment, a momentum, and they didn't know where to go, but they knew they don't want to stay. When we went to Germany, things were even more complicated because anti-Semitism was not the inventions of the Jews. This is a European tragedy, but Auschwitz was an invention from Germany, and living in Germany in the 60s, 70s, for the Jewish community, not more than 30,000 Jews, also the majority survivors of the Holocaust, was connected to a very bad conscience. And my generation, when we were around 10, 15, 20, when we went to Israel, the majority of my friends didn't confess that they are coming from Germany. They came from Austria or from Switzerland. I don't know if this was really much better. But the future, again, was not a part of the identity of the role model for our generation. So another point was also interesting, debating about diaspora in these years. For the first time, also for the generation who is today, let me say, between 50 and 70, the discussion was connected to a goal. The Gola had a physical reality towards Israel. Israel was created, Israel was a part of our education, and the future was an ambivalent situation between being in the diaspora on one hand and knowing that there is a solution for the diaspora. And the solution had a name, the country of Israel. And we all were educated with this ambivalence, which was a very neurotic education. We were not where we were, but we were not there where we have to be supposed to be. So identity was very complicated, and I believe that talking about future today, where we are talking now about 2 generations later, is again another situation. Regardless of the existence of Israel, the relationship to Israel and the relationship not to be in Israel is another one. The bad conscience is not as deep as it was in the 60s, 70s, or 80s, but still the conflict, the question, why are we in the diaspora and not there where it is supposed to be? The country is Israel and not the United States of America. This conflict is one of the deep debate issues we will continue to talk about. The next remark is a very banal one, speaking about the future of Jews in Europe. As long as Jews are living in Europe, there is a future for Jewish life in Europe. And even though a part of Jews left their countries, especially in France, we will talk about the reasons, we have hundreds of thousands Jewish existences which are living in this continent, and as long as this happens, the question is more a rhetoric one. And this is important because we are very often overloading this question. So the principal question, is there a Jewish future in Europe, is answered by the reality that we are here. But let's talk a little bit, what does it mean to live as a Jew in Europe? And here again, things changed. I want to start to tell you again about that, what happened years and years ago. So after World War II, the majority in the Jewish communities were connected to the religion part of the identity of being a Jew. It doesn't mean that there was a huge Orthodox community in Europe. There were partly ones, especially in Great Britain, also in France, but the majority was traditional. What does it mean? People knew how to pray. People had information about what it means from the religious point of view to be a Jew. There was a Jewish religious education in the background. And even though the synagogues were not really fulfilled with a lot of people, but there was a tradition of going to synagogues from time to time, and this changed also in the years. The today's situation is divided. We have a small part of very Orthodox Jews. We have small parts of, as we are saying, the 3-day Jews. But the majority is not really informed about Jewish religious life. Perhaps during the bar mitzvah or the bat mitzvah education, you have a year or 2, but the rest of the life and the ground of what is religious identity is decreasing. The majority of Jews who are living today in Europe are secular. And with the question, what is the future of Jewish life in Europe, I think this is one of the points we have to invest a little bit more time without judging these changing, but we have to take them in consideration. What does it mean is more than only a religious question. It is also, this is nothing new in Jewish life, the old question, what is the Jewish identity today? I prefer to speak about a lot of identities. Here again, the Jewish communities in Europe changed for the good, as I believe. We have more pluralism, we have more diversity, we have people living in Jewish communities wherever in Europe, coming from a lot of countries. Take the story of the Jewish communities in Germany. We were, as I mentioned, 30,000 before the 90s. We are today more or less 200,000. A lot of them came from the former Soviet Union. A lot of them are coming from Israel and the whole world. So the communities are changing, and people who are coming here are bringing their part of their cultures from where they are coming from. And this is another remark perhaps about Jews living in Europe. Jewish communities, the microcosmos, is a part of the macrocosmos. And you can see how is the reality in Europe, in the countries we are talking about, and then you can also see very quickly how is the reality in the Jewish communities. Jewish life is determined by the macrocosmos. The choice to live in a ghetto and to be protected because of this is an illusion. And we will talk about the macrocosmos in a few minutes, but Jewish identity is connected also to this, what is going and happening around during our lives, and there are a lot of problems we will talk about. Jewish life is ambivalent. Jewish life is paradox. More individuals and more concepts of what is Jewish life for me or for somebody else is bringing on one hand a plurality, on the other hand people can't really have role models as we had this before. There is one reason we have to talk about why the problem is increasing. The Jewish leadership in Europe is weak. We don't have really Jewish leadership in the communities where we can find orientation, debates, opinions, how Jewish organized life has to be organized. We are still living in the 1990s, 2000, and our representatives are not representing the options, the opportunities of a modern, diverse Jewish life. On the other hand, we have role models because we see more and more individuals coming from the intellectual scenes, coming from the cultural scenes, coming from the scientist scenes, people who are showing us how they can combine a lot of identities. This is important for me. Jewish identity is not an isolate or the most important identity part in Jewish life. If you want to choose that like that, it's okay, but the majority are not choosing this like that. There are a lot of identities. You have national identities, you have your sexual orientations, you have your cultural identities, you have your Jewish identities, and a lot of these identities are quarreling each other in your own life and in the life, in relationship to others. So if it is not the religious part, as I mentioned, what can replace identity tools? Without any identity tools, we are speaking about a future of Jewish life, about what? What are then qualities of Jewish life? This is something we will have to negotiate in the next years. This is the duty of the now younger generations to discuss about. And I believe that there has to be a tie between the organized Jewish life and these who are not living anymore in an organized Jewish community life. The majority is not organized anymore. The representatives of the community will say this is a problem, others will say no, this is the idea. If I want, I go to a synagogue. If I want, I send my child to a Jewish kindergarten. If I don't, it has nothing to do with my Jewish identity. So let's speak also about the macro concept. We are living in the most dangerous time for minorities in the European Union, and if we talk about Europe, since a long period. Populist, anti-Semitic and racist parties are part of the governments. They were elected by democracy. and the elections were democratic elections, that doesn't mean that they are democratic parties. I'm not talking about Trump because this is another part of the word, but it is a part of the free word. And we have in Europe, since years and years, not more populist parties or people who are voting for right radical and right-wing ideas, but they are less ashamed than they were last century. They are more openly talking about the hate and the anti-democratic ideas they have. Minorities, and especially the Jewish minority, can only live in a democracy. When human rights are not respected anymore, we are the first and the last victims. So the quality of life for minorities and the dangerous situation for minorities, and especially also for the Jewish one, is increasing. It's a reality which is changing not only the societies, but is also changing the perspective of future of Jewish life in Europe. How can we talk about future being aware that hate, physical hate, and also hate speech is increasing not only due to the internet and the social media, but due to people, human beings, who are talking very openly about their hate. Not only in Germany, wherever Jewish institutions are, kindergartens, schools, our children getting older, being protected by police, which on one hand is a proof that democratic states are working and are doing their duties. But on the other hand, who wants to have children, own children and other children, educated, being daily experienced that police have to protect them? What identity tools will this bring also for the soul of these children in the future, that they were, as they are eating their breakfast, they have the daily experience, the police has to protect myself. So taking this in consideration, and I'm coming back to that, what I said a few minutes ago, the macrocosmos is determining also our life in the microcosmos. Can we live as we want? Are we free to say we are Jews? Are the consequences dangerous for our lives? Do we want to stay in a country, for example, in Hungary or in Poland, where extremist populist parties are not only governing, they are the head of the governors? Do we want to live in a country like Germany, where the AfD is, even though they are showing their face of hate, till elected with 10–15%? And how do we want to engage ourselves in societies? If we are citizens, do we take these rights being a citizen? Can we be a member of parliament without being reduced to a Jewish member of parliament? Can we involve ourselves in these societies without being marked as Jews? Now we are coming back to Israel. Is this the country where we want to go? If we want to come home, whatever means come home, is this the home, or is the diaspora our home? Is it a conflict of interest, as it was 20 years, 30 years ago, criticizing Israel? Is this a problem? Is this something where you are a traitor? All these questions are coming back to our realities in the 21st century. And I believe that at the end of the 23rd century, 20 years perhaps, we had the impression, I would say the illusion, that the life in diaspora in Europe could have been something with future. I'm very skeptical today. As we are here talking about Jewish issues, we have to be optimistic. So let me say it's a very skeptical, small optimism for our future, which doesn't mean that there will not be Jewish life and Jewish future in Europe. But I want to end with a question of quality of life. And I believe a happy life has to be connected to quality of life, and quality of life is connected always with freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Friedman, for this keynote speech. We are now starting our panel discussion. Professor Friedman will leave the studio and later on comment on what we discussed.
The mask.
And my colleague Sara Soussan, whom you might know from from this morning's panel, where she was presenting our collection of contemporary Jewish culture, is now moderating the last session with me. And we have 5 panelists who will introduce one after the other. And the first one is introduced by Sara.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to introduce to you Yves Kugelmann. So I hope he switched on his camera already. Yes, he did. Hello. Yves Kugelmann is a journalist, a publisher, and film producer in Basel, Switzerland, editor-in-chief of the Jewish weekly magazine Tachlis, as well as the magazines Aufbau and Revue Juive, member of various boards of trustees, including the Anne Frank Fund in Basel, which is very familiar to us as the Jewish Museum in Frankfurt, and the Foundation Öffentlichkeit und Gesellschaft on the University Zurich. While still at school, he wrote for Jewish magazines and for various daily newspapers. He was active in Jewish education and in this context came early on in the footsteps of Jewish history in Europe in Eastern Bloc countries such as Poland and Czechoslovakia. In 1996, the Jüdische Rundschau brought him to the editorial office, which he had already taken over in 1998. In 2001, he became editor-in-chief of the Jewish weekly magazine Tachlis, which is published by the Jüdische Medien AG group in Zurich. In 2008, Kugelmann took over the publishing house himself. I found quotation in the internet, in an interview that you gave, and you said, "The Jewish tradition permanently questions everything." And I think that matches very well with your journalist activity. And I would like to have you answer the question, what could a self-determined Jewish future in Europe look like?
Thank you very much. Good question. I'm not a prophet, as you know, with the second one, we ended our professionality of being a prophet. I'm a journalist, so I can't answer questions, but I share a lot of important points Michel Friedman made in his first statement. And just to try to answer your question, I'm much more optimistic than him because I see in daily reality, not in the macro, as he would say, but in the micro, a vision of Jewish communities all over the European continent. And so I'm much more optimistic than him, but I think we will share these opinions a little bit later.
Okay, so I may introduce you to another panelist, which is Mark Weitzman. He's a journalist as well, but a novelist too. He hosts the weekly radio show Signes des Temps et France Culture, and he's a contributor to newspapers like Le Monde, Le Point, as well as the American news site, the New York Review of Books and Tablet magazine. His latest book, Un temps pour haïr, was published in 2019 in English under the title Hate, the Rising Tide of Antisemitism in France and What It Means for Us. The book is a New York Times book review editor's choice. In the aftermath of the Christchurch massacre in April 19, Mark Weitzman published an article in Foreign Affairs called The Global Language of Hate is French. Mark Weitzman, can you imagine a Jewish future in Europe in general and in France in particular without the hate that you were examining in your past publication? You need to switch on the microphone.
Yeah, can you hear me? Not in the short term, no. I don't imagine any future for the Jews in Europe without the hate for various reasons. In fact, I'm quite pessimistic on all these issues, and not just in Europe, in fact. But maybe because I'm coming from France, and maybe because we had to face a rise of anti-Semitism dating back to the early 2000s, and maybe because we had to face the probably the most violent terror wave in Europe since World War II. A terror wave where anti-Semitism was really the central element. France is maybe also because France is the country that practically invented populism in a way since during the French Revolution. But for all those various reasons, it seems to me, from France, it seems obvious to me that we're facing a worldwide wave of populism, and that marks the end of what Joris Leskin calls the Jewish century, that was the 20th century. So we're facing a completely new situation right now. It started with 9/11, and if we try to define, I can go on too long right now, but if we try to define this populism, this worldwide populism, if we try to see it as it is, you have, for a part, the Muslim tide and then the extreme right tide, and we're somewhere caught in between as Jews. And so it's a very difficult situation. I can come back later on this if you during the discussion. But I don't see how we can move on from this without trying to redefine what it means to be a Jew in the 21st century. We need a new definition of what a diaspora is, not just what a Jewish identity is, but really what it is to be part of a diaspora today, in a world where nationalism and identity politics are the new fashion everywhere. Where do we stand?
Laura Kazes, welcome. You are a psychologist here in Frankfurt, and you are an advisor for the Association Development at the Central Welfare Office for Jews in Germany, the Zentralwohlfahrtsstelle. And in LinkedIn, I found your self-description that you are curious about the intersections where social issues and creativity meet. And, full stop, Jewish and feminist among other things, full stop. This morning, you see, I'm very much in the trace of today of you. This morning, I read on Twitter a tweet where you say that you were very often asked for a young Jewish perspective, and that you answer that these voices don't just fall off the tree, and they need spaces to be developed and also to be empowered. So I'm curious about your visions of Jewish diaspora here in Europe.
Thank you very much, Sara. That is the question about the vision is a very interesting one, because I believe I'm part of a generation that for the first time really internally and externally dares to envision what it means to have not only a strong Jewish presence in Europe, but also a Jewish future. And I'm not referring to that from a naive perspective, because like Michel Friedman described the third generation, I am part of the generation that within Jewish institutions grew up behind bulletproof glass, grew up with policemen and security forces, grew up during the Second Intifada, grew up 4 years old while my father, who is from Argentina, had to witness that the AMIA Center in Buenos Aires was bombed. So the perspective that I grew up with is that globally speaking, whether we're Jewish or not, as Jews, we are increasingly targeted by terrorism. And at the same time, there is no place on earth where we have ever really been safe from that. So the question for me is, in connection to the atmosphere in which I grew up within the Jewish community, with all the privileges that I had in that, how do we understand Jewish life as a resource as well? And I really believe that this is something that the vision of Jewish life in the future in Europe is nurtured by when I look at my generation. I consider myself as an observer of this young generation. I look at Jewish student activism. You just referred to my tweet this morning. This was referring to the fundraising campaign of the European Union of Jewish Students that I was able to be part of, and where I could really see it is not only the Jewish institutions who nurture Jewish identity. It is really also the question that, or the interesting aspect that many young Jews of my age, not only are their lives are not only determined by the atmosphere in Europe, they're also actively interacting with it. And I think this is where the vision of Jewish life in Europe might also go when you ask me. I think the active interaction, who we are within the societies that we live in, while understanding our Jewish identities, like Michel Friedman says, as a resource, I think this is where a vision can go. If we understand our Jewish identities as a resource, while understanding that we have to actively interact with our societies in whichever way they go, and have to find positions that strengthen also our Jewish identity and at the same time our stance within society, I think this is where we can say, then it could go into a vision of a strong Jewish future in Europe.
Sophia Carter-Vince, you are an associate professor at the Eötvös-Loránd University in Budapest. I hope I spelled it right. And she received a PhD in 2006 at Budapest at the same university. She has continued her academic work at Brandeis University in Boston and the University of Oxford in England. She has published extensively about Jewish life in Hungary in the post-Soviet times. For instance, in her book, Tradition, Memory, Identity, The Foundation of Myth of Exodus and Return to the Tradition. In this book, in Hungarian language, she described the construction and reconstruction of the Jewish life and identity after the fall of communism. I would ask you something slightly different. Would you agree with the widespread perception of a Jewish Renaissance in Hungary? And I know you wrote about it. And how is this Renaissance affected by the current political situation and the anti-Semitic campaigns against Soros, for instance, in Hungary?
Thank you so much. Thank you for, first of all, thank you for your invitation and organizing this wonderful event. I was following it since yesterday afternoon. Difficult question. I was thinking about this actually, and I would definitely throw away my book that I wrote when I was a child 10 years ago, I think, about return to tradition. Even then it was supposed to be in quotation marks. So I believe right now, regarding this question about today's political situation, for example, the George Soros language narrative, using him as in a narrative, that we do have a Jewish problem, we do have a Jewish question, which does have a huge impact on the Jewish communities. And I would like to tell you that I took for personal reasons, I took a break from researching for 20 years the Jewish communities and this return movement. And this break was about 3 or 4 years. And after 3 or 4 years, I come back and I look into what happened during this 3-4 years. And I realized, I had a bittersweet realization that everything is basically the same, except the political situation and its impact. I would give a silly analogy, like I go home to Romania every year, twice or 3 times, and my grandma is watching a soap opera, never-ending soap opera. And that soap opera, I can catch up with its storyline within 20 minutes, usually. And after 20 years of research and the 4 years break of research, I realized that the Hungarian Jewish life and Jewish Renaissance, so-called Renaissance, that is ended up in the headlines of the New York Times, for example, for a few times, it stayed the same. The solutions, the questions, the hopes that Michel Friedman referred to, for example, nothing has changed. Same way, the Jewish drama has not happened, and anything drastically different did not happen. For example, any kind of solutions debated during these 20 years of return or renaissance, renewing the Jewish communities. The same crisis and the same paranoia of extinction, the same euphoria about diversity, the same fear from diversity, the same enthusiastic initiation of something radically new, establishing a new organization, with a very different vision, very different mission statement this time. Really, this will be an absolutely different one, amazingly different. And actually, the Jewish Museum that Zsuzsa Torányi was talking about earlier, that has changed the paradigm a little bit without resisting the government's influence. But the narrative stayed the same about the seemingly flourishing progress and revival and renaissance, the same cry for help for this imaginary 100,000 Jews that supposedly live in Hungary. Nobody saw them. Still, there are more organizations than Jews. And still, they are obsessed with the numbers and how many Jews there are and how to reach them. And sorry, most Jews actually are professional Jews. But their commitment to Judaism is basically to their jobs, as strong as their livelihood, basically. So the same issues are debated about if, for example, Israel is leading the Hungarian organizations, which causes miscommunication. The same academic rages every other week, but less platforms for that, about the authoritarian government, glorification of the Nazi writers, the personalities, or wrong use of words of this public figure. The federal Jewish organizations, internal and external conflict, including with the government, for example, and their backstabbing going public to the larger Hungarian public, it stayed the same. They hate Chabad, they need Chabad, they need the government. Usually the government is sponsoring the Jewish Federation, which has many secular cultural organizations as well, nationwide. So the same political debates define today's situation basically about Zionism, liberalism, right-wing, left-wing, politically, but right and religiously, attitude towards Israel. The only thing that has really changed, and this is the answer to Sara's question after the long introduction, is the dangerously, but very slowly and widely spread, very complex and very sophisticated governmental anti-Semitism. And George Soros is the billboard picture for that. That's what people saw, and that went out publicly. But what is much more dangerous here in the government's attitude towards the Jewish community is the propagated philosemitism, financing many Jewish projects, especially the Holocaust memorials, commemorations, controversial, in a very controversial context, a renovation of cemeteries, for example, but also the Jewish lively culture, the Jewish Renaissance. They have the program to finance the Jewish Renaissance, give money for that. While Hungary is one of their three poorest countries in EU. So forbidding hate speech, for example, they forbid hate speech and forbid by law Holocaust denial. However, this guilt, I call it the guilt that keeps giving, is basically a thinly veiled, disguised anti-Semitism, and uses hate speech very articulatedly. This could not cause more anti-Semitism than any kind of George Soros billboard, which is very visible. So basically, when we have a poor society, this kind of philosemitism from the government and the division between Hungarians and Jews, and we give to the Jews money usually, and another school and another, we finance another commemoration, and every 3 weeks another Holocaust commemoration, could not cause more anti-Semitism among the wide society, the otherwise decent, non-anti-Semitic people. So it's not the vulgar, open anti-Semitism that has an impact on the Jewish community. It's this soft, disguised philosemitism. Anti-Semitism is the most outrageous, and that raises the real Jewish question that has an impact on Hungarian society, which basically became their narrative, in their narrative, in everyday narrative, became anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism became a very accepted language. And this has, yes, definitely impact on those Jews who, as Michel Friedman mentioned, that majority of Jews who consciously don't want to commit to any organized Jewish community. And they say, for example, a writer said this, that I don't even want to be a secular Jew. I don't want to be identified in any way with any kind of Jewish identity. I don't want to be originally Jewish, or my family used to be Jewish, nothing. So that would be my short, way too long answer. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Sophia. So last but not least, it's my honor to take in Chaim Guski as the last one to complete our circle. Chaim Guski is an author, publicist, and blogger. He writes, among other things, as a columnist for the Jüdische Allgemeine, is editor of Talmud.de, and regularly publishes texts on contemporary Jewish issues on his blog, Chaim's Sicht. Since 2019, one of the two podcast hosts of Anti-Semitic, his counterpart is Jona Grossman from Berlin. He stands out for his profound Jewish knowledge and deals intensively with religious issues. He takes care of translations of traditional Jewish texts into German. You are so tireless in search of Jewish consolidation in Germany. So I found this sentence you said. In principle, for Jews, Germany is like Hawaii, a smart place, almost a paradise. But under the surface, it simmers, and everything can just explode, and it does that regularly and in shorter cycles. So on one hand, I have the image of a very positive, optimistic person. And on the other hand, we have here explosions of inner simmerings. And so I would like to know how you see a self-determined Jewish future in Europe.
Yeah, I guess that's the Jewish way of seeing things in both ways, in a positive and in a negative way at the same time. I guess on the one hand, the communities all over Europe are shrinking for demographic reasons on the one hand, and because some people leave the continent for Eretz Israel, and I doubt that this is only because of anti-Semitism. It's entangled with another development, which is good on the one hand, because there's an increasing interest for Jewish culture and identity. I'm talking about the Jewish community, not about the non-Jewish observers. Identity, especially among people who were formerly unaware or even uninterested in their Jewish roots. For me, this rediscovering of Judaism within families is especially interesting. And I guess some of these stories made it into the news. I guess especially in Hungary, this was a big topic, politicians returning to Judaism and all that stuff. At the same time, the identification with Judaism or with the broader Jewish family or culture, I guess Mr. Friedman called it Jewishness. So instead of speaking about Judaism, speaking about Jewishness, raises the chances for Jewish continuity and of a Jewish presence all over Europe. But at the same time, some people move to Israel or to Eretz Israel to have a closer connection to Jewish life once they decided to turn to Judaism or to Jewish life or culture. And today, many younger people are very self-confident about their Judaism or their Jewish roots and their connection to the Jewish people. And I guess the internet may have empowered some of these processes actively. And they claim their place in society. And today they are not bound to a specific city or even a country because they can move around and choose their place to be. But how long will free-minded people endure, for example, repressive atmosphere in a country? I again think of Hungary or even Poland. And where will these people go? Will they choose Israel or will they go to another European country? I have no real idea about this. And at the same time, while some people are leaving for Eretz Israel, people from Israel are contributing to the maintenance of Jewish diaspora in the Jewish diaspora in towns all over Europe. Some of them are part of the local Jewish community and some of them are not. Berlin is a recent example for this. And they opened new debates all over Europe and especially in Germany. Maybe that's refreshing, but especially in Germany, this has disturbed the general coziness in Germany because they brought in new debates, and this was quite unusual in Germany because this was it was a cozy place. So I guess in the future we will have a smaller number of communities in every European country. Jewish life will, without a doubt, cluster in certain cities or in certain centers, mainly in big and attractive cities. For example, in Prague, I met Jewish people from all over the world. They are short-time guests or guests for a longer time and enjoy the general atmosphere of the city. And the big cities have already rather big communities today. And one last word to the situation in Germany. Especially the German state has an interest in a growing Jewish community. That's why politicians are obsessed about the number of Jews in Germany. So there's an estimation about 120,000 Jews, and there's an estimation of 250,000 Jews. And whenever you ask a politician, he will tell you the higher number, of course, because a growing community, for my opinion, shall heal the wounds of the past. And if the Jewish community is alive and living, everything will be all right again in the eyes of the politicians, I guess. But of course, I doubt this will happen again. So, and one last word, the tone and the style that populism has liberated in speech clearly shows that anti-Semitism was invincible only because it was socially outlawed, not because people were convinced that it's wrong to have an anti-Semitic idea in mind. And that's not a very good climate for flourishing and reliving a renaissance of Judaism in Germany. That's my opinion. And I guess I'm very close to my colleague from Hungary.
Thank you very much for this first round. I have a question to all of you that has to do with the relation between what Michel Friedman called the macrocosm in relation to the microcosm. In 2018, the European Agency for Fundamental Rights conducted a study on experiences and perception of anti-Semitism. One of the questions was, in the past 5 years, have you considered emigrating because you don't feel safe living here as a Jew? And the outcome was Germany, 44% considering, 45% not. France, 44% considering, 45% not. Hungary, 40% considering, 43% not. I would be interested in your comments on these figures, and I'd be interested in knowing what is the point when you personally think it might be better to leave than to stay. Maybe Yves, we start with you because you were the first one.
Thank you very much. It's a difficult question because I'm not sure if we can discuss the question on this academic level of demographic numbers, statistics, and this is the way the political leadership that is discussing this question. I'm much more interested in watching the reality in the communities in Europe. And one investigation we did recently, how much money do they invest in new community centers, in new schools, in new synagogues, in community centers and non-community centers? How much money is invested in Chabad centers? By the way, let's say a competitor with the communities, which we haven't discussed so far. So when I see reality on the ground and I look at the numbers you just mentioned, for me, there is a big, huge gap. I was recently traveling through 12 countries in Europe, and I was really watching on the ground what are Jewish communities, Jews and Jewish philanthropists developing, and I saw a big vision of future and, by the way, very successful reality. So, as Laura mentioned, I'm not naive and I know the situation, but I also see the inner Jewish situation, which is maybe not related to the macro definition of how is the situation. People have another agenda, people have another priority set up in the Jewish communities, unless the Jewish leadership is not very strong. So asking me these numbers, I can't comment them. I just see the reality on the ground. I also understand the fear of the people when we talk about antisemitism, when we talk about terrorism. This is reality. This is in every family, on every Shabbat topic, but it's not the only reality. And sometimes this reality and the other reality I mentioned are not, there is a big gap between the two of them, the brain and the heart, between the visions and the wishes. But that's why I mentioned I'm quite optimistic watching what's going on. And we didn't talk about the non-community Jewish Jews in Europe. I think Michel called them the majority. I'm not sure if they are the majority, but it's a very strong movement. And as we see it in the ecological movement, which is not a Jewish one, but there is a new generation, and I see the same Jewish new generation, our European communities, partly not members of the communities anymore, but very strong, very optimistic, and they also have another definition of what we are. They don't define them as Jews in the diaspora. They define them as Jews in London, in Paris, wherever. So sometimes it's a contradiction, and I think Chaim mentioned it. It's you know, a Jewish answer is a yes and a no, and a contradiction itself.
So Chaim, is there a point of no return for you? When you would say, okay, I have to leave?
We discussed it at home, of course, but the scope of the discussion is another one, because my wife came from the Ukraine 20 years ago, and she asked me whether we have to move again, because she said she's not interested in moving all her life from one place to another. And the next question was, where do we go to? Because it's not natural to go to Eretz Israel, because you have to live, or you have to do your living. And it's not natural to have the same job like in Germany and in Eretz Israel. So where do we go to the USA? Maybe that's a solution, but the situation in the USA is not very, it's not getting better. So it's a pro and con situation as well. And I do discussions with some other people, and in Germany there's a metaphor of packed luggage and unpacked luggage, and sometimes it's used as a threat against the German public when we talk about the packed luggage, and we talked about the unpacked luggage. I guess, but nobody's interested really. If you tell people that you are going to leave the country, they nod and say yes, okay, but Israel is your country anyway, so good luck. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure.
Sophia, I would be interested in your take on these figures, because I mean, for me, what was striking was the similarity of the figures of France and Germany, but I mean less considerations in Hungary, and I was quite, surprised by that.
Yes, numbers can be very tricky, and I actually did once a research of fact-checking the numbers of Sokhnut, how many people actually did Aliyah, and how many people Sokhnut says that they did Aliyah. They said 200, 300, and I couldn't find more than 5. And maybe I was really, really bad in searching them, and let's say they were 50, but definitely not 300. This was years and years ago. Since then, Sokhnut changed the numbers. However, someone told me from Sokhnut that usually there's consideration. So the question was asked whether you consider moving to Israel. So considering, yes, I can imagine this 40%. Of course, there was a focus group probably where they did the research. They do consider it, and she said that usually whenever there is some kind of anti-Semitic outrage, which is usually cultural, verbal, not violent. The most violent is desecration of a cemetery. So considering, yes, and very similar to the German situation, but actually doing it, no. Or even if they do, they come back, and not because of anti-Semitism. Case by case, as anthropologists, we do case studies, and case by case, family by family, I check them who left why. A family left because they were in trouble with the tax authorities. Students left to study there from heartbreak, for example. I found several people who left because they were heartbroken and they wanted a new life, and that was an easy way out, new start. But not not because of the fear from anti-Semitism. The uncomfortable government and the poverty definitely, it's a big factor of considering. But Hungarians were never really great Zionists, despite the fact that Herzl was born here. And they're not very mobile also. They don't really like to move, not even Jewish people. So the numbers are usually very low of actually doing it, but considering and having that luggage, that packed bag, what Chaim referred to, yes, that's actually, everybody has it. Well, not really, but we were talking with my friends and we thought, of course you have, of course we have a packed bag and a plan B, but we don't act on it.
Maybe, Mark, because it's part of, in your initial statement, you referred, and it's been, I mean, it's part of a French reality, that there was quite a number of Jews who migrated to Israel, but the number lowered in the recent years, and there's been also Jews coming back. I would like you also, because you offered in your initial statement, you offered a perspective which you weren't really explicit about. So I would be interested in your take on those figures and on your observation of these questions. Is France, or how many people feel in France today that the point is there where it's impossible to envision a Jewish future?
Yeah. By the end of the year 2014, the number of aggressions against Jews as given by the Ministry of Interior in France was 800 for the whole year, which is to say more than 2 a day, for a general Jewish population of 500,000. This is enormous. So the tension at the time, I'm talking about December 2014, 1 week before the beginning of the terror wave and the attacks against Charlie Hebdo and the Hyper Kosher store in Vincennes. That was the number given by the Ministry of Interior. By that time, the Jews in France felt very insecure, and there were talks of moving to Israel. In fact, only a few number of the Jews went to Israel, and a lot of the ones that did came back to France. What the Jews did mostly was to regroup. They left, they moved away from some of the cities they used to live and regrouped in some other places among themselves. The general feeling, which is pervasive until today, is a feeling of estrangement from the country. You cannot be Jewish today in France without feeling alienated to the rest of the country. This, in my case, this feeling started in the early 2000s, probably because I was working in the media and in the literary world, in the intellectual world, where in the early 2000s, the anti-Jewish, anti-Israeli feeling started very, very early. For political reasons or pretexts. But while I was writing Hate, for instance, there was no doubt in my mind. I mean, I was writing the book during the terror wave, and while the French populism was rising in parallel in France. So the feeling was to be caught between 3 forces. One was the Muslim terrorism. One was the far right or ultra anti-modern populism, if you will, and the other was extreme left. The extreme left forces that was rather anti-Jewish as well. So there was no doubt in my mind that once the book would come out, I would leave France for good, for the US, on which Donald Trump was elected in the US, and that changed, of course, everything. So I had to, the conclusion I drew from that is that there is no real place to go any longer. As Maxim Miller once said, the German writer, he was interviewed once and he said, Israel is part of the diaspora. The journalist was asking him what was Israel for him, and he answered, it's part of the diaspora. I think it's a great answer. And I totally believe that. So in a sense, we're left with a diaspora that we don't know what to do with exactly today. One of the problems we're facing is that I was mentioning Yuri Slezkin's The Jewish Century in my initial remarks. Yuri Slezkin said liberalism and Jewishness are almost indistinguishable. And I think he's right. The problem is that what we're facing now in the early 21st century is the crashing of the liberal narrative. And we are living in a post-liberal world, and we do not know what to do with this because Jews in a non-liberal world they just don't fit in a world that is not when the liberal narrative is not there. So I think we live in a new kind of exile. And we are all feeling it somehow. We just don't know that's what I was saying. We need a new definition of what a diaspora is. We need a new definition of what cosmopolitanism is. What is the difference, for instance, between globalism and cosmopolitanism? It's one thing to be global, and it's a different thing to be cosmopolitanism. Globalism played a great part in the rise of identity politics and conservative and anti-modern thoughts that are dominating today. Cosmopolitanism, on the other hand, is something that Jews are good in. So what would a new cosmopolitanism look like in the 20th century? And where are the Jews that can invent it? To me, that's the only real question.
We have just matching and very interesting question of the audience in the chat, which is asking, why not stop thinking in terms of diaspora, but in terms of where you are? What do you think? Sorry?
Or in terms of where you are?
Where you are, yeah, instead of diaspora. So.
Well, I do think in terms of where I am, but what is the contradiction? Yeah, but as part of as a Jew, I have to think both in terms of local, where I am, and in terms of international or cosmopolitanism, because I'm part of something that transcends Jewishness. I'm not talking about Judaism here. I'm talking about Jewishness, really. But the same goes with Judaism. Jewish identity, if you will, transcends the local. It includes the local. It transcends it. So you have to play it both ways. You know.
So I would pass over maybe to Laura, who wants to say something to that question of the audience.
Yes, maybe I can combine both. Maybe I can combine your prior question with the one that was just asked. Coming back to the study, to the survey of the Fundamental Rights Agency, I think these numbers are interesting, and especially interesting when we look at the analysis of the younger target group from 16 to 34. That was also done in 2019 by these numbers. And the results show that for this target group, all of the answers are more extreme. Young Jews perceive more anti-Semitism, but they also portray a stronger sense of European Jewish identity. And that is really interesting. And I would argue that, and by the way, that analysis was done because in cooperation with the European Union of Jewish Students, because they said it would be interesting to make a prediction on the future of Jewish life if you look at the answers of younger people. They perceive more anti-Semitism, and at the same time, they have a stronger sense of what it means to be a Jew in Europe, of what a Jewish European identity means. And that turned out to be true in some way. And I think coming back to the question of do we have to think diaspora differently, the interesting crossroads I believe that we're at the moment is, especially when I look at Germany, I mean, the Jewish community in Germany, even before the Shoah, was always shaped by migration. Same goes for the biography of most people in Europe. Their biographies, transgenerational, are shaped by migration. And of course, when I look at the narrative of my maternal grandparents, the notion of the packed suitcases is deeply rooted in the personal trauma of the survival. And at the same time, like Chaim just said, when we asked people who came from the former Soviet Union to Germany, their narrative is that they came to Germany in order to live a better life as Jewish people. Or many of them would say that. And when I look at my paternal great-grandparents, they moved from Turkey to Argentina because of anti-Semitism and due to economical reasons. So I think if we speak about diaspora, maybe it would give us an idea of a resourceful vision to understand that migration has always been part of the European Jewish narrative, whether it is, of course, due to anti-Semitism or not. But at the same time, this is something that goes for Israel and for the diaspora likewise. This is what shapes our identity and our identities in the same way the connection and the ruptures and continuities of the local communities shape our narratives. So I think for many people in my generation, the question is, and this is of course also an interaction with how people live nowadays, that the fluctuation between countries is easier because we have a European Union when you look at Europe, because there is more of an international vibe going on, because it is a lot easier to move from place to place. But there is we might be less harsh on us if we kind of accept the notion of the packed suitcases as something that is deeply rooted in personal experience, while at the same time structurally understanding that migration is also an essential part of the European Jewish history and probably will be in the future as well.
Yves Kugelmann, you just mentioned that you were traveling through Europe for a film, and this is very interesting for us in this connection with our symposium. And you did this together with the German film producer Alice Brauner, and you described it yourself. There is a Jewish everyday life in Europe that can seldom be shown. Debates about politics, the Middle East, and anti-Semitism overlap the diverse Jewish life. It was therefore important that we can catch this simply by going spontaneously and looking what's going on. So I have in fact two questions. The first is what's going on? And the second is what is this Jewishness we are all the time talking about? And what is the Jewish thing, the big thing, we maybe want to have it preserved and secured for the future? Maybe we'll have to find out a little bit more about that topic. But first, please, Yves Kugelmann.
So we did the journey before the pandemic started, and I did it again now for another article to understand what changed meanwhile. But the situation on the ground is very different from what we discuss here. People and families are dealing with daily questions, social questions, money questions, economic questions. And to me, after this journey, but also after being a journalist for many, many years, it was clear people are taking decisions, sometimes depending on anti-Semitism and the macro, but mostly it's an economical question, and they are also choosing communities depending on are schools available, how much do they cost for families, is there a subsidy involved, etc. So this was, I think the micro, what I mentioned before, the micro and the macro is there is a huge gap if you talk to people. And in a way, it's also interesting to understand the view on Jews and our own view once we are sitting among us and discussing everyday's life question and community question, etc. Apart from that, I have to admit there is a big inner Jewish discussion between community Jews, Father Jews, regular Jews, whatever it is. It's another discussion, and I think it would have a big impact on our discussion here. And since you were asking the question of Jewishness, I think the question of who is a Jew, which is obviously defined halachic, there is a big discussion going around also in the sogenannte Einheitsgemeinde. How can we change how should we change definitions when it comes to integration of non-Jewish partnerships, etc., etc., etc. I think this discussion, the inner Jewish discussion, is to me much more important on defining the Jewish future in Europe than the so-called macro discussion.
Fine. What would you say? What is this Jewish thing, what we want to preserve for Europe?
I guess everything. I guess I should say it's all about Jewish religion, but it's not only about Jewish religion, it's about Jewish culture as well, how people identify as Jews. That touches the halachic question, of course, as well. But the communities, the Jewish communities, are shaped by people and not by halakha, because people are living in their communities, and the communities are empowered by people. And once people choose to live with the halachic Judaism, that's okay. If people decide otherwise, they should be involved somehow as well. So I have no final decision for you. I'm not a posek. I'm not a halachic decider. So I guess it's both. It's cultural and religious, of course, from my point of view.
I would like to bring on the perspective of a Jewish museum a little, because as you may know, apart from Hungary, where the Jewish Museum is part of the Jewish community, and a lot of in a lot of Mediterranean states, the Jewish museums are part of the Jewish community, but they are not in Germany in general, with one exception, and they are not in the eastern states, and that has to do. And at the same time, they are offering perspectives that relate a lot to cultural approaches of what being Jewish or Jewish culture might mean. And so that widens, I think, the perspective, as Yves Kugelman was saying, widens the perspective of communities. I think Jewish museums are relating both to communities and to people that somehow define themselves Jewish for some reasons. Might that be with family background, might that be with other affiliations and detachments, and they are places that open up the questions that we are talking about, and that bridges, that are building bridges into the broader society, also building bridges that have to do with the status of minority in society. And not only the Jewish minority, which is all, I think, in all the states that are represented in this panel, are still conceived the minority per se. But as we all know, there is other minorities that are bigger and don't have these kind of museums, don't have these kind of spaces. So I think these kind of bridges that we are building as museums are important for the society as a whole. So I would like to ask you, Sophia, I would be interested in your take, because in those articles I read from you was that you said that there is a stronger tendency in Hungary to divide between Jew and Hungarian. And so where's a place for you where do you see a place where this division is not, perpetuated, is not, getting stronger, but where it's a kind of getting a fluid space of encounter and of bridges?
It's a very great question, because it's one of the main problems in the Jewish life here. I don't want to say Jewish communities, because that's a controversial term right now. I think, first of all, the we and us, and being identified as Jew or Hungarian, it's coming from outside. And Jews definitely get outraged when they are not considered Hungarians, Hungarian Jews. The way I would define their Jewishness is about the conversation. They have a conversation about Jewishness. They have, for example, even if it's interesting, because I go into someone's house, and many people said this to me, and I see their bookshelf. East Europe, everybody has a bookshelf, a big bookshelf, obviously, and maybe they don't know that they are Jewish, but I know that they are Jewish based on the books they have, and there are many jokes about this. But in what you were asking about the space and Jewishness, yes, indeed, that gives a space for conversation, and even those people who don't want to be affiliated, they take part maybe online, maybe they get involved in a way. One of my colleagues, who is a brilliant philosopher, said that this regime made me Jewish. This state, this political environment made me Jewish, because they excluded me from the Hungarian nation with the narrative and with a new constitution, which is not named as a constitution, with a new definition of a nation. They excluded me from the nation, and this regime made me Jewish. I don't know if I answered right the question. The main thing I wanted to say, that the Jewishness is basically around, it's nothing in common. They don't have anything in common most of the times. I mean, 2 Jews, 3 opinions, and 7 organizations in Hungary, like at least. So the debate that they have a constructive, positive, or a good intention behind the conversation about Jewishness.
So, Mark, if the question of the allies. The allies. Who might be an ally for a prosperous Jewish future in France? In Germany, this discussion is about building bridges between Jews and Muslims. So I was wondering, what's your take on that?
Specifically on the Muslims, or in general?
Specifically on these relations.
Well, whoever believes in universality, whoever fights identity politics may be an ally, I think. The problem we're facing now is that everybody defines himself through a very narrow lens. Everybody tries to be something and only that. Muslims want to be Muslims, French want to be French, even Jews want to be Jews, and nothing else. As long as we go along that way, there won't be any ally. We need to get back to a more complex view of what identity is. I think we do find allies in France. Jews find allies in France among people that understand that there are more than just one thing. That identity is a multiple thing. That you have to deal with every part of yourselves, even when they contradict each other, if you will. Jews are very good at doing that. They've always been very good at doing that, managing various opposite components in one, in yourself. And so we finalize when we find people that share that modern view of what oneself is, of what the self is. What we're facing now is a tide of anti-modern view. I mean, I think we're facing a nostalgia for a more secure world in general. I mean, people feel nostalgia toward a world where things looked from now. They look in retrospect more, not just safer, but clearer and simpler, where people could be one thing and one thing only, and borders were clear and very easily defined. Because of that nostalgia, people tend to cling to identity they invent that are not real. Like, for instance, today in France, the Muslims, but not just them. Populists do the same thing. Leftists do the same thing. They're trying to redefine themselves toward, according to criteria that are largely an illusion, but they're trying to be authentic, if you will. The problem we've been facing with the Muslims, for instance, the Salafi, and especially, is that they want to be authentic Muslims, and they disregard everything that has to do with modernity because of that. Populists in France do the same thing. They want to be real French, like the Trumpists want to be real Americans, for instance. What we need to find, if we're looking for allies, is people that understand that in order to live in the 21st century, you need to be different things at the same time, and to grow a universal conscience from that, So yeah, that's it. That's basically it. But I also believe that Jews are alone by nature. There's a loneliness in if Jewishness means something, it's loneliness. You have to accept a certain amount of loneliness if you're a Jew, So you can only finalize to a point,
So of this circle, maybe we give the last voice to the young, to the young woman, Laura. I know that you're very activist, that you fight for feminist things, for queer things, that you're very energetic and dynamic in what you're doing for the Jewish world in Germany, but also in Europe, is my impression. And in another context, I experience you also sometimes very traditional. You're very much rooted in whatever you define are your traditional roots. So I would be curious to know how you will go on now with this Jewish Europe, what you will bring in, what is your contribution?
Wow, that's big, so I'll try to keep it brief. I think it's a bit rooted in what you just said. I mean, yes, I consider myself an activist, and I have an activist motivation behind the work that I do for the oldest still existing Jewish umbrella organization in Germany, that is almost 104 years old. So that is rooted in that is basically also rooted in a feminist history, but that's another panel. But I think when we look at our identities, I would argue, and this is challenging a bit of what Mark just said, I would argue that the understanding that we are many things at the same time is something that my generation and the generation below me experiences very intensely, and that this is something that we experience as a resource and as a challenge at the same time. And I think this is also what nurtures our understanding of a Jewish community that is, on the one hand, in my vision, a community of reciprocity, a community in which I feel that my actual, authentic, living realities are being represented, and at the same time, I can contribute to them. That's the one thing. The second thing is, of course, religion. I found that quote absolutely remarkable, that like the environment makes us Jewish again. And that is something that I observe in Jewish student activism a lot. The answers to increasing anti-Semitism and to terrorist attacks, and to be it in France, be it in Germany, be it in the UK, be it also in smaller Jewish communities, is really finding a Jewish answer to a societal question. And that is something that is and it's not only a Jewish question to society, or a Jewish answer to societal question, it's also really the question of how do we understand our Jewishness as resource, but also as an act of resistance in a way. And that is something that that I wouldn't want to overestimate, because history has taught us to be cautious. And at the same time, I believe that history has taught us that European Jewish history, or also German Jewish history, is a story against all odds in a way. And is a story that we need to understand as something that we can only partly influence, and at the same time, it is kind of, or I consider it my duty and also kind of my driving force, to consider it as a resource in whatever way feels right. And yeah, I think that would be kind of the last remark on the question of like, how do I understand a view into the future beyond the questions of, you know, which Jewish community is the right one for me and all of that. I think it's really beyond the institutional question. It's really just a more global one.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you in this engaged discussion. I know we could go on. We prepared a lot of more questions, but we would like to end this discussion now. I asked Michel Friedman to give a response on what he observed and what he heard, and how he thinks about that. And then we will have a little short break before I'm summing up the symposium as a whole.
So thank you very much. I was very inspired, and I was really listening and asking myself a lot of questions, listening to your interventions. I want to start with one remark. I believe, and this is also the title of our meeting, that we are living in a time where transition is a key word. Multilateralism, freedom, liberalism, and universalism is endangered, and endangered since more than 20, perhaps 30 years. The majority of our populations, also of the younger generations, didn't take care as much as necessary what happened during the 30 years. And now we have to renegotiate all together. Where do we want to stay in 10 years or 20 years? And this will be a very difficult negotiation, because some of our countries are led by anti-democratic populist parties. And being a Jew, first of all, I'm a human being. And being a human being means that whatever happens around my life and my existence is touching me. You know, I was thinking the whole time about diaspora, listening your interventions, and diaspora insinuate that human beings are not there where they want to be, are not living there where they want to live. I'm not sure if this is the case even today by the majority of Jews who are living in free countries. Perhaps they want to live there where they are, and then they are not in any diaspora. And one of you said, I think, about your wife, that she asked, do we want to live somewhere else? There is one point, and we know this from the psychology and the reality from refugees. There's one point, do we have to leave? And people who have really to leave don't ask where they have to go, because they know that there where they are so endangered that wherever they will be a minute later, it could be better than there where they were till now. If this is the situation for Jews or other people, they will have to leave. But we discussed, do we want to leave? And this is a big difference. So do we want to leave the countries where we are? Do I want to leave? And I believe that there are a lot of reasons to discuss that, and Eve mentioned that. Yes, we are Jews, but we are people, human beings. We want to have a good life. And the definition of good life have so many answers. And one of the answers can be for a Jew, I want to live a conscious Jewish life, whatever this is for him or her. Can be a religious life. But what I believe is that we all have a solution for have a better life, and this is self-determination, emancipation. I remember the discussions, and if you read the historical books, about assimilation or integration. I believe in emancipation, in a maximum of self-determination, which means I live as I want to live, as I want to be, with all the varieties of my life. And I demand from modern Jewish institutions and communities to make this reality for the young generations, to make it possible that a Jew can feel well and good in a Jewish institution, in the Jewish community, with all the beautiful interpretations of what means to be a Jew, what is Jewish life. But if we are living in a society, and we are living in societies where we are the minorities, there is a principal fight, a principal negotiation in these years. How do we as a society want to live? How much oxygen is possible in our societies? How can we open democratical issues to minorities and their cultural interpretation of life? How can we reestablish more respect? How do we talk about each other? How can we reestablish, as Hannah Arendt said, the right to have rights? Not to have rights, that's not sufficient. The right to have rights means that nobody can decide if anybody has rights or not. It's an a priori situation. It's a philosophical idea that also to be a Jew means that I'm not afraid to be a Jew wherever I live. That when I want to wear a kippah in Berlin, a government official will not tell me, take care, Michel, because in my country, in our country, it is not possible to wear a kippah wherever you want and whenever you want. And if he's saying this, is this only a Jewish problem? It is not. As anti-Semitism is not my idea, is not my point of view. It is the point of view of these who hate Jews. And to hate Jews means to hate human beings. So what does it mean to live in the diaspora? And what does it mean that we are talking about Jewish future? We are talking about the future in societies where human beings can be as they want to be. And if in the society where we live in, people can live like this, then Jews can also live in these societies. And if we live in societies where this is not possible anymore, where intolerance, the verbal violence against minorities and against democracy is this what happens every day, then not only Jews can't live in these countries anymore. So, as we're talking about the future, we are talking about young generations. Is there a future for Jewish life in Europe? The question is, what is Europe? Is there a future for the European Union? Is there a future for a liberal, multilateralism community where borders are withdrawn? I'm not so sure. Perhaps the situation is worse than it was 20 years before. Does this mean that it can't be better? No. We all decide what will be our future. So, being a Jew, and as I told you in the beginning, my parents were survivors of the Holocaust, have I the right to be pessimist? No. But I don't like to be an optimist and that's it. I like to speak and then to make it possible. I hope we all together have the same dream. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for listening. As I said, we do a short break. You have the chance to have a look again into one of our films. Then you will hear a greeting word of the Foundation Remembrance, Responsibility and Future, who was generously sponsoring this symposium. And I will say a few words of goodbye to you in the end. Please make sure, if you've been to our website, to click once on the Let's Meet button that offers you a space to meet digitally with whoever else is listening. Well, thank you for your attention, and thank you for our panelists for this interesting discussion. I hope to have the chance to meet you once here in Frankfurt, show our museum to you, and continue what we just started.
I would like to welcome you on behalf of the EWZ Foundation to the Symposium Transitions, the Jewish Diaspora in Europe. 1700 years of Jewish life in Germany is the title of the current anniversary year, which aims to make the diversity of Jewish culture in Germany visible. The goal is to highlight Jewish contributions throughout German history and facilitate a dialogue between Jews and non-Jews in Germany today. Given the dramatic rise of anti-Semitism in Germany, but sadly also across Europe, this goal seems ever so important. On January 27th, I listened to Marina Weisband giving a speech in the Bundestag to mark International Holocaust Remembrance Day and was deeply impressed by it. She pointed out that for her, Jewish life in Germany is ambivalent. On the one hand, it stands for community and solidarity, but on the other hand, it is also full of fear and frustration. As part of the 1700 anniversary year, the EWZ Foundation has initiated a youth campaign, Zusammen, Together. It will focus on young people's perspectives on Jewish life in Germany, the ambivalence and diversity. The goal is for young people to meet, talk, and reflect in creative and artistic ways about what Jewish life in Germany means to them, and to discover our shared history and present. Today, I want to thank the Jewish Museum Frankfurt for organizing this symposium on the Jewish diasporas in Europe. It is of great importance to create spaces of academic exchange on the paradoxes of today's European Jewish diaspora. And it is important to deal with the pressing questions at hand, such as what conditions are needed for an autonomous Jewish life? What is the role of cultural institutions like the Jewish museums in making the diversity of Jewish voices heard and in influencing the public discourse on this topic to ensure a future coexistence? The EBZ Foundation is committed to supporting Jewish cultural and civil society institutions in Germany and Europe and create spaces of dialogue and exchange and make the diversity of Jewish voices visible. In the future, the Foundation is planning to increase its activities in the field of historical and civic education, with a strong focus on Holocaust education. 3 goals are particularly important to the EBZ. Trajectory, highlighting historical continuities of anti-Semitism, anti-Gypsyism, and other forms of racism today. Multi-perspectivity, including all victim groups and forms of National Socialist persecution, and interdisciplinary approaches, forming alliances with different institutions and thereby also creating bridges between academia and educators. I would like to underscore the last point in regards to today's symposium. It is, in my opinion, of utmost importance to create and maintain alliances and networks on a European level to generate a greater impact and share knowledge and best practices between different institutions and educators. I'm particularly excited about this European approach and perspective on Jewish diasporas at the symposium, and am very much looking forward to the upcoming discussions. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you very much for listening until now. I have the difficult task to try to sum up something that was lasting until 5 minutes ago, and I'm still full of the impressions and inspirations that I've got from the past 1.5 days. We started off yesterday with a panel discussion between Professor Wasserstein, and who was revisiting his book, Vanishing Diaspora, and Diana Pinto, who was revisiting her article, The Third Pillar, both commented by Michael Brenner and Alfred Bodenheimer. And so we were discussing the decline of numbers of Jews in Europe that are members of the official communities, the decline to 1.3 million. What do those numbers mean? We discussed, on the other hand, the growth of visibility and importance to the respective society that the members of the Jewish communities are witnessing and are having. We were discussing something that one might call Jewish spaces or marginal Jews, or the creative realm around Jewish issues, or an inclusive culture of belonging to Jewish culture. And we were discussing that Jewish museums are part of that realm. There was, I think, in all panels, a statement that there is no such thing as a defined European Jewish identity. There is multiple plurality of expressions and self-understandings, and the term identity itself is problematic in many aspects and needs to be seen in a plural way. There was an emphasis on that there is the same Jewish practices worldwide and the same kind of tensions within the Jewish communities worldwide. So there's a worldwide network, and that was even strengthened now during the pandemic due to digital networking. And I think throughout all the talks, and that's something also that Michel Friedman was mentioning in his keynote, was that this generation now lives a much better life than 2 generations before. And even though there is those numbers and those fears, and there is growing anti-Semitism, I think that's worth considering. In today's panels, where we were talking about Jewish museums and where we're talking about Jewish future, there was an emphasis on that at least Jewish museums are spaces of ambivalences, of ambiguities, and spaces where a plurality of voices needs to be raised and heard. Another topic that was important today was proximity and distance. Distance in how you see things, proximity, how you feel to things, and that's an initial approach for Jewish museums, whether one is putting in perspective from a more distant point of view, whether one conceives an institution as a documentation center, or whether one feels engaged with the community, with the topic, and deals with proximity or in proximity to the topic. We then had a legal panel that was inspired by the recent legal development, particularly the decision of the European Constitutional Court on ritual slaughter. And we had a vivid discussion on what this might mean, on the freedom of religion, on maybe the problem of a freedom of religion, but on its necessity to ensure a Jewish future in Europe. And last but not least, in the last panel, which I assume you might have seen, we were even questioning the title, and not the title of transition. Everybody agreed on that we are in a period of transition, but is it right to speak about diaspora, the old concept of diaspora? Is Israel part of the diaspora, as was mentioned? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to say, we live where we live? We might not live here anymore in a few years' time, but that's where we are, and that's where we want to make a living, and we fight for the space we need for that. So that was my personal impressions about the path we've been to in the past 1.5 days, and we will cut all the videos and make it accessible on the YouTube channel of the Jewish Museum Jewish Museum Frankfurt, so that you can see it. You can also see it on the website that was accompanying this symposium. So if you want to see once again or follow those discussions, please visit our YouTube channel or the website accompanying this symposium. Last but not least, I would like to express my thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers and chairs of this symposium who have not only kept up their commitment, but also agreed to participate in a solely digital format, which is something completely else, because we are all sitting here alone in front of the screens. My heartfelt thank you goes to the Stiftung Erinnerung, Verantwortung, Zukunft, who's been supporting us for 1.5 years and in a very beautiful way, and we wouldn't have been able to do this symposium without the foundation. So thank you very much for your support, Dr. Dispo. My other heartfelt thank you goes to my wonderful colleagues from the Jewish Museum Frankfurt, namely to Sara Soussan, Janis Lutz and Jonathan Günther, who have been working for months in the organization and planning of this symposium. You did such a great job in doing so. Thank you very much. Furthermore, I would like to thank the communication team of the Jewish Museum Frankfurt, namely Theresa Gehring and Corbinian Böck, in supporting this symposium, and our freelance colleagues and museum guides Sharon Anthony, Moritz Urban, and Tamara Ikev for their help at the studio and with the chat. The live streaming was realized by Encore, and the website to the symposium designed by Luca Neuperti. Thank you very much for that. Thank you all who were listening and following the past 2 days. Be well and goodbye.